Chapter 4403, Overbearing. After the resignation of the patriarch's ancestors, an extremely overbearing breath emanated, and the audience was silent. Everyone was staring blankly at the patriarch's ancestors. Long Bai clenched his fists tightly, a pair of snow-white eyes frantically contracted. His face was extremely blue. He didn't doubt the words of the patriarch's ancestors. This lunatic has always been lawless and can do everything. I believe. Finally, Long Bai squeezed this sentence out of his teeth. The patriarch's ancestors heard a scornful smile and said, Long Bai, you are far worse than your elder brother. With this remark, Long Bai's face became more ugly. For a long time, Long Ling was stronger than the dragon family. Although it was a brother relationship, it was a knot in Long Bai's heart. The reason why he took the initiative to invite a battle this time to settle the Temple of Life is to prove that he is more capable than Long Yin. After all, the last time Long Yong settled on the Temple of Life, he failed. Taking a deep breath, Long Bai's eyes first looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, then at White Ape. White Ape, are you sure you want to protect Jian Wushuang? I'll tell you the truth. Jian Wushuang has already been on my Dragon Clan's kill list. You alone can't protect him. Even if Long Bai retires today, there will be other Dragon Clan strongmen coming to the door soon. If it really annoys me in other Dragon Clan, the distant ancestors of the second generation may not be able to wake up and come to the door in person. At that time, will you stop the White Ape? The patriarch's ancestors heard no change in his expression and replied indifferently, Long Bai, you have too many words. It seems that you really want to become a dragon head soup. You. Long Bai heard that. His face became iron again. A fierce anger was burning in his chest. He is a third-generation dragon and an invincible supreme. When was he so humiliated in the public eye? If it were not for the reason, he told him that he was far from being an opponent of the patriarch's ancestors. White Ape, I admit it this time. After taking a deep breath, Long Bai turned and left. He looked at Long Qing, who was stunned, and suddenly gave him a stern glance, yelling, Waste, do you still want to stay here and be ashamed? After speaking, he rose to his feet and turned into a huge white dragon with a length of thousands of feet. After making a long howl, he shuffled in the void and left the place. Long Qing first unwillingly glanced at Jian Wushuang, then took another look at the patriarch's ancestor, hitting him with excitement. This is a peerless and vicious man who threatened to beat down his three uncles Long Bai and make a faucet soup. His figure also disappeared in the same place. And that blue dog supreme is not so lucky. He lowered his head, pretending that others could not see him, and just wanted to sneak away, and saw King Jujia standing behind him. Holding his shoulders, the voice said quietly, Where do you want to go? He was stiff. On the battlefield of the Temple of Life, there was a silence. Only the thunder robbed by Jian Wushuang's head, still making a loud noise. It seemed to be giving birth to a blow to destroy the world. Everyone else stared at Jian Wushuang from afar, his heart rising. The ancestor of the patriarch looked up and glanced at Thunderbolt, then shook his head and said, There are 18 chaotic thunderbolts. One is more dangerous than the other. The last one is the sum of all the power of Thunderbolt before. Wushuang, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. Under the thunder, the sword sat cross-legged, his expression dignified. Long Bai and others left, and the crisis at the Temple of Life was lifted. But the crisis of his unparalleled sword really began. He had a hunch in his heart that this would be the last thunderstorm, and also the most powerful one. Whether he can survive, he has no idea. Crackling. I saw countless electric snakes among thunderclouds. A loud noise, like a stuffy drum, kept exploding from Thundercloud, which was heartbreaking. Overlord, Zhouxing Shengzi and others just felt the shudder and pale when they felt the coercion from Lei Jia. This is not a thunder, this is a catastrophe. Rumble. Above the entire Shrine of Life, all are filled with billowing clouds. This day covers the sun and annihilates all light. Roar. Finally, the last thunderbolt has condensed. Suddenly, the entire universe is filled with roaring sounds, as if the brass bells are ringing, the dragon skin is beating, the imposing waves of power sweeping the four sides. The universe seems to be in chaos. Click. A black goddess with a width of 100 feet wide dropped sharply. There are countless forks spreading on this black thunder, and it has the evolution of heaven, as if the sky is angry and endless. Coming. Is this the last thing about chaos and thunder? It's terrifying. How could there be such a powerful thunderstorm in the world? Suddenly, countless people set off a huge wave in their hearts and suddenly lost their voice. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up at the black thunder. His pupils shrank for a while. This thunderbolt has not yet fallen, and the thunderous thunderbolt has opened thousands of cracks in his body. Break it for me. At this moment of life and death, Jian Wushuang's heart burst into a frenzy of madness, and his face became pale. Chopper Star. He was holding the Taro Excalibur and fiercely hacked at this black thunder. A forest blue sword mang that was nearly 10,000 feet long shot from the sword without hands, with an incomparable sharp sword spirit, and slammed into this black thunder. This sword is enough to split the sky gate and shake Kunlun. A burst of noise spread, and immediately afterwards, I saw the nearly blue forest mang shattered and broke into powder, and the black thunder, once again unhindered. Power is not reduced. Everyone looked at this scene with a tremor in their hearts, but they knew that this thief was destined to be passed by Jian Wushuang himself, and no one could help him. Once Jian Wushuang crosses through, he will walk in peace and stand completely on top of the universe. If Jian Wushuang could not pass, it would be death, and everything would be nothing. Come. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. He understood that Guangguang could not stop this chaos thunder with his supernatural power. This chaos god thunder is too powerful. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang doubled his right hand again, and Wu Wei's Excalibur appeared in his hand. Old man, it's up to you this time. There was a tinge of heartache in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the Wu weapon sword accompanied him to battle the universe. He is undefeated in all battles, and has long been his closest partner. And Wu Wei's Excalibur seemed to sense something, and issued a sword slamming straight towards Zhou Xiao. Chapter 4404. Next moment, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, staring up at the vast thunder and screaming loudly, "Explode me!" Huh! Suddenly, Wu Weeping Sword rose into the sky, accompanied by the sharp swordsman who shook for 9 days and 10 places, and slammed into Chaos God Thunder without hesitation. Bang! A loud noise spread, and the entire Wu Weeping Sword exploded. Wu Weeping Sword is the ultimate treasure of the universe, and the power under self-detonation is not weaker than a top extreme self-detonation. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and Wu Wei's Excalibur shattered after releasing the last glory, annihilating between heaven and earth. And Chaos God Thunder, the power finally dropped slightly. Old boy. Jian Wushuang's throat was sweet, his blood was spit out, and his body was shaking. Wu Wei's Excalibur accompanied him to the north and south to discuss, and I didn't know how many enemy chiefs' heads had been killed for him. He had already had a connection with him. At the moment he exploded, he felt the same backlash. Come again. Forcibly suppressing the violent blood in God's body, Jian Wushuang raised his head again to look at the chaotic God Thunder that broke down, and yelled, "Boom for me!" In a short time, countless treasures rushed out of the sword unparalleled Shinkuan ring, and greeted the Chaos God Thunder fiercely. In recent years, Jian Wushuang swept across the ruins of Taro, dominated the ancient road of the sky, and stretched across the wild wilderness of the universe, killing more than 2 hands. After the fall of these people, the various magical materials and top treasures in the Changchuan ring fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. This is an incredible number. I saw these top treasures converging into a long dragon, ramming toward the Chaos God Thunder, and then blasting away. Among them also includes Qingmu Shaosan's extreme magic weapon, Qinghe Supreme's 7-star magic sword, and so on. And the most expensive thing is that Jian Wushuang slaughtered that high supreme, 9-claw Mahjong tribe patriarch in the wild wilderness of the universe, and obtained a piece of 9-claw black fish shield from him. Rumble. Suddenly, dozens and hundreds of universe treasures of different grades exploded. A shocking explosion exploded. It is impossible to use any words to describe the power of these dozens of hundreds of treasures exploding at the same time. At this moment, the entire universe is silent. In the ears of everyone, the sound of discussion could not be heard, but only a loud bang continued to echo. In front of their eyes, a sea of white waves set off, spreading out in a mighty manner, destroying the surrounding starry sky forever. Countless dusts floated and filled the sight. Among the white waves in the sky, a faint color and a lot of chaos gods and thunders once again covered the thorns, penetrated the white waves, and shot the sword unparalleled. With so many arcane blasts, I still can't stop this chaos thunder. Suddenly, everyone around me couldn't help exclaiming, "This thunderbolt is almost as old as ever. Master Lord is worthy of being Lord. Even the thunderstorms brought in are much stronger than us." This thunder robbery, everyone on the scene, except for the patriarchs, who dare to say 100%. This thunderbolt is too strong, but the stronger one is Jian Wushuang. If I wait for this thunderbolt, I am afraid that I will give up resistance long ago, right? Wow! This last chaos thunder, breaking clouds and mists, swinging all the evil spirits in the world, constantly enlarging in the eyes of Jian Wu's eyes. Although it has been destroyed by a lot of precious treasures, the power has been wiped out a lot, and the thunder, which is nearly 100 feet wide, has also become the thickness of a bowl. However, for Jian Wushuang, there is still a deadly threat. Keep coming. Jian Wushuang's mouth bleeds, and under the power of dozens of hundreds of Arcana's self-explosive powers, the shock wave also reached him, causing his body to shatter. Go with. He first threw the chaos sting of Wushu again and ran into this black thunder, and then stepped hard again without using the sword, and the whole man rose into the sky. In the end, he is going to shake this thunder and sublime it as much as possible. Kongdang. The Wu Chao Chao Ding carried an unmatched force of chaos and hit the black thunder fiercely. After a while, the black thunder was slightly stagnant, and its power was worn away a little. After the Wu Chao Ding wailed, "Fly up." And with the Wu Chao Chao Ding being split and flying, Jian Wushuang and the Black God Thunder finally collided together. Roar! Chaos thunder roared through the world. Break it for me. Jian Wushuang has a grimace, and his eyes are crazy. No devil can't live. Today is either the destruction of this thunder, or the death of his sword without a pair. Huh! Jian Wushuang shot the bright golden light. The flames entwined with the 5 fingers of his hands, and the crisscross patterns of his body continued to light up. In particular, the purple chuan mark on his brows became blood enchanting, and with the purple golden pupils, he really looked like a lingshur. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be divided into 2 halves. Generally, the sword of Wu Jin was full of dazzling gold. On one side, the entire starry sky was plunged into the black thunder of thunder. The 2 forces are glued together and constantly collide, just like 2 semicircular masks struggling hard. Puff! The dark thunder was like a snake on the sword Wushuang deity, and then penetrated into his body, and the violent power continued to tear his deity. A pain in the heart could not help but let Jian Wushuang growl. But Jian Wushuang not only did not retreat, but the meaning of madness in his eyes became stronger. He knows that killing him will make him stronger. Crackling, silver snakes dancing wildly, dark clouds over the city, swordsman within 100 feet around, turned into a horror thunder pond. He was bathed in thunder, as if he were the sinful son of the thunder penalty. In the distance, Bloodwave Supreme and others watched this scene intently, saying silently in their hearts, "Sword unparalleled, you must hold on, otherwise all your efforts will be defeated." Others clenched their fists as well. Jian Wushuang, hold on. Huh! I saw the fork on the Chaos God Thunder, which spread again into countless small God Thunders and bombarded wildly towards the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's mouth and nose were overflowing with blood. The whole person was like a blood person. He raised his head and looked at Lei Jie. Instead of being afraid, he laughed wildly. Don't you just want me to die? Come, then see who we die first. At this moment www.novel. In the sight of Jian Wushuang, Lei Jie is no longer Lei Jie, but a wild monster who wants to put him to death. Boom! As soon as Jian Wu stepped on his feet, his figure soared into the sky again. In the deep laughter, he rushed directly into the depth of the thick sky and thundercloud. Come, kill me! Next moment, a sound of explosion came out from thundercloud. I don't know what happened in thundercloud. After half a column of incense, Lei Yun slowly began to dissipate. When everyone saw this, they were all in a tight heart, and at the same time they were in doubt. Jian Wushuang finally survived? Chapter 4405. How's it going? Did Jian Shuang survive? Come on. How about Jian Wushuang? Master Lord. Everyone glanced at each other, then swept up and rushed towards the thundercloud that had not completely dissipated. Before they could reach the thundercloud, a bright beam of light suddenly shot out from the thick, dark clouds. It was like the first rays of morning light that pierced the dark captivity and returned the light to the earth. Alas, immediately, more and more of this light beam. Until the end, this bright glow violently tears all dark clouds. The entire sky was dyed golden by the halo, just like the sunset on the seashore, and it was magnificent. I saw that above 9 days, Jian Wushuang was wrapped in a golden ball of light. He was completely broken from the broken body and began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. He closed his eyes slightly and spread his hands in a hug. The dazzling glow also dyed every strand of his skin and every hair end into gold. His original appearance was so beautiful under the glow of the sun. Next moment, the stars trembled, the world changed. Endless xianhui sprinkles from the air, like the beginning of heaven and earth, chaos and dawn, and the air is stirred up. On the sky, Dao played the music for him, and the thick earth trembled, playing a crossover sacred song, as if congratulating him in Chi-Chi, breaking through the supreme. Today, I have no match for the sword. I have sublimated as much as possible, and I have won the supreme avenue. An indifferent voice sounded. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes in a bang. I saw in his purple-golden pupils that countless avenues evolved from the pattern, and the whole person revealed a sacred breath. The divine power in his whole body was mobilized, and the divine power in the supreme avenue changed. His indomitable chaotic domineering became stronger 1 inch at a time. His black hair grew darker. Boom boom. A strong breath, centered on Jian Wushuang, is constantly erupting. This breath is mixed with his charm as a super-perfect chaotic creature. For a moment, there is a sense of subjugation to all the races. Okay, so powerful. Too scary. I have a feeling that today's swords are unparalleled and can crush me to death. Countless Sword League disciples saw this scene. They were shocked to the extreme, feeling the breath of Jian Wushuang's body even more trembling. However, the more they looked at Jian Wushuang's gaze, the more fanatical worship. In their dazzling eyes, Jian Wushuang seems to be the who controls the life and death of the world. He stepped out of the ancient chaos and once again came to the world, but I have exclusive respect, including the Bloodwave Supreme, the 9 Kings of Calamity, and the Great Axe Supreme, etc. The eyes are also deeply shocked. The breath of Jian Wushuang, this little guy. I even feel like him on my back. I feel a sense of danger. The Great Axe took a deep breath and said in shock. Bloodwave Supreme stood next to him, staring at Jian Wushuang as he watched, and said with a smile, "The giant axe. Now he is not the little guy who needs our protection." After a short pause, Bloodwave Supreme smiled slightly and continued to speak. Now he is grown up. He is a giant arm who can truly stand on his own. The giant axe could not help but hesitated, and then laughed, sighing, "Yeah, time flies." Long ago, Jian Wushuang was only a 3rd-level master, and they needed some protection. Now, unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has become a behemoth enough to shake the universe, and the temple of life-saving is about to fall. The King of 9 Calamities always had a cold smile on his face. "You guy, How can I fight you? In his entire life, the king of 9 kings could not see much. Jian Wushuang counted as one, but he felt ashamed for the first time. Only Jian Wushuang. Over 9 days, between clouds. The sword was unpaired and the black hair flew. Strands of golden glow continued to pour into him. The supreme divine realm is here. Jian Wushuang felt a different power in his body than before and couldn't help but smile slightly. Is this the supreme divine realm? He shook his fist. Now he is more than 1,000 times stronger than before. A terror force that has never flowed in his body is the vast power that surpasses the world and sets foot on the top of the universe. Knowing that there was someone waiting for him below, Jian Wushuang didn't make any delays. He was a little familiar with the power in his body, and he stepped forward toward the crowd. I saw that his body didn't seem to move, and the whole person had already appeared in front of Bloodwave Supreme and others. It wasn't until the last few days that after 9 days, the afterimage formed due to the speed was too fast, and then it slowly dissipated. Extreme blood, supreme axe, supreme nature. Jian Wushuang nodded hello to them. Bloodwave Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, many of the words that had already been drafted were all turned into one word. It is good. He patted Jian Wushuang's shoulders, his eyes full of comfort and appreciation. Jian Wushuang also didn't say much, and the relationship between the two was also a teacher and friend, and it was no longer clear what warm words could say. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang led the Bloodwave Supreme and others toward the ancestor of the patriarch. Thank you, Senior White Ape, for help. Jian Wushuang first paid respectfully to the patriarch ancestors. The patriarch ancestors had great gratitude to him. Not only did he save his life, but this time also saved the entire Palace of Life. The Bloodwave Supreme and others have the same expression and said archly, "Ill wait, Senior White Ape." In theory, the patriarch ancestors rescued them, and in Lili the patriarch ancestors cultivated their existence far beyond theirs, and naturally deserve respect. No need to be polite. The patriarch ancestor shook his head with a hand and groaned, "Speaking of you, the Lord of the Palace of Life Palace, you are still old with the old man. You once helped the old man once." The old man just returned his favor. After hearing the words, Supreme Bloodwave and others suddenly narrowed their pupils and looked at each other, and then asked again, "Council Senior, do you know our master?" They are all people of the same age and naturally recognize. The patriarch nodded. Hearing here, Bloodwave Supreme and others suddenly looked excited, forcibly pressed their inner emotions and asked, "Then, Senior White Ape, do you know where our palace master is now? Is it okay?" The patriarch's ancestors narrowed their eyes and groaned for a while or two, then sighed softly. "The Lord is trapped in that place. I am afraid the situation is not good. I won't be able to return in a short time." Chapter 4406. Is that so? Bloodwave Supreme waited for a moment, and then seemed to remember something, and some of them lost their souls. Jian Wushuang didn't say anything beside him, listening silently. He was always curious about who the Lord of the Palace of Life was, and why it has not appeared. At this moment, listening to the discussion between the Patriarch and the Supreme Bloodwave, he immediately understood that it seemed that the owner of the Palace of Life was trapped in a certain place. Can't come out. After a while, Jian Wushuang once again introduced the people of the Sword Alliance to Bloodwave Supreme and others. Almost half of the people in the Sword League came this time. According to the Overlord, there are still some remote Sword League disciples on their way. Sword Wushuang naturally will not neglect. First of all, thank you. After discussing with the Supreme Master of Blood, all the people who are helping in the future will be invited to the Palace of Life, and a feast is a thank you. After Jian Wushuang said, "Overlord, Maluo Yengu," how Emperor and others were naturally indispensable, and they respected obedience and obeyed the arrangement of Jian Wushuang. However, the ancestor of the Naha ancestor, after thinking about it, shook his head and refused, turned and left. Jian Wushuang's heart inevitably has some regrets, but he won't force it. After a period of getting along, he can be regarded as a clear understanding of the paternal ancestor's temperament, free-spirited, unwilling to restrain, and alone. Bloodwave Supreme arranged for the Sword Alliance to enter the Temple of Life, and at the same time, let the Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme go to the cosmic passage of the Nine Emperor Pavilion and the Starry Sword Sect to see if they could cooperate with these two forces to bring the Big Sun Emperor and Black Feather Supreme remain. At the same time, it was considered to invite Shinkong Jianzong and Judy Pavilion to dinner. After some arrangements, Supreme Master Shui led everyone into the Temple of Life. Inside the Temple of Life, Life Shrine disciples, who have been looking at the Shuangguang mirror and watching the situation on the battlefield, have long waited. Seeing the return of Bloodwave Supreme and Jian Wushuang and others, there was a burst of joy and joy. Supreme Blood. The disciples of Life Shrine said hello to Supreme Master Xie, but more attention was still put on Jian Wushuang. This is Brother Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian Wushuang is really powerful. Some of the new disciples who have entered the Temple of Life and have never seen Jian Wushuang watched Jian Wushuang with admiration. Jian Wushuang smiled and said hello to them. Immediately, he also saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd of Life Shrine. For example, the Lord of the Winds that had had a dispute with him was not seen for nearly 100,000 years, and he broke through to the level of invincible dominance. His body converges, and his eyes have a vicissitudes of life. There is also Wu Deling, who saw Jian Wushuang at the moment, the wrinkled, smiling face like a little old man. The sword without 1,000 swords. Forget it, Uncle Ben forgive you, good job? Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and held Wu Daoheling's face torn, and immediately stared at that aura. Bloodwave Supreme looked at this scene, and could not help feeling a warm current. This is the Shrine of Life, and this is the home of everyone. For the rest of their lives after the death of the Temple of Life, these disciples naturally did not need to leave anymore. Under the arrangement of Supreme Bloodwave, they returned to their posts one after another, while Yinshan Supreme took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and Reformed Mountains. After 3 months, the feast was held. The lights in the Palace of Life are full of joy and joy. Now that the Lord of the Palace of Life disappears, and GVV is supremely asleep, he will be led by the Bloodwave to command the Palace of Life. The Giant Axe Supreme and Tian Di Supreme, who are responsible for picking up the Starry Sword Sect and Jiodi Pavilion, have returned. Behind them are the Jiodi Pavilion's Heartbreaking Supreme, Red Ear Supreme, and the Wu Jianxian of Starry Sword Sect. It is more regrettable that after hearing about the defeat of the Black God Emperor and the Emperor Dari, they fled without hesitation, resulting in the Giant Axe Supreme and others not leaving them. Jian Wushuang and Shoshin Supreme have the old one, and naturally it is a shame to meet again. At the feast, everyone laughed and smiled. When the interest was the highest, when a major event was finalized. After today's feast, the Palace of Life and the Starry Sword Sect, the Nine Emperor Pavilion, and the Overlord family formed an alliance relationship, and since then they have supported each other and moved forward together. No vow was made between them, because the core hub of this alliance is Jian Wushuang. As long as Jian Wushuang does not die one day, this alliance will last forever. At the banquet, Jian Wushuang noticed that a pair of beautiful eyes had been staring at him, and could not help sighing, and said hello to Wu Jianxian, the owner of the beautiful eyes. Jian Wushuang. I've seen Lord Wu Jianxian. For Wu Jianxian, Jian Wushuang is quite admired. There are not many supremes in this universe, and even fewer supremes. With the help of a woman's body, Wu Jianxian can reach the top of the universe, stand on top of the universe, break the Star River, and take charge of one path. Okay. Wu Jianxian nodded. She was tall, with three-dimensional facial features, her hair was tied up, and she passed it through a white gold jade pendant, giving it an extremely capable and heroic feeling. You, really good. She glanced up and down, sword unparalleled, and then said lightly, as an invincible supremacy and enlightenment with swords, Wu Jiangxian's vision is naturally not low. She looked at it with a single glance, and Jian Wushuang was full of breath without sending out. She had a great understanding of Kendo, not even behind her. Mr. Wu Jianxian is ridiculous. Jian Wushuang nodded. She knew that Wu Jianxian would talk to him naturally. It would not be so simple to just be one or two. Sure enough, after seeing Wu Jianxian groaning for a moment or two, she finally said, Jian Wushuang, can you show me the Tai Luo Excalibur? Is Tai Luo Di Jian? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words. He had heard a few points about the relationship between Wu Jianxian and Tai Luo Supreme, so he didn't hesitate, nodding back, "It is good." After that, Jin Wushuang took out the Tai Luo Excalibur and handed it to Wu Jianxian. Wu Jianxian looked at the Tai Luo Divine Sword. The state of perpetual trembling suddenly trembled. The color of recollection surged in his eyes. That smiling and proud universe that year, whoever we are, once attacked Xing Yi's arrogant Tai Luo Jianzun and returned. Taro. Wu Jiangxian's 5 onion fingers gently rubbed the blade of Taro's Excalibur, and some of them were fascinated. It wasn't until a long time later that she returned to God and handed back the Tai Luo magic sword to Jian Wushuang, whispering softly, "Thank you." After a pause, Wu Jianxian took a deep breath, flipped her right hand again, and a golden scabbard appeared in her hand. "Jiang Wushuang, you are the heir to the Supreme Luo, so this thing should belong to you." "This is..." Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he suddenly found that after the scabbard appeared, the tailor magic sword trembled suddenly, trying to break free from the sword without hands and enter the scabbard. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 4407. Click. With a clear whistle, Tai Luo Dijian shot into the golden scabbard. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out of the scabbard, and a sense of completeness came, as if the Taro Excalibur and the scabbard were one. Wu Jianxian said with a smile, "The sword is unparalleled. The world only knows the Taro sword, but it doesn't know the Taro sword sheath. Only the Taro sword has the Taro sword sheath. Is it invincible?" "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then said, "What does this mean? I have to ask Master Wu Jianxian to make it clear." Wu Jianxian groaned for a while and said, "Jian Wushuang, have you ever heard of Ji Dao Shinbing?" "Ji Dao Shinbing?" Jian Wushuang heard this for a moment and then thought back, "I've heard one or two, but I don't know much." Wu Jianxian explained, "The real soldiers of Ji Dao should be called the ancestors of Ji Dao, but the 7 strongest weapons that appeared at the beginning of chaos and the universe were born, enough to suppress the universe. These 7 stalks of ancestral ancestors have different functions. For example, your penthouse chaos tripod is one of the 7 stalks of ancestors and created by the master. The Tai Luo Excalibur is also one of the 7 ancestors of the stalk, and it is the master's kill. However, it is precisely because of the killing of the master of the Tai Luo Excalibur that his temper is one of the most violent of the 7-armed ancestors. With a little carelessness, it is easy to eat back the host, and it is easy to demonize the stain and damage. And this scabbard, from the Seraph Sword, can play a role in suppressing and nurturing the Seraph Sword. As long as the Taro Sword sheath is present, the Taro Excalibur can continue to grow and become stronger and stronger." After Wu Jianxian said, "Seeing Jian Wushuang still looks like he can't understand," he shook his head and smiled, "Sword Wushuang, this is too powerful for the sword sheath. You may not understand it now, and you will naturally know it in the future. Now, well, I came to the Temple of Life today. One is to see you, and the other is to see the Taro sword. Now that I have wished, I will go first." After saying that, Wu Jianxian said goodbye to the Supreme Master Xie, and drove the flying sword, flying away, just like the Yi Pingzhou, heading for Shanghai. There was a touch of contemplation in Jian Wu's eyes, and holding the exposed sword handle of the Taro Excalibur, a sense of blood-to-heart connection was sensed from his mind. He felt that at that time, a trace of evil thoughts left by Tai Luo Supreme on Tai Luo's Excalibur was finally cleared away and gradually restored to the purest and most perfect state. Time passed slowly, and the 3-day feast finally came to an end. This feast not only finalized the alliance between the Palace of Life, the Patriarch, and the 9 Emperors Pavilion, but also promoted 2 new chief executives. 6th Chief Supreme, King of 9 Calamities. The 7th Chief Supreme, Sword Unparalleled. In this regard, there is no objection to the entire Life Shrine. Originally, the Supreme of the Life Shrine, only the top Supreme can serve, but although the King of 9 Kings only has a medium Supreme practice, it is definitely a top Supreme, even stronger. Not to mention the Sword Wushuang. When it was still the ultimate dominator, it was able to slay the Supreme, and now he has obtained the Supreme Avenue, completely unlocking the Terra Excalibur, and it is unnecessary to know that the sword Wushuang must be strong at the moment already. The Shrine of Life is full of congratulations. That night, the top of the moon is a little starry. The sixth mountain range of the Shrine of Life, on a mountain top. The sword sat cross-legged. The whole person seemed to be integrated with the full moon next to the mountain, and at first glance it looked like Gu Shixian, unstained by the earth. Behind him, the overlord stood respectfully, sweeping the audience since Jian Wushuang, breaking through the supreme. He completely lost his heart to Jian Wushuang. At the beginning, he helped Jian Wushuang in this way, and there was a gambling element. The future of gambling Wushuang will not be low, which will feed back to him and the whole family. But now, he is determined that the sword is unparalleled, and the future is expected to become a giant arm of the universe. Leader, do you need to take Mrs. Wushuang? Said the overlord Xinshang. Jian Wushuang thought about it and shook his head. It still won't work. Let Shuanger stay with Senior White Ape first. After I have completely resolved the turmoil, I will pick her up in person. When it comes to the word turbulence, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a slaughter. The overlord was shocked, and then took a deep breath. League, do you intend to take action against the dragons? Jian Wushuang nodded his head and shook his head again. The dragon is a towering giant tree with deep roots and is not easy to destroy. Such good dishes must naturally be placed at the end. As for the great Sun God Kingdom, Taishu Temple, etc., of course it's time to calculate the old accounts. The sword was bilingual and suddenly turned cold. He acted with his sword in his entire life and never took the initiative to deceive others. But too many powerful forces such as the Temple of Deficiency had to go in and attack him again and again. His sword is unparalleled. He has already moved to kill. The Lord, when do we start? The Overlord asked. Jian Wushuang heard the thoughts flashing in his eyes and said, I haven't completely stabilized the Supreme Realm yet. I'll talk about it until I completely stabilize the Supreme Divine Realm. Yes. The Overlord nodded, then said, League, then I will retreat first and prepare with Yinggu and Jiuxing Sun. It didn't take long for the Overlord to congratulate. On the top of Shao Ses Mountain, only Tian Mingming Yu and Jian Wushuang were companions. The sword sat cross-legged, his right hand turned over, and Tai Luo Jiandian appeared in his hand. Now he breaks through the supreme. The following three sword styles of Tai Luo Jiandian are naturally no longer crippled and can be read through. The first form of Tai Luo Jiandian is called Yongyi, and the second form is called Daybreak. The two seem to be unrelated, but they are intertwined. The third form is called Dusk, Hero's Twilight, God's Twilight. This style is a sword to cut God. In the eyes of Jian Wu, the scene of the sun setting in the west appeared. In this scene, a blue sword opened the gate of heaven. The mighty sword vibrated Kunlun, rolled the dragon's wall, and wiped out all the supreme heaven. Not too hesitant, Jian Wushuang continued to turn to the fourth style. The fourth style of Terra Sword Code, 4 Seasons. As the name suggests, this Tai Lu sword canon is called the fourth form of the 4 Seasons, which contains the 4 sword meanings of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Compared to the first 3 styles, the 4 Seasons sword has a deeper and deeper intention, and its obscurity and complexity, even today's sword unparalleled, are quite difficult to understand. This also makes the sword unparalleled emotion. Tai Luo Supreme deserves to be the first sword honor since ancient times. Its talent on the kendo. I am afraid that he is not in the slightest under his sword unparalleled. If I want to really catch up with Tai Luo Jianzun, at least I will get the Supreme. Jian Wushuang shook his head, realized the sword style of the 4 Seasons, took a deep breath, and finally opened the last page of Tai Luo Jiandian. Fifth form, Taro. Chapter 4408. Taro. This is the last form of Terra Sword Code, named directly after Taro Supreme, and its hegemony can be imagined. This sword was created by Tai Luo Supreme in his later years, and it is also the greatest dependence of Tai Luo Jian, so to rely on the universe and lone towns. This sword contains all the insights of Tai Lu Supreme invincible kendo, but the master of Taoism in his life. I'm invincible, who can I let go of? I'm so brave. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. Immediately, Jian Wushuang's thoughts sank into this Taro sword style. Next moment, the scene in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly changed. The bright moon on the mountain disappeared, the violent wind disappeared, and he seemed to be trapped in a virtual space. In front of him, a blue shirt stood with his back to his back. Taro Supreme. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "My successor, you finally turned the last page." The voice of the blue shirt was low and turned slowly. His face was clear, his face was long and thin, his eyes were sharp, and he was 300 pre-chaos blue shirt sword gods. "I wait for you for a long time." He glanced up at the sword unparalleled and said. Jian Wushuang looked at him the same way. Of course, the person in front of him wouldn't really be Tai Luo Supreme. If he guessed right, Tai Luo Supreme at this moment should be the mark left in the Tai Luo sword code before his death. "Come on, little guy. Let me see how much strength you have as my heir." Tai Luo Supreme spoke faintly, and then his eyes flashed a sharp sense of sharpness. A long sword condensed by divine energy was held in his hand. "It is good." Sword Wushuang nodded. A flash of hotness flashed in his eyes, and a long sword condensed in his hands. Regarding the thousands of chaos eras that galloped across the universe and fell into the 300 chaos prehistoric eras, the Tailor Supreme has long been fascinated for a long time. Now, this opportunity is finally before us. Then, a battle across time and space begins. Tai Luo Supreme stepped on and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he had already appeared behind Jian Wu's body, and he stabbed fiercely. So fast. Jian Wushuang's pupil shrank, and the response was not slow. Without turning back, he already inserted a sword obliquely, and the grid blocked the thorn. "Your sword, it's too slow." Tai Luo Supreme spoke coldly, throwing his right foot like a giant axe and slamming it on the sword perilous waist. Puff. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang fell all over, and the huge power from his waist made him take a few steps forward. Before he could return to God, the figure of Tai Luo Supreme flashed again, and he appeared in front of the sword without two sides. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a dark sword mangling, which was constantly enlarged in his eyes, and finally slashed at him severely. Consciousness collapsed. It was only after a long, long time that Jian Wushuang's consciousness recovered in this virtual space. Tai Luo supremely bares the back of his hand facing Jian Wushuang, and a low voice comes out of his mouth. "My successor, the way Kendo is, the stronger the magical power, the stronger Kendo. Even if it is the most basic thorn, chop and chop, it will reach an extreme, and it will also give out the strongest power. As long as murder is a murder sword." Jian Wushuang heard the words, could not help but fall into meditation. Among the opponents of Tai Luo Supreme just now, Tai Luo Supreme did not use any mighty swordsmanship, but defeated him with a stab or a split. There was no chance for him to use Kendo magical powers. Gradually, there was a tinge of enlightenment in Jian Wushuang's eyes. At this moment, Tai Luo Supreme has once again killed with a sword. Don't be distracted when facing the enemy. Tai Luo Supreme spoke coldly, and the whole person turned into a cyan afterimage. The speed was extremely fast, and thousands of swords were split in an instant. Come. Sword hunting warfare was captured in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. At the same step, the divine power broke out and he collided towards Tai Luo Supreme. Ding ding ding. The two instantly fought for 100 moves. After a joss stick, breaking dawn, Taro Supreme suddenly turned into a golden light, sprinting forward and slashing the sword unparalleled. The way to Kendo lies in the convergence of moves, its enemies with the fastest speed and the most convenient way. Do you understand? Time passes slowly. From the outside, Jian Wushuang seems to be transformed into a sculpture, sitting cross-legged on the mountain. In fact, Jian Wushuang is immersed in the space of Tai Luo and fights against Tai Luo Supreme day and night. Taro Supreme, after all, has lived through thousands of chaos eras and once stood on the top of the universe. When it comes to the consciousness of Kendo, it is much deeper and deeper than that of swords. One practice is only 700,000 years, and there are thousands of times of chaos. There is no comparison between the two. In the confrontation between the two, Jin Wushuang is like a sponge, absorbing the insights of Tai Lu's supreme Kendo madly. Jin Wushuang's Kendo realm began to rise at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Tai Luo's supreme, like a gold medal sparring, constantly helps Jin Wushuang grow. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed in this trial space. In these 5,000 years, Jin Wushuang did not stop fighting with Tai Luo Supreme for a moment. He was killed by 688 times by Tai Luo Supreme. Gradually, Jin Wushuang went from having no fight back to becoming 1 or 2 against Tai Luo Supreme. At your fingertips, 5,000 years have passed. In this 5,000 year, Jin Wushuang has grown so impressive that he can fight against Tai Luo Supreme without losing the slightest disadvantage. And, with the passage of time, the victory is constantly leaning towards Jin Wushuang. If this is known to the outside world, I am afraid that it will set off a stormy sea in the universe. In just 10,000 years, Jin Wushuang has caught up with thousands of Chaos-era Kendo consciousnesses of Tai Luo Supreme. What a horrible learning talent! How fast is it growing? Tai Luo Supreme turned into a blue shadow, while Jin Wushuang turned into a black light. Both speeds are extremely fast, constantly flashing and colliding in the void, pulling up numerous afterimages. The sword light flickered. The sword shadow was heavy, intertwined with each other. Tai Luo Supreme and Jin Wushuang. Both of them are filled with skyward sword energy and are extremely extreme. The two men fought 1,000 times in an instant, and a long stream of sparks sputtered from the sword in their hands. Breaking dawn. Tai Luo Supreme sighed coldly, and immediately became one with the sword, turning into a golden light of dawn, like the lightning that tore the night, and rushed towards the sword Wushuang. Chopper star. Jin Wushuang's head was full of black hair flying, and a forest blue sword Mang was instantly split. This sword firmly locked Taro Supreme, and chopped it straight, making Taro Supreme's broken dawn sword slightly stagnant. Next moment. Breaking dawn. Jin Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and also transformed into the dawning sword, and rushed towards Tai Luo Jin Zun. A huge shock wave exploded, and Tai Luo Jinzuan and Jin Wushuo crossed the long sword in a cross and collided together. The strong wind blew their hair. In the eyes of the two, they are shooting out of the war. Click, click, click. Immediately, the sword in the hands of Tai Luo Jinzuan was broken inch by inch. There was a smile of satisfaction on his clear face. My successor, if you have a chance in the future, please kill a man named Emperor Eater for me. After taking a deep look at Jin Wushuang, Tai Luo Supreme gradually annihilated, turning into black smoke. Then, like the same black line, these black smokes penetrated into Jin Wushuang's brows. The fifth form of the Terra Sword Code, Taro, impressively reflected in Jin Wushuang's mind. Chapter 4409. Click and wipe. The virtual space is constantly broken. Jin Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword flickered in his eyes. The strong wind on the top of the mountain is still turbulent, and the full moon next to it is still bright. For Jin Wushuang, he has been in the virtual space for more than 10,000 years, but to the outside world, it has only passed half of Zhuxiang time. This harvest is too big. Jin Wushuang couldn't help sighing. Through this 10,000 years of training and teaching, he not only mastered the 5 styles of Kendo magic in the Terra Sword Code, but also fully realized Taro's supreme Kendo, and even strengthened it on the basis. He defeated Tai Luo Supreme in the virtual space, which already represents that he is stronger than the Tai Luo Supreme when he was waiting for the Supreme at the beginning. This does not include other means of sword unparalleled, such as Chaos Overlord, Special Life, and so on. This is an epic enhancement to Jin Wushuang. The cold evening wind blew the long hair of Jin Wushuang. After a moment, Jin Wushuang lowered his head, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. Emperor. According to Tai Luo Supreme, if Jin Wushuang did not guess wrong, this person called Emperor S was afraid that it was the culprit that caused Tai Luo Supreme to fall indirectly or directly. You must know that the Taro Supreme that the top Supreme repaired at that time With the Taro Excalibur in his hand and the extremely terrifying Kendo magical power, has been enough to sweep the universe, suppress the peoples, is not weaker than the Invincible Supreme, and even enough to kill Invincible Supreme. Maybe in the universe, there are very rare characters in the universe who can defeat Taro Supreme, but they can kill him directly, and even the people who destroy Taro's kingdom are almost zero. If there are such characters in the universe, Jin Wushuang would not be unaware. After all, the fall of Tai Luo Supreme is actually no more than 300 Chaos Ages, not too far away. Who is this Bite Eater? Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and he determined that he had never heard of this character. He was almost killed by a group of mysterious Supremes when he was in the Juri Starfield. Those mysterious and supreme seemed to be called 7 or 5. After a moment, Jin Wushuang shook his head. Since he didn't understand, he simply stopped thinking. Also, if I can meet the Emperor Eater later, and I can beat him, then I will kill him for you. Jin Wushuang faintly whispered to himself. The next time, Jin Wushuang did not rush to leave, but announced to the Bloodwave Supreme and announced the retreat again. During this long-running battle with Tai Luo Supreme, he realized that there are too many things, and he needs to carefully sort out one or two to make it fully understand. As time went by, 5,000 years passed again. In the universe, the calm and calm have gradually recovered. The 5 major forces, such as Taishu Temple, Shuetyin Temple, and Qiyang God Kingdom, seem to have really died down and kept silent about the sword unparalleled. And the most powerful dragon, once the crown of the universe, did not come out as a demon for a while and fell into a state of silence. The whole universe is a peaceful color. 5,000 years later, the Shrine of Life is day by day. The 6th mountain, which belongs to the manor of Jin Wushuang, has been transformed into the Supreme Mansion with his 7th highest position. Crunch! Suddenly, the gate of the manor house, which had been locked for 5,000 years, was slowly pushed open from the inside by a white palm. A cold young man wearing a gold-plated robe with a corner of clothing, a sword hanging from his waist, and purple gold eyes, stepped out of the manor step by step. See Warriors Supreme. At the gate of the manor house, 2 disciples of the Palace of Life, when they saw Jin Wushuang at first, immediately bowed and said hello. Okay. Jin Wushuang slightly yelled at their heads, and they greeted him. Then, as soon as they stepped, they turned into swordsmanship and shot at the Supreme Temple. Grunt grunt. The fierce howling wind in the air passed quickly across Jin Wushuang's cheek. Now that everything is in place, it's time to settle the old accounts. In the eyes of Jin Wushuang's purple gold, there was an indifference. In these 5,000 miles, he finally mastered the Wudao Tongtian Shintong of Tailuo Jindian and mastered the Supreme Realm firmly. The already terrible sword is unparalleled, and the strength goes to the next level. A moment later, the Supreme Temple arrived. Only 5,000 years ago, there has been no change in the Supreme Temple. Only the Supreme Master of Blood. It seems that he has already learned the news of Jin Wushuang's exit. Supreme Blood. Jin Wushuang stepped in and nodded towards Bloodwave Supreme. Sword unparalleled. Have you completely stabilized the Supreme Realm? Bloody Supreme asked with a smile. Fortunately, no shame. Jin Wushuang said with a smile. The 2 of them shivered for a while, and saw the Supreme suffering suddenly sighed and asked, Jin Wushuang, I know why you came, but are you ready to start working for those 6 forces? There is nothing to hide from this. Jin Wushuang nodded and calmly replied, yes, it's time to settle old accounts with them. Bloodwave Supreme heard a deep look at Jin Wushuang and asked again, are you ready, Jin Wushuang? Jin Wushuang said, except for the Dragon Clan, he is not sure how to deal with it. The other major forces are no longer in the eyes of Jin Wushuang. Even if they have any whole cards, Jin Wushuang is confident and cannot pose a lethal threat to him. That's good. Xie Buoshuan smiled comfortably. Although he doesn't know how strong Jin Wushuang is today, he knows Jin Wushuang's temperament. If he has more than 80% certainty, Jin Wushuang will not take risks. Lost and risked. After thinking about it, Xiaoboxi and Shanin said, Jin Wushuang, this time you go to the 6 forces, our life shrine. It is estimated that we cannot help you. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. It was to his surprise that the Temple of Life experienced 2 wars, and the Supreme was severely damaged. And Jian Wushuang did not intend to drag anyone into the water this time, including Jian Ming. Jian Wushuang, come, these are the 6 forces information that I collected for you during this time. You will see later. Bloodwave Supreme flipped his right hand, took out a roll of jade tube and handed it to Jian Wushuang, and then said, Sword unparalleled, I suggest you. It is best to start with the Blood Temple. Among these 6 forces, the Blood Temple is not only the weakest one, but also the one with the deepest roots and the highest strength is the Blood Temple Master, who is top-notch. Is the Blood Temple? Okay, I will consider it. Jian Wu's eyes flashed a thought. The two trembled for a while, and Jian Wushuang wore a bamboo block on his head and left the Palace of Life. Chapter 44:10. In the universe, the stars are flickering and boundless. Among them, there is an asteroid group in the depths of the universe. There are thousands of small and large stars in this asteroid group, mixed with dragons and snakes, and all kinds of people who are illustrious and vicious. Therefore, this asteroid group is also called the Sin Field. The Blood Temple was built in this sinful star domain. Among the top forces in the universe, the Blood Temple is not powerful. At first, the whole force is the highest cultivation person, but it is only the Blood Temple Master. Succession from generation to generation. However, the Blood Temple is definitely the most difficult force to deal with. They are like poisonous snakes living in dark corners. Once they are targeted, they are like dead bones, endless and pervasive. Therefore, few people in the universe are willing to provoke the group of bugs in Blood Temple. At this moment, deep inside the sinister realm, a large hall built on the poison mist marsh. Dear Lord, this is the blood food from the new memorial below. There was no light in the hall, and it was quiet and quiet. A man in a black robe stepped into the hall and spoke toward the throne hidden deep in the hall. Immediately, a husky voice came from the depths of the hall with a tired voice. Let the blood food go. Yes. The man in black robe nodded respectfully, turned his right hand down, and suddenly a black iron cage appeared in the hall. Inside the cage, dozens of ultimate masters were locked inside like pigs and poultry, with a look of panic. This is where? Let me out. My master is the Supreme Master of Nanming in the Southern Star Domain. Hurry up and let me go, or wait for my master to come to your door. You have no good fruit to eat. Please, please let me go. Suddenly, yelling and begging for mercy began to ring. However, the more they shouted, the more disturbed they became. Next moment, a ray of blood shot from deep in the hall, and then rolled back, rolling the entire black iron cage into it. In the hall, there were numerous muffled sounds and screams. After a while, the shouting screams stopped, and a middle-aged man wearing a wide blood robe with an evil appearance stepped out of the hall step by step. This person, he is the master of the Blood Temple, the Supreme of Blood Temple. Blood 7, the recent blood food, the quality is not good. Shuetian Supreme's lips were a little seductive and red, and he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, looking at the black-robed man hoarsely. The black-robed man smiled bitterly when he heard the words, and replied, The Temple Master, this sinister Starfield-talented seedling has been eaten. If you want to find new blood food, you have to leave here. The Sin Realm went looking for it. Blood Heaven Supreme waved his hands and said, That's it? The man in black robe nodded, and then asked with great concern, Master, how is your body recovering? How's it going? The Lord of the Blood Heaven Palace heard the words, and a flash of resentment flashed in his eyes. 2 times before and after strangling Jian Wushuang. The first time Jian Wushuang was rescued by the Patriarch's ancestors, and he even took the punch of the Patriarch's ancestors with a punch. Although the punch didn't hit the Pa ancestor at random, and it was not entrained to kill, he was still collapsed by the bomb body and was seriously injured. Later, he finally recovered from the injury, and then participated in the battle to level the Life Shrine. First, he battled the Axe Supreme, and was bombarded by bombers. Then he was bombarded by the Chaos God Thunder that was introduced by sword warriors. Suddenly, the injury broke out. If he hadn't left quickly at that time, I was afraid that there would be danger of falling that day. If this were not the case, He would not rely on just some ultimate masters as blood food to speed up the recovery of the blood demon body. Damn sword, unparalleled. Thought of this. The blood of the supreme venom is even more venomous. Jin Wushuang, wait and see. One day, this place will turn you into blood, eat its flesh, and sleep on its skin. After taking a deep breath, the supreme venom gradually dissipated. He converged his thoughts and opened his mouth to ask the Hypo people, Blood 7, have there been any visions at the Temple of Life recently? The man in the black robe replied, Return to the Lord of the Temple. The universe has been peaceful in recent years. The Temple of Life has been recuperating, and Jin Wushuang has no movements. It should still be in the Temple of Life to consolidate the Supreme State. Well, that's fine. Shuetian Supreme heard a sigh of relief, and now he is in a very weak state. I don't know how much the combat power has fallen compared to the peak period. I am afraid that Jin Wushuang will come to him for trouble at this time. Jin Wushuang's talents and strength, the entire universe is already aware of it. Although the two sides of the sword have just broken through the elementary supreme realm, many people in the universe have divided the strength of the sword unparalleled into the highest level, even the sword unparalleled. The braggers even said that Jin Wushuang already had top-notch combat power. Well, when this seat recovers this time, it will almost be able to break through the half-step invincible supreme. When the time comes, Shanqiangbi will fall to Huangquan, and I will kill the sword unparalleled. Blood Heaven Supreme hummed. Breakthrough. The man in the black robe had 7 bloods. When he heard the words, he was immediately overjoyed, and immediately kneeled down. She said, That's small. First congratulate the Lord here. I wish the Lord generations through generations, unified the universe. Shuetian Supreme heard a smile, reached out and touched the head of Blood 7, and said, Blood 7, for the sake of your loyalty, this seat assures you. As long as you follow this seat obediently, you will definitely be your goodness is indispensable. Not finished. An extremely cold sound suddenly exploded. Did you die with you? Huh. The next moment, the gate of the blood temple was ripped apart. A stern young man with a bucket hat and a black robe and a sword around his waist stepped in. You are Swords warriors. Suddenly, the smile on Shuetian Supreme's face solidified, and then the scalp became numb. The Blood 7 did not respond for a moment, staying in place. Extreme bloody, long time no see. The corner of Jin Wushuang's mouth opened a touch of Mori cold radiant, and said lightly, Jin Wushuang, why are you here? Where is the blood clothing guard? Blood Jun, what about blood? At this time, Xie Qifeng reacted and screamed. He clearly remembers that there are many blood clothing guards around the blood temple, and the 2 vice halls of Blood Jun and Blood Veterinarian are in charge of the overall situation. The 2 deputy hall masters are all medium to supreme practice. Jin Wushuang, how could it be silent and entered the blood temple? Shuetian Supreme did not speak, and his face was ugly. You don't need to ask him to know that the blood cloak guarding the blood temple and the 2 deputy temple masters of the blood monarch blood have all died in the hands of Jin Wushuang. And why is it so silent? It can only prove that Jin Wushuang's strength is far above them. Chapter 4411. Jin Wushuang, what do you want to do? Shuetian Supreme looked at Jin Wushuang gloomily, said coldly. Jin Wushuang didn't answer, but reached out to take off the cloak, and let the black hair roll away. This said with a smile, Blood A, you seem to be weak now. Shuetian Supreme heard a cold snorting, narrowed his eyes and said, Han, Jin Wushuang, it seems you want to kill me? At the same time, he slowly began to accumulate divine power. Blood days, I wasn't the ultimate overlord that year. When you see me weak, you bully again and again, and you even have to settle down the palace of life. Sword Wushuang slowly spoke. Blood Heaven Supreme heard the words, and a slap of blood drew from the corner of his mouth, sneer and said, Jin Wushuang, this universe is originally weak meat and strong food. Do you not understand the reason? At the beginning, you were weak. You should be deceived. Who blame? Shaking his head in disdain, Shuetian Supreme continued and said, Jin Wushuang, this place tells you the truth. I only hate why I didn't do it earlier and cut you out. This makes your bereaved dog a climate now. Really? Jian Wushuang nodded and then smiled. Blood days, you saw me as a gnat that pinched to death. Now, in my eyes, isn't it also a gnat? Huh. The words fell. Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot and immediately shattered the whole blood temple, shattering the whole person like a cannonball, and rushed towards blood heaven supreme. He didn't pull his sword at all. Just the surging blood from his body had shaken all directions. In the next breath, Jian Wushuang appeared instantly above the blood heaven supreme. His right hand condensed into a fist, and Jian Guangkankan on his fist, like pushing a golden chariot, blasted towards the head of blood heaven supreme. Sword unparalleled, do you really think you can sweep the universe by breaking through the supreme? Shuetyin Supreme grinned, and a white curved sickle appeared in his hand. Go die. A large amount of supreme divine power poured out from the blood heaven supreme hand, poured into the demon sickle in his hand, and split the sword like a cold moon. A layer of purple venom is attached to this demon sickle blade, which is enough to directly corrode and melt the supreme. Even if the top supreme is contaminated a little, it will be severely damaged. Hey! However, a scene that scared him happened. This indestructible white demon sickle was split on the sword's chaotic, domineering body, without even breaking the skin, tearing a long string of sparks. How can it be? Blood heaven extreme trembled in his heart. How impossible! Jian Wushuang heard a sneer. Chaos Overlord was the first of all ages. When he was the ultimate dominator, he punched the mid-level Supreme Zhennan with a punch, and later shook Chaos God Thunder. Its strong and overbearing place can be seen from this. And after he was baptized by grenades and broke through the Supreme, he not only repaired it a step further, but also the physical strength of the Chaos God body rose even higher. If the Blood Heaven Supreme is still at its peak, he will not be so encumbered. But now the Blood Heaven Supreme is still injured, and it is not bad to play half of his strength. How can he hurt him? Native Chicken Tile Dog. Boom! The sword Wushuang's fist directly blasted through the chest of Blood Heaven Supreme, as if it were a cannon. Under the might of this fist, thousands of miles away from the surrounding land were all trembling, like a terrifying earthquake. Suddenly, the bloody Supreme reverted to a blushing complexion, which instantly turned pale. He stared at Jian Wushuang again, terrified in his heart. This son is already strong enough to pervert. I'm afraid he's in the top extreme enough to sweep invincible. Suddenly, Shuetyin Supreme thought flashed wildly, and pushed a chi with a dull face next to him. Help this seat block the sword unparalleled. The next moment, Bloody Heaven took a deep breath and turned to escape madly. Master of the Temple. Suddenly, Sweki looked at Jian Wushuang, who was killed by Ta Tian, and he was struck with excitement. Sword unparalleled. It's none of my business. His lips trembled fiercely, and there was a look of hope in his eyes. He was a medium supreme, but before the sword was double-sided at the moment, there was not even a trace of resistance. None of your business? The sword was two-sided and expressionless, and the voice Moran said, when you slaughtered the disciples of Life Shrine, did you ever think that it was not their business? When you went to the wild wilderness of the universe to kill me, have you ever thought about it? The purple Chuan imprint of the sword without a pair of eyebrows is looming, and in the eyes of the purple gold, there is a murder. Huh. Immediately, Jian Wushuang reached out with his right hand, and his five-fingered swords were entangled with a snake-like spirit, which slaps the blood seven directly into a powder. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw that the Blood God Supreme had turned into a red-on and quickly flew away in a certain direction. You can't escape. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and when he stepped on it, he turned into a streamer and quickly chased toward the Supreme of Blood. This chase fled, and immediately alarmed the entire Sin starfield. Almost tens of thousands of practitioners inhabited the asteroid group. After noticing this scene, they looked up and saw that they were shocked to the extreme. Look at it! Blood Heaven Supreme is being hunted down. What? Who can kill the Bloody Supreme? So, that person seems to be a sword unparalleled. Instantly, the words sword warriors came out as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in the crowd. We must know that the Supreme of Bloody Sky is the oldest top Supreme. In this asteroid group, it is the Overlord who controls the right to kill and kill. The awe and fear of everyone have been engraved in his bones. They did not expect that they would break through the Supreme Sword Warrior, and they would be able to force the bloody Supreme Tsangjia to flee. Go. Go after it. Hurry up. Suddenly, countless people glanced at each other. All of them rose into the sky, turned into a streamer, and chased in the direction of Jian Wushuang and Blood Heaven Supreme. Damn! Shueyin Supreme glanced at the sword Wushuang, who kept pulling away from him. Behind him can't help but grit his teeth. His already overwhelmed deities, at this moment, were on the verge of fragmentation. Jian Wushuang, you forced me. Taking a deep breath, Blood Heaven Supreme seemed to have made a decision. There was a flash of pain in his eyes, and he turned sharply, rushing towards a planet not far away. There was a scarlet pool of blood that reached its extremes. Gollum, that pool of blood is like boiling water, and there are constant blood bubbles coming out of fists. Between sinking and floating, we can still see that there are countless stumps of broken limbs and complexion in the blood pool. Skull with eyes wide open. Huh. At the next moment, Blood Heaven Supreme, like a sharp arrow, rushed into this pool of blood. Chapter 44:12. Boom. The sky is full of flowers, and the Supreme body gradually sinks into the depths of the blood pool and disappears. Okay. The sword that came after the killing stepped in a footstep, stagnated in the void, and looked down at the blood pool. Gurus. Blisters continued to flow from the depths of the blood pool. Immediately, the whole blood pool began to rotate, and a smell was coming. Pretend to be a ghost. The sword has no expression on both sides, and the right hand condenses into a fist. Countless golden lights flash, as if a round of sun hangs on his fist, and blasts towards this blood pool fiercely. Huh! A terrifying sound came. Immediately afterwards, the whole blood pool shook madly and was torn apart. Under this punch, heaven and earth seemed to fall, and the sun and the moon seemed to be broken. Those who followed closely to see the lively crowd felt only an extremely powerful oppression, released with the sword's right fist as the center. Sprinting, their bodies are like stinging into a piece of transparent glass. And in that blood pool, the blood of the sky burst out. In the sky of the sky, a red Mang was reaching the extreme speed, holding a meniscus sickle with a long iron chain in his hand, splitting it in front of Jian Wushuang. Tear it. This split directly struck a series of sparks on the golden body of Jian Wushuang's golden light, and forced Jian Wushuang back 3 steps. Hong Zhong's loud voice echoed in the sky. Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and he raised his brow lightly towards the figure who came to him. I saw the red ons dissipating, revealing the Supreme figure. However, at this moment, the Supreme of Blood God had already been judged as if they were 2 people. His tall and burly body had become thin and thin, as if he had been drained of blood, and his wrinkled skin was attached to his bones. The sides of his cheeks were deeply sunken, his eyes were protruding, not like a living person, but more like a skeleton evil spirit walking out of the underworld. Sword. Jian Wushuang, this blood pool was originally intended to break through the half-step invincible Supreme. The result is because of you. I use it in advance to restore the injury, it. The Supreme voice was hoarse, panting slightly, and his eyes became flushed. Go to hell. Blood Heaven Supreme stepped hard, and suddenly turned into a blood light, as flashed, appeared in front of the sword without double sides. The sickle in his hand quickly split off. Huh. The Blood Heaven Supreme splits 13 times, and the speed is extremely fast. Each split is a mixture of endless evil spirits. By the way, the strong wind directly draws the starry earth underneath, forming a gutter of thousands of meters. This may seem simple, but in fact, each of these powers can directly kill a medium Supreme. Is this the ultimate strength? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and then the hunting war fought in his eyes. After breaking through the Supreme, He has not really exploded in strength and has long had itchy hands. Also, just take this bloody supreme to test my strength now. Come. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, urging the chaos overlord completely, and the divine body emitted bright light from the inside and out, just like the 9-day god of war came to the world, throwing his fist and smashing towards the blood heaven supreme. The magnificent qi and blood surged up, and the sword Wushuang's fist drove the qi machine directly to the demon moon sickle cut by the blood god supreme. Huh! Suddenly, a thunderous thunder blew, and a mighty gale swept across the entire stars under Jian Wu's feet, forming a sea of white waves. This isn't the end. The sword Wushuang, who blasted out with one punch, didn't give up. After a long laugh, he threw 13 punches repeatedly and smashed on the blood sky supreme sickle that chopped 13 times. I saw Jian Wushuang open and close. Facing the supreme who recovered the peak of his strength, there was no sign of concession. His fist blasted on the supreme's sickle, and the sickle that was booming kept trembling. Even if the blood heaven supreme ran into bullying occasionally, he smashed into Jian Wushuang's body, and Jian Wushuang did not evade, and carried it purely with the flesh. Ding dang dang dang. The meniscus sickle slammed on Jian Wushuang, making a noise like hitting a steel plate. The sword Wushuang's divine brilliance shines, and the golden light is like a raging wave, standing like a fucking. It is undefeated, full of Zhonggang, eternal and immortal charm. Blood heaven supreme. Even if your strength returns to its peak, it's not good. Jian Wushuang twisted his head and spoke lightly. Until now, he has only used the power of Chaos Overlord. If he pulls out the Taro Excalibur, this blood god will be more vulnerable. Shuetian Supreme heard no words, but stared at Jian Wushuang hardly, panting more and more heavily. In the distance, the shocking force blasted by Jian Wushuang casually, the asteroid crowd slamming to the side looked at this scene, and was suddenly shocked to the extreme. Blood heaven supreme. Can't even break his defense? Jian Wushuang, is this still human? Someone took a breath and said in horror. Jian Wushuang's deeds, they have naturally heard of it, and understand that after Jian Wushuang broke through the Supreme, it must not be an ordinary elementary Supreme that can be compared. But they did not expect that today's sword unparalleled has reached the point where the bare hand is extremely hard. This is nothing. The most important point is that they know that the real strength of Jian Wushuang are not the undefeated physical body, but the superb swordsmanship that can suppress the world. If Jian Wushuang used the Taro Excalibur again, how strong would it be? Everyone dared not think about it anymore, but felt scalp tingling for a while. Above the stars, the supremely sunken cheeks of Blood Heaven Supreme were obviously aware of this. After taking a deep breath, a fascination was captured in the eyes of Shuetian Supreme, saying, "Sword unparalleled, this seat and you are endless. Mystery, gore fiend." He bit his tongue and sang with all his strength. Suddenly, the black robe on his body seemed to be blown by the wind, and hunting sounded. His skinny and dry body, like a balloon, started to inflate quickly, click and wipe. In just a few breaths, he turned into a mountain-like meatball. It's not over yet, arm after arm, twisting and struggling out of his body. On his stomach, there are countless stern faces. Some of them have expressions of fear, others are full of resentment, and there is more despair and pain. These people are all practitioners who are swallowed up by Blood Supreme as blood. Suddenly, in the eyes of everyone, Shuetian Supreme turned completely into an ugly and disgusting humanoid monster. When everyone saw this, they just fell into the ice cellar and got cold all over. A powerful breath emanates from the bloody Supreme. Sword unparalleled, you should be proud to see the true body of this seat. Blood Heaven Supreme opened his mouth, emitting horrific sound waves that did not resemble human beings, as if thousands of people were talking at the same time, overlapping, and it was horrible. Puff. The next moment he raised his hand and patted Jian Wushuang. A bucket of thick, blood-colored vitality bombs condensed from the palm of his hand, and then slammed violently towards the sword Muzu. Is this your real strength? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and knew for a while. Sure enough, The Supreme Master of Blood could not be so simple. But you still don't look good enough. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang's 5 distinct knuckle fingers slowly held the hilt of the Taro Excalibur at the waist. Tai Luo Excalibur, 1 inch by 1 inch, began to scabbard. Chapter 44:13. Boom boom. The Terra Magic sword only came out of the sheath for half a minute, and a stream of sword gas tornado spread out, forming a strong sword pressure. Jian Wushuang's head was full of black hair, and those purple and gold eyes flashed a sense of coldness. Draw sword and cut. Suddenly, the Terra Magic sword turned into a mad snake, slamming down at the vitality of the blood column that was directed towards Jian Wushuang. At this moment, the entire expanse of the sky seemed to be divided by the mighty sea, as if divided into 2 sides, with only one line left. The vision in everyone's eyes turned black, and there was only one golden sword left, crossing a beautiful arc, slashing down. The real power of the Taro Excalibur burst out. Just like a knife-cut tofu, the blood column vitality projectile fired from the Blood Heaven Supreme was directly cut into 2, and it was very easy to break open. Tai Luo Jianmong continued to cut down towards the Blood Heaven Supreme. This kid. Shuetian Supreme gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground with his feet, and suddenly bounced like a large meatball, avoiding the sword. Although his size has become huge, his speed has not only slowed down, but has skyrocketed. Rumble. This sword was chopped on the asteroid under the foot of Blood Heaven Supreme, and it was like cutting an egg with a knife, cutting the whole star on both sides. And this is not to be said. After cutting the star without any hindrance, this practicing swordman continued to shoot the depths of the universe unabated, until it rushed out tens of thousands of feet before dissipating. The terrible sword air spread freely, turning the 2 sides of the sword into a restricted area. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. Now he can break the galaxy with one sword and destroy the planet. Mystery. Blood Demon Arrow. Blood Heaven Supreme was in the starry sky. After looking at the sword unparalleled, he opened his mouth quickly. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of arms spawned from his body, and at the same time he tried to print. A voluptuous evil howl sounded from Bloody Supreme's stomach, as if the stomach was wriggling. Immediately, he saw blood arrows like snakes crawling out of thousands of arms on Bloody Supreme's body, blazing toward the sword Wushuang. There is no way to describe the spectacularness of this scene. Dense, countless blood arrows, covering the sky and the sun, filled all the heavens and the earth, and the speed came to an extreme. Each of these blood arrows has the horror of a primal supreme full blow. At this moment, all the arrows are launched, and after converging together, it is enough to shoot the top supreme into a sieve. Many asteroid monks watching in the distance saw this, but felt that their eyelids were jumping wildly, and they couldn't help spitting. Bloody Supreme is indeed too powerful. However, a scene that stunned them happened. In the face of tens of thousands of blood arrows like a rainstorm pear flower, Jian Wushuang just squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "Chopper." Suddenly, countless energy in the universe converged in the sword without hands, forming a magnificent forest blue sword rainbow, falling down. This sword, across the sky, runs through the sun and the moon. This sword fell. The sharp and powerful sword gas directly strangled all directions, almost shattering the countless blood swords into powder with almost a crushing attitude. One sword breaks everything. Blood Heaven Supreme is powerful, but Jian Wushuang is even more terrifying. Tuck, tuck, tuck. A dull voice sounded. Fortunately, the blood arrow that was not crushed by Jianxing Jianhong hit the sword Wushuang, but it did not penetrate the sword Wushuang, but it was like an arrow hitting a plate of 10 feet thick steel plate. After splashing out on Mars, it turned out to be flying. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also stretched out his big hand, lowered his head and grabbed a blood arrow, just like throwing a javelin, and threw it towards Blood Heaven Supreme. The blood arrows smashed by sword warriors, both in speed and power, have skyrocketed. Suddenly, Shuetian Supreme was hit by this reflected blood arrow, and the whole person dung stepped back 3 steps, his face flushed with a flush. This is not the end. The sword that was cut by Jian Wushuang before it was split. After shattering countless blood arrows, Jian Meng was only slightly dimmed, and it was severely chopped again on the bloody Supreme chest, like playing baseball. In general, the blood Heaven Supreme smashed and flew out. Suddenly, countless people watching in the distance were trembling and shaking. Among them, there are people who are far superior to the sword unparalleled, and even the Supreme exists, but at this moment they are all terrified. This sword Wushuang is a freak. Strong, unparalleled in swordsmanship, not only invincible in attack, but also invincible in defense. Who else can fight sword invincible? The terror is half invincible below the Supreme. No, it should be said to be below the invincible Supreme. I'm afraid that there is no longer a person who can no longer pose a threat to Jian Wushuang. So horrible. At this moment, everyone was staring at Jian Wushuang, their eyes terrified. Prior to this, they never thought that the Lord of the Blood Celestial Palace, who had dominated the asteroid group for nearly 500 years, would one day be suppressed by people who are not invincible and supreme. It seems that in the hands of Jian Wushuang, Shuetian Supreme is not the cruel and fierce blood demon, but a random projectile. No wonder some people said before that without the means to meet Jian Wushuang in person, they would never understand the power of Jian Wushuang and the amazing talent. Countless people remembered the rumors that had been circulating in the universe before. They had secretly disdained to blow their noses and thought that the sword Wushuang repeatedly shot, either by relying on the treasures such as the tailored Excalibur and the Wui Chowding Ding, or using the power of thunder. The true level itself is not very good. But at this moment, they suddenly realized that they were wrong and how outrageous they were. They thought of another sentence circulating in the universe. How lucky it is to be in the same era as Jian Wushuang, and how unfortunate it is to be in the same era as Jian Wushuang. Since the rise of sword warriors, any holy land sons and divine sons who have been soaring in the depths of the universe before have disappeared invisible, and the word sword warriors have not been able to release even a little bit of light. In a respectful gaze, Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, and he came to the heavens and earth, and the flames of gold flames in his eyes shook the world like a thunder. The Lord of the Blood Temple, if you are just capable of this, you will not be able to survive for a while. This remark dropped, and the Blood Heaven Supreme face suddenly changed into a piece of iron blue. Jian Wushuang, you are too arrogant. I have experienced thousands of battles in Blood Heaven. What storms have not seen? I tell you, Jian Wushuang, this seat is life or death, not you. You want to kill me? You are still far behind. The Blood Heaven Supreme roared and cast the secret method again. At this moment, he still hasn't given up, and he wants to break the dead net with Jian Wushuang. Really? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and then shook his head. Stubbornness. The voice fell, and Jian Wu's eyes flashed a cold killing, slowly speaking, Taro Sword Code, second style. In the deepest darkness, the first light torn apart. Breaking dawn. Chapter 44:14. A little golden light at first glance. Immediately afterwards, the sword was full of energy, and the starry sky was covered. At this moment, wherever everyone can see, there is only darkness, as if it was in the long night of eternity. There is only one golden light that keeps lighting up. This golden light is like the first light between heaven and earth before the rising sun. Like the first power opened up by chaos, blurring all darkness and tearing it all. This beam of light is getting brighter and brighter. In the end, it took everyone's pupils violently, replaced everything. Cut. A cold voice sounded, and then, everyone just felt a flower in front of them, and the golden light flashed through them like a thunder between heaven and earth and beheaded towards the Heaven Supreme. Today's sword unparalleled, and then show the Breaking Dawn sword move, how much stronger than before. In addition to breaking through the rising waters brought by the Supreme, in the virtual space of the Tai Luo Jiandian, Jian Wushuang and the Tai Luo Supreme have played against each other for 10,000 years. His understanding of the Tai Luo Jiandian has been improved too much. In those 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang and Taro Supreme have fought nearly 8,000 times, and each time they fought, it is equal to Taro Supreme teaching. Nearly 8,000 fights, it is equivalent to nearly 8,000 teaching sessions. How terrible! Even if it is an uncivilized pig, one thing can be achieved after 8,000 repetitions of one thing, let alone a talented person with excellent instincts such as Jian Wushuang. It can be said that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of Yongye and Daybreak Yijian nowadays, not to mention the pinnacle, but definitely reached the point where the fire is innocent and familiar. Rumble. Daybreak Jingguang quickly approached the bloody supreme, dragging a long white wave in the void. Swords warriors. Suddenly, Bloody Sky shrinks his pupils, exhausting his whole body power, drinking, Supreme God, Gore's wrath. The voice fell, and he saw the painful and fearful faces on his stomach, neck, and legs, all with open mouths and growls. The stern roar sounded, as if the evil spirit was being punished in hell, and he continued to make sharp screams, and a wave of horrible sound spread. Their expressions became more struggling and painful. Immediately afterwards, he saw that Blood Heaven Supreme took a deep breath, like a whale sucking water, and a small lake-like vortex appeared in his mouth. Countless arms and faces on his body were all under this inhalation, pouring into his mouth. The next moment, he saw that the cheeks on both sides of Shuetian Supreme's cheeks bulged quickly, like a dormant toad, about to attack, protruding two meatballs. Countless energies are twisted and condensed in the Sky Supreme mouth. Go die! Blood Heaven Supreme opened his mouth, and a ball with a foul odor soared out of his mouth like a missile. Roar, roar, roar. This blood-colored sphere is bigger and taller than the sun. With the rolling of this blood-colored sphere, everything in the universe seems to be overshadowed and cannot be compared with it. Apart from that golden light, Instantly, this golden light slammed into this sphere fiercely. A shock wave surged out, which directly caused a million-magnitude earthquake, and the surrounding void was like glass smashed by a sledgehammer, breaking apart inch by inch. Sword unparalleled, I see you die this time. Blood Day Supreme laughter. Now, in order to slay the sword unparalleled, he has cut off the road, crazy enough to pay no cost. Broken. An indifferent voice came from the dawning golden light. Immediately afterwards, I saw this golden light sword that cuts across the heavens and the earth and plunged into the ball. Zizi. A horrible sound was emitted from the blood-colored ball, and everyone watching the distance felt that the eyes were just a flower, and saw that Jian Wushuang rushed out from the other end of the blood-colored ball, directly like a sugar gourd, and penetrated from the middle, sharp and overbearing. This is the characteristic brought by the Taro Excalibur as the main ancestor to kill. If it is Wu Cry Excalibur, under the squeeze of this blood-colored ball, I am afraid that it will not be able to persist and be fragmented for a long time. After all, this is a peerless murderer enough to suppress the universe. The next moment, I saw the dawning golden light, and then rushed out of the blood-colored sphere, and continued to strike the body of Blood Heaven Supreme in a forward and backward posture, passing it directly. Do not. Bloody Supreme's face finally burst into a terrible color, making a scream of heartbreaking. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the cosmic starry sky of the great dark sky, and gradually recovered its clarity. The figure of Jian Wushuang has appeared behind the Supreme of Blood. Jin Guang gradually dissipated, revealing the sword Wushuang's unhappiness and grief, his five-knuckle show fingers holding the hilt of the sword of Tai Luo, and looked back slightly. Click. I saw that Blood Heaven Supreme was originally as tall as a mountain of meatball gods, and a huge humanoid cavity was opened in the middle, and countless violent winds roared through this cavity. Immediately after, cracks opened from the edge of the blood hole on his stomach, like a spider web, and numerous cracks extended out densely. Finally, after a loud noise, the blood god's supreme blood demon body exploded. Countless green juices and blood fell, like a blood rain in the air, and the stench smelled. Suddenly, the hearts of countless monks watching the battle in the distance were shocked, staring blankly at this scene. 1. One sword killed? Blood Heaven Supreme is completely invincible to Jian Wushuang? Blood Heaven Supreme is the leader of the Supreme Supreme. He was even slain by the sword Wushuang, who entered the state of Supreme Supreme. At this moment, countless people were choking in their throats, speechless. Bloody Supreme defeated. The overlord of the asteroid group, who has nearly 1,000 chaos eras, overlooks the heavens and the earth, and finally loses. Countless eyes focused on Jian Wushuang. In the eyes of everyone, it seems that under a big sunset, a round of brighter rises. They know that this asteroid group with 3 teachings and 9 streams, and nearly 10,000 practitioners has since changed owners. And in the universe, the Blood Temple, which has changed the color of countless people, will no longer exist. At this moment, countless people's faces were extremely complicated. Alas, no one has noticed that after the deity of Blood Heaven Supreme exploded, a blood was quietly shot towards the distance. That is the Supreme of Blood. It is also his last life-saving magical power. The sword is unparalleled. Qingshan does not change the green long stream. After this seat recovers, it is still unknown who will kill the deer. In this blood of God, the voice of supreme venom in the blood heaven resounded. Slap. Suddenly, he seemed to have hit something and slammed. Okay. The blood of God rolled. Blood Heaven Supreme looked up and saw Jian Wushuang looking down at him facelessly. Where do you want to go? An indifferent voice came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. How did you find me? Suddenly, Blood Heaven Supreme is cold all over the body. For the first time, I feel the great terror between life and death. Huh. The next moment, he saw the sword extended his hands without expression and grabbed him. No. Sword Wushuang, don't. My day is willing to submit to you. Please go around me. At this time, what resentment, what top dignity, all disappeared. In the Blood Heaven Supreme heart, only the fear of death was left, begging Jian Wushuang to spare his life. However, nothing worked. Rumble. The surging divine power was squeezed out from the palm of Sword's unparalleled palm, and the blood of the Supreme God of Blood was transformed directly into crushed powder. Bloody Supreme is dead. Chapter 44:15. Blood Heaven is dead. This giant armed figure who once stood at the peak of the universe and was the leader of one of the forces, died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Above the starry sky, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, black hair flying all over his eyes, the flames in his eyes, and his cool and stern face indifferent. Countless stars were stepped under him, as if the Ling Chun was the master of the stars. For a moment, everyone in the entire asteroid group opened their mouths, and there was no sound. Blood Heaven Supreme ruled them for nearly 1,000 chaos periods, and their fear of Blood Heaven Supreme has been imprinted in their bones. They never thought that one day the Supreme Bloody Heaven would fall into the hands of others. All this came too suddenly, like a dream, giving a sense of unreality. Until a long time later, after Jian Wushuang stepped on the sky and left, they slowly returned to God, and then looked at each other, boiling instantly. Falling down. Blood Sky Supreme, this optimistic superstar, has fallen down. It seems that Jian Wushuang has broken through the Supreme now. I'm afraid to clear the old accounts one by one. Yes, if I guessed it right, Blood God Supreme is just the beginning. At the beginning, the 6 forces of Jian Wushuang were hunted down, and none of them would be missed. It seems that something big is going on in the universe. Countless people think of this, and their hearts are trembling. Immediately afterwards, the news that Jian Wushuang came out to kill the Blood Heaven Supreme spread at an extremely fast speed and swept the entire universe. Immediately, there was an uproar in the universe as if a bombshell had been dropped. Temple of Life, Supreme Temple. Ha 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 boy, I knew he could succeed. In the hall that has always been somber, there was a loud laughter of bleeding waves. In the early hours of this morning, news spread into the Temple of Life. The sword unparalleled in the asteroid group. One sword killed the Lord of the Blood Temple, the top supreme blood god, and the whole universe shook. The king of 9 robbers, the supreme axe, and the core members of the Sword Alliance all sat on both sides, and they also smiled when they heard the words. Jin Wushuang, if you don't do it, you will be shocked when you do it. King Jijia shook his head and said that his expression was helpless and he was happy for Jin Wushuang. Blood Sky Supreme is among the top, and they are all outstanding. This place will be tricky to deal with, and it is unexpected that Jin Wushuang can already kill him with his own strength. The giant axe sighed with emotion, then looked at the Blood Wave supremely and said with a smile, Blood, I'm afraid Jin Wushuang's current power is no longer under you and me. Blood Wave Supreme nodded with a smile and replied, Yeah, in my opinion, it won't be long before the Sword Warriors are able to grow to the point where it is enough to protect my life. This kid's talent is really terrifying. The Supreme Masters laughed at each other, but they were the overlords of the Sword Alliance, and they seemed to be thinking about it, and their expressions were a little worried. Seeing this, Xuanbua could not help laughing and asked, Bawang Xiaoyu, what are you worried about? Could it still be that Shi Huai feels that Jin Wushuang has gone this time without bringing you? The overlord heard the words and quickly converged his thoughts and replied, This is not true. Since the Lord has done so, he naturally has his consideration. Oh, little King Naha, why are you looking sad? Bloodwave Supreme couldn't help but be a little surprised. The overlord took a deep breath and replied, Blood Supreme. Now everyone knows that the Supreme Lord beheaded and killed the Supreme Master of Blood. Many people have expected that the Supreme Lord wants to bring those 6 forces one by one. I came to the door, and now I am afraid of other forces. I have already prepared. I am worried that the Lord, will be in an ambush. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words. His face did not appear as worried as the overlord imagined, but he reached out and patted his shoulder, looking through the door of the Supreme Temple, looking to the distant void, smiling slightly. Overlord Xiaoyu, you can rest assured that you can think of Sword Wushuang naturally. We don't need to worry about these, as long as we wait here and wait for the good news of Jin Wushuang. The tyrant heard a moment's silence, then said with a bitter smile, So too. After the news of Jin Wushuang's slaying and killing the Blood Heaven Supreme spread, the entire universe, which had been slightly calm, once again fell into turmoil. In the depths of the universe, the temple is too empty. Huh? Bingyu Supreme slaps the throne of the throne and smashes it. His face is green. Miscellaneous. This sword is unparalleled. We haven't bothered him yet. How dare he come to our trouble? Does he really think he is a character? The sound of Bingyu Supreme was full of deep anger. Under him, the Supreme, who was originally packed full of seats, had no more than 10, and only 2 or 3 kittens remained. The Lord of the Temple is angry. One of the Supremes of the Taishu Shrine quickly soothed. With this remark, the Ice Cream Supreme, which was originally unsightly, became even more ugly. This seat has been said many times. This seat is now the emperor of the Taishu Temple, not the owner of the temple. Bingyu looked at him coldly. Suddenly, the several supreme people present heard the words, looked at each other, and sighed in their hearts. Since Bingyu Supreme himself personally failed to stab Jin Wushuang, he was even humiliated in public by Mao's ancestors. After a punch, he became more moody and grumpy. I know. The Supreme nodded his head, and then said with a little worry, Master God, the sword is unparalleled nowadays. I'm afraid that we will come to the door if we don't have time. We better prepare early. Get ready early? Just rely on his sword unparalleled? Bingyu Supreme heard a contemptuous sneer and shook his head. You think that this seat is a day? That waste can't be achieved? This seat will be afraid of a swordless match? How if he doesn't come? It's fine. If he dares to come, this seat will tell him to come. Return. This? Several Supremes heard the words. Their faces flashed with hesitation, and they felt that Bingyu Supreme was a little too conceited. Seeing this, Bingyu Extreme saw their thoughts at a glance and couldn't help humming. I see that you are frightened by the Sword Warriors. He can't be better than the Supreme Master. Can he be stronger? This seat? What a shame. After a cold glance at the Supremes, Bingyu Supreme strode out. In the hall, these Supremes heard a bitter laughter and looked at each other face to face, but they felt that they could rely on a sword, and they would not cause trouble to the Taishu temple. After all, they had only half of them. In addition to the invincible practice, there are other hole cards. Thinking of this, they were slightly relieved, but for some reason, they still felt uneasy inside. Chapter 44:16. At the same time. In the universe, a cosmic boat was sailing through the stars, breaking through the nebula all the way. This cosmic boat is not fast, and it is quite leisurely. In the spacecraft, a young man with a cold face wearing a black robe was sitting cross-legged, playing with the jade tube in his hand. This person is naturally the sword unparalleled, and this jade tube is when he left the Temple of Life, and was handed to him by the Supreme Master of Blood, which recorded the detailed information of the 6 forces. If it wasn't for this jade tube, the Blood God's Supreme Division of Blood Demon would be recorded. Maybe he would have escaped. Jian Wushuang raised his head and sighed slightly. There is no weak person who can reach the top of the Supreme. The Blood Heaven Supreme not only has great strength and frequent means, but also has a supernatural talent similar to his divine power decomposition. However, it can also be calculated from this. My current strength is definitely far above the top. Jian Wushuang thought of this, could not help but smile. This time against the Supreme Master of Blood, he finally got a general understanding of his strength. Now I can rely on the chaos-domineering body alone to be able to harden the top Supreme. For example, he and the Blood Heaven Palace Master and others can fight against each other. And if you use the Taro Excalibur, you have the ability to kill the top extreme. And this is not the case with the killer. For example, the last 3 styles of Terra Sword Code, Dusk, 4 Seasons, Taro. These 3 types of Kendo supernatural powers, but one move is more powerful than one move. I am afraid that once they're used, they will be able to instantly reach the level of the Supreme Master of Blood Heaven Palace. My current combat strength should be above the top, but not yet the level of invincibility. Jian Wu's eyes revealed the meaning of contemplation. Since he practiced, he can be considered to have seen a lot of invincible supreme shots, such as Gafu Supreme, such as Dayu Shrine Lord Blackfeather Supreme, such as Patriarchs and so on. Among them, no matter what, they have the power to kill the top Supreme. In front of them, the top Supreme is not a chicken and a dog. Even if the Dragon family, long by, who had broken through the invincible Supreme soon, was in the battlefield of the Life Shrine at first, but with a slight bump, the Blood Wave Supreme, Great Axe Supreme, and Jujia King were all repelled. Then my current strength should be half-step invincible and supreme, and even better by 1 point. Jian Wu's eyes revealed the gods. After a moment, Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts and opened the 2nd page of the bamboo tube. The information recorded above is the Great Kingdom of the Sun, Great Sun God Kingdom. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and there was a cold flash in his eyes. Boom! The next moment, the spacecraft accelerated suddenly and disappeared into the starry sky. Deep in the universe, the country of the great Japanese god has a vast territory and occupies the 3 star domains. God rules tens of billions of people in the country. In the universe, it is a well-known old-fashioned power. Since the last emperor of the great Japanese sun, annihilated in the aftermath of the Holocaust, although the strength of the great Japanese nation has shrunk a lot, it still cannot be underestimated. Today, it is the time for the worship of the ancestors of the great gods. The sacrifice ceremony is a grand event that will be held for every 100 chaotic times of the great Japanese god kingdom, praising the founding emperor of the great Japanese god kingdom, and a series of feats. Therefore, in the city of King Darajan today, the lanterns are bright and colorful, whether it is some sects that belong to Darajan's domestic rule or other forces that have always been good with the kingdom of Darajan. Today, all kinds of expensive gifts are brought to Dei King City to congratulate. In the middle of the king's city, there is a towering hall, which is the palace of the kingdom of God. Tianji Shenzong, carrying 10 capsules of Huadin pill, attacking 20 top-quality treasures, and 500,000 universe source stones, came to congratulate the great sun god kingdom. Yuding is supreme, with 10 stars, come to congratulate the great kingdom of God. A long voice of the servants of Secretary Li Jin sounded a long time ago. In the early morning, representatives of the various forces who had made good relations with the great sun god kingdom came. In the golden palace hall of the imperial palace, the great emperor of the sun sits on the throne. Followed by the messengers who came to visit, until the very end, was the prince of the great sun god kingdom. Everyone talked and laughed, and pointed out the rivers and mountains. So please, Daily, have you heard of the recent event in the universe? After 3 rounds of drinking, a strong man looked at the Emperor Dari and said with a smile, Extreme rainforest, are you talking about Jian Wushuang's killing the Lord of the Blood Temple? The Emperor Dari heard the words, and the smile on his face sank slowly, and he asked, Good. The Rainforest Supreme nodded his head, reminding in good faith, Dari, you are not far away from the Blood Temple. You have to be careful that Jian Wushuang came to find trouble. Today's sword matchless climate has become. There are a lot of supreme presents, but if the sword matchless, there is really a bun in my heart. The Emperor Dari nodded his head when he heard the words. He is also a top supreme practitioner. In terms of strength, it is not much different from the Blood Heaven Palace Lord. Since Jian Wushuang can cut and kill the Blood Heaven Palace Lord, it means that Jian Wushuang has the ability to kill him. Taking a deep breath, the Emperor Dari looked at the old man who was sitting next to him and said, Everyone is assured that the king has already prepared, and specially invited the Yuding Supreme to come to shelter. And Yuding the Supreme has promised the king that if Jian Wushuang dares to come to trouble, he will kill Jian Wushuang. After a pause, the Emperor of the Sun looked at Yuding Supreme and said with a slight smile, Yuding Supreme, are you right? This Jade Ding Supreme is thin and thin, with silver hair running through a wooden clog and dangles behind his head. Yes, there is an old man here, and that sword is unparalleled. The Yuding Supreme nodded his head, his face proud. Some other Supreme heard a sigh of relief. Yuding Supreme is a long-established veteran Supreme in the universe. As early as hundreds of prehistoric times, he has broken into the half-step invincible Supreme cultivation. With him, there is no need to fear the sword. Haha, now that the Emperor of the Sun has asked Yuding to take the shot, everything is fine. It's okay if the sword Wushuang does not come. If it does, the Supreme Master Yuding will just teach him. The sword Wushuang in the province is really lawless, thinking that no one in this world can overcome him. With you, Ding Supreme, I can rest assured that the drink is unparalleled, not enough. A sound of disdain and laughter sounded, and the palace resumed lively again, and between words, there was full of disdain and contempt for the sword unparalleled. Among them a prince in a luxurious brocade, with a magnificent appearance, even got up and said, Father, there is only one sword unparalleled in the world. Why should the Supreme Master Yuding shoot? If he dares to come, he can chop his head under the sword with a baby. After hearing this, the great emperor laughed and laughed. It is not easy for my son to have such courage. After he inherits our position, he will be able to achieve a grand domination. Only the little thief of Jian Wushuang the strength is indeed good. It is not long before you broke through the Supreme. You should first solidify your solidity, and then talk about sword killing. The prince heard the words, with respect in his mouth, but he was quite dissatisfied. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang was the same as him, but only broke through the supreme realm, and he could not be stronger. Well, if this sword is unparalleled, it will not have to say anything if it doesn't have a too strong sword. The prince hummed in his heart. Chapter 44:17. At the same time, a handsome young man wearing a large black robe with a sword hanging around his waist and a bucket hat, blocking most of his face and only showing his chin, has stepped into the city of King Sunday. It's a bustling city. Jian Wushuang stepped on the royal road and looked around casually. This great king of the Sun City occupies almost half of the planet's location with a very wide area, but it does not look empty at all, but is particularly lively. Someone kept rushing past him and discussing with each other. Hurry up, this ancestor worship ceremony. The palace is said to have taken out hundreds of divine medicine to reward the world. Speaking of the day when the old emperor abdicated and the new emperor ascended the throne, as a result, The young Emperor Shao was slain by the sword unparalleled in the ancient sky, and everything became a dream bubble. You said, will Jian Wushuang come on the day of great joy? Who knows? But I heard that Lord Emperor has invited the strong to sit in the royal palace, and if the swordsman dares to come, he can teach him to come back. Don't talk about this, don't talk about this. I will go to the palace and fight for the potion and the source stone of the universe. What is the relationship between these big men and me? That's right, let's hurry up and don't let others take the lead. There was a rush of discussion, and Jian Wushou lost his hand, and no one could recognize him. Is today the ceremony of the great kingdom of the sun? Is the strong still invited? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if this great Japanese emperor would like the gift he gave. While thinking about it, Jian Wushuang walked towards the Dairy Imperial Palace. There were more pedestrians along the way, all in a hurry. Among them, a master carrying an axe saw Jian Wushuang leisurely and was not anxious. He also kindly reminded, little brother, you have to hurry up, otherwise you will have nothing more. Jian Wushuang smiled back and said, anyway, I'm not going to collect the rewards, I'm going to give gifts. The master who carried the axe could not help but hesitated, and immediately shook his head, saying no more and rushing forward. There are 9 gates and 3 doors in the imperial palace. The side doors on both sides are for ordinary monks to walk, and this time is also used to distribute rewards. The middle arch, this time, is used to greet the congratulatory messenger. Only those who have received the invitation from the Emperor of the Sun can enter. Stop here. As soon as Jian Wushuang reached the gate of the middle palace, the 2 gods who ultimately dominated the realm held the halberd in his hand and blocked him. Can you have an invitation? The 2 gods will speak coldly. No. Jian Wushuang wore a dipper, only revealed a chin, and replied slightly. That's where the prizes come? The prizes are at the side doors on both sides, and they quickly retreat. The 2 gods looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, seeing that his breath was unusual, not like a big man, and he suddenly scolded. Jian Wushuang laughed and heard, I'm here to congratulate you. Huh? Then you pick it up, and let me wait to confirm my identity. The 2 gods would look at each other and said, okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then slowly took off the bucket hoe. A cold and sober face suddenly appeared. The next moment, a thunderous sound exploded. Swords of Life Jingu Sword, come to watch and congratulate, boom. Suddenly, the sound shook for thousands of miles, and the city was uproar. What? Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is here. No. Stop him, and sue the Lord. Suddenly, the 2 gods were shocked, and their faces turned pale. Jian Wushuang's name is really too big, the supreme number of hands that died in his hands, and there are even giant arms such as the Blood Heaven Palace Lord. The major monks who received the reward in the distance were equally shocked. The axe-resistant monk who had greeted Jian Wushuang before, even his eyes fell down in amazement and gazed at his eyes. He's Jian Wushuang? The 2 gods will hit a stunner and yell, quickly start the moat. After that, they took a shot with both palms and retreated into the palace with countless divine powers. A scorching big day rose rapidly from the center of the palace. Immediately, countless gods radiated around this big day, forming a mask like an eggshell, protecting the entire palace. Rejecting customers outside the door, is this the way to treat the great kingdom of God? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows lightly, immediately stepped on his feet. His body suddenly rose into the sky, turned into a golden light, and swept across the entire palace. Huh! The next moment, Jian Wushuang bowed his head and looked down at the entire palace, stepping down with his right foot. Bang! Suddenly, a surge of violent violence surging to the extreme, with Jian Wushuang's right foot, hit the mask that sheltered the palace severely. In a short time, the entire city of King Day Sun was like an earthquake, and it was shaken in madness. The palace in the center of King Day Sun was a flat boat rolling in the sea of anger, as if it was about to break. Sword of Life Jingu Sword, come to congratulate and observe the ceremony of King Dairy. Jian Wushuang's indifferent voice blew again. The residents in the entire city of Deri King felt like they had been bombarded in their ears, making them deaf. Inside the Sun Palace, the Emperor Dari, who was drinking and having fun, suddenly changed his face. Sword unparalleled. Jack! The Emperor Dari suddenly got up and stood up. His face was extremely gloomy. Snapped. The wine glass in his hand was severely dropped on the ground by him, shattered. Jian Wushuang will come. He is no more surprised. But today, it is the ancestor ceremony. This is too much. Yuding Supreme. The Emperor Dari took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Yuding Supreme, and arched his hand. The expression of Yuding Supreme was indifferent. When he saw this, he nodded slightly with his jaw. He drank the wine in the cup in a hurry and said, "Rest assured. If you have this seat today, that sword is unsurpassed. UCANT go to it. He is against the enemy, and if he loses, he will shoot." That would be good. The Emperor of the Day was slightly relieved when he heard the words. As soon as he was about to go out to meet the enemy, he saw the Emperor of the Day sitting at the end and stood up and said, "The father is a little calm and restless. The sword is unparalleled, but it's just a superb elementary realm, and it's just a matter of training with the baby. Why should the father give him a shot? Well, he'll meet him when he sees him, and see how capable he is. How dare he be so arrogant?" Having said that, the Japanese prince strode toward the palace. "My son must be." Seeing that his face changed greatly, the Emperor of the Great Sun was about to stop, and he saw the steps of the Emperor of the Great Sun. He had turned into a streamer and flew into the sky. Oops! The Emperor Dari only sank with a single heart and did not dare to delay, and hurriedly chased after the Emperor Day. 3 heads. Chapter 44:18. On the great palace of the kingdom of God. The sword is unparalleled, with black hair flying, and under him, the towering city of Deri is like an ant. At this moment, tens of thousands of people in the king's city of Deri looked up at Jian Wushuang. Their hearts trembled. They did not expect that Jian Wushuang would break into the Japanese palace directly in such a domineering manner, without any fear. Is this sword? Sure enough, it's a pride. I've heard that swords have been practiced for 700,000 years without both parties, and they can step on the great kingdom of God, which is really awesome. Just like her husband. Countless people looked at the figure of Jian Wushuang in the king's city of Deri, and they all spoke. Bold. At this moment, a young man with a handsome face wearing a Jinhua suit rushed out of the palace in one step. The sword is unparalleled. This is the forbidden area of the palace. How dare you be brazen? The Chinese youth looked coldly at Jian Wushuang and scolded him. Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked lightly, "Who are you? The great Emperor of the Sun?" "Guanai, the great prince of the 7 kingdoms of God, Haoji." Jian Wushuang, "Just because you want to see my father?" Haoji Prince shook his sleeve and said coldly, "Prince Haoji is here." Prince Haoji has recently broken through the elementary supreme, and it is very likely that he will inherit the position of emperor. Don't say that, just talking about the gas field. Prince Haoji never loses sword unparalleled. There was a discussion in the city, and there was no expression on Prince Haoji's face, but there was a sense of contentment in his eyes. Why did he volunteer to come out first? Didn't he just want the immediate effect? Sword unparalleled, you quickly retreat. And that's it for today. If you dare to dominate here again, don't blame me for being polite to you. Prince Haoji said with a heavy hum. This humming, suddenly like a thunder blast, thunder and thunder, has already used the supreme divine power, so that the entire city of Deriwang, a shock. You're welcome. Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but laugh and said, "Even if this is your dad, the emperor, I am afraid to tell me now. Where do you dare to threaten me? Presumptuous." After hearing this, Prince Haoji was furious and screamed, "You are the one who dare to insult my father? You are the only one who dares to insult my father? You alone can't rely on the Terra Excalibur villain, but you dare not use it. Fighting alone? Are you worth it?" Jian Wushuang sneered scornfully, too lazy to talk to him again, and shook his head. "Go back and let your father come to see me." Huh. The words fell. Jian Wushuang pointed at one hand and went towards the bullet of Emperor Haoji. There was a trembling sound in the void. A sword gas condensed at the fingertips of the sword unparalleled, and then shot out suddenly, turning into a slap, as if rolling into a black wave, across the sky 10 miles, banging on the face of Prince Haoji. Huh! Suddenly, a scarlet slap print was printed on Prince Haoji's face, and the whole person was beaten by this palm with eyes staring at Venus. The next moment, a huge force exploded on his face, blasting him into the palace like a meteor, smashing into countless temples and trembling to the extreme. In the city of King Day, a mass of people looked at this scene, and all of them were petrified. Prince Haoji just so clamored, and the result is just a slap, then it's gone? What just happened? Here, this special lady is purely to give people away. The crowd swallowed and said in shock. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, neither sad nor unhappy. For him today, the monks below the Supreme could not even make him interested. And just then, a crackling roar suddenly sounded. Swords warriors! Boom! A majestic middle-aged man wearing a crown and wearing a dragon robe rose from the palace, staring at Jian Wushuang violently. This person is a great emperor of the sun. Jian Wushuang, you kill my young emperor first, and now you destroy my palace at the ceremony of ancestor worship of your king, and seriously hurt my son. It is too bullying. Emperor Tairi spoke furiously. A horrible atmosphere, like an angry ocean, constantly set off a raging wave and slapped the quartet. This breath is from the same origin as Prince Haoji, but it is much stronger, not at all in a grade. That's kind of interesting. Jian Wushuang nodded his head in admiration. The divine emperor had a strong and powerful divine power, much stronger than that of the blood god. Immediately, Jian Wu's eyes turned, looking at the emperor of the sun, as if he heard some of the world's most funny jokes, sneer and sneer. Too much bullying? At the beginning, your 6 major forces chased me from the starry sky to the Temple of Life, and in the end they killed me, and even brought the Temple of Life to peace. The White Tiger Supreme fell, and covered Fu Zhizhuang fell asleep, and countless apprentices of the palace died. Do you remember this account? Ever thought of bullying too much? You now say that my sword is so deceptive. It's a joke. Speaking of the back, Sword Wushuang is heavier than one word, just like the thunder of a thunder and deafening. He came to pacify the 6 major forces this time, not only for him, but also for those who guarded the life shrine, guarded his sword unparalleled, and were killed by the shrine disciples. If he does not settle these 6 forces in a day, he will feel uneasy all day. When the Emperor Day's son heard a change in his expression, he couldn't say anything to refute Jian Wushuang, and he had to rattle his teeth. Jian Wushuang, I wouldn't say nonsense. My king might as well tell you that today you can't get out of this big king of the sun. After taking a deep breath, the emperor in the sun shone brightly. Is it? Jian Wushuang sneered, slowly holding the hilt of the Taro Excalibur in his hand, and said, God Emperor, ready to catch the gift from my sword Wushuang. Gift for me? What gift? Dari narrowed his eyes, his body full of divine power, behind him, turned into a round of hot sun. Send you to death. Boom! Suddenly, the Taro Excalibur came out. A huge, horrible sword pressure came to the audience instantly, full of sword energy. Under the pressure of this sword, it is like the king of swords coming to the world. All the monks with swords in the entire city of Dari are instantly released from their hands, shoot at high altitude, and bow their heads toward the Taro sword. Novel. In just a few interest rates, the city is full of 3-foot swords. What? How could this be? My sword. For a moment, the audience first fell into silence, and then throbbed. Everyone was wide-eyed, staring at the scene where Wan came. In that void, the heavenly sword forest columns, like courtiers, are suspended under the Taro sword. The Tai Luo divine sword, one of the 7 stalks of the great ancestors born when the universe was developed, is the first ancestor of the sword. And the sword unparalleled holding the Tai Luo divine sword is like the peerless sword coming to the world, The eyebrows are cold and not stained with earth. Chapter 44:19. Kill. The next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and the whole man shot up, holding the sword and killing the Emperor of the Sun. One step, Wan Jian moves. At the foot of Jian Wushuang, like the thousands of exquisite swords that Ruyin came home to, all the swords are turned, converging like long dragons, stepped on by Jian Wushuang, and slammed into the great Emperor. This sword cuts across the sky, and the sea of clouds is directly split. And the sword unparalleled championed by Qianjian is like stepping on the top of a fairy, proud of the world's auspicious archery sword god, raising his right hand and slashing down towards the Emperor of the Sun. Raise your hand to open the sky. Good job. The great Emperor of the Sun wasn't afraid, but he laughed loudly, and his hands were full of red light, just like the eternal fucking holding the sun and moon to pick the stars, and collided away with the sword unparalleled. Sword unparalleled, originally you broke through the supreme. This seat has planned to write off the old account with you. Who knows you are so uninterested, dare to come to the door. Then no wonder this seat left you today. Noise. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, and the Kaitian Jianmong, which was split openly, shook up with the magnificent rays of the sky, and the profound intention of the kendo broke out, but it was directly disintegrated. Jian Wushuang's understanding of kendo has reached an extremely terrifying level in the inheritance of Tai Luo's supreme kendo heritage. Jian Wushuang, your talent is truly outstanding. Whether it is the understanding of magical powers or the use of avenues, it is above the king. But unfortunately, you have forgotten one point, that is, you can be stronger, and you are still the ultimate supreme. The total amount of divine power between the two of us is not at the same level. This gap, even if you are the perfect chaotic creature, cannot be crossed. Oh! Emperor Dari snorted, and in the palm of his hands, two small suns sprang up at the same time. A lot of violent divine power broke out, breaking the sword unparalleled into the sky. Thousands of exquisite swords gathered at the feet of Jian Wu, gathered together to grow dragons, were scattered and turned back in all directions. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he saw this, showing an interested look. The strength of this great Japanese emperor and the lord of the Blood Celestial Palace is probably between Bo Zhong, but the way of fighting is quite different. The lord of the Blood Temple, like a poisonous snake entangled in a dark corner, vomiting a letter, intending to throw a fatal blow at any time. The great Emperor of the Sun, it was a big opening and closing, the attack power burst, and it fell 10 times in one fell swoop. Come! Sword Warrior twisted his neck, hunting warfare in his eyes, and grabbed again towards the great Emperor of the Sun. Huh! The sword Wushuang Yijian fell off and was gripped by the Emperor Dari. His right leg was swept like a whip and hit the Emperor's waist fiercely. A muffled noise came, and a huge shock came from the Emperor's Sun Ri, slamming the sword's right leg slightly apart, smirking, Jian Wushuang, don't take this as the seat. I don't know that you awakened the indestructible overlord, but it's a pity that the king's divine deity is also one of the eternal deities. Much higher than you. Is it? There was a slight surprise in Jian Wu's eyes. To know that his foot was enough to trample thousands of mountains and have trillions of tons of power, let alone the ordinary supreme take it, it was just an injury. However, the look in Jian Wu's eyes quickly restored calmness. With his right hand slung away, the sharp Taro sword cut the hands of the great Emperor of the Sun directly, and then stabbed forward again. Humph! Emperor Dari snorted slightly, stepped back a few steps, and avoided the sword. However, before waiting for his hands to be reorganized, Jian Wushuang's indifferent figure flashed, like a ghost, has dragged a long series of afterimages, appeared behind him, and attacked again. Tear it! The next moment, Tai Luo's Excalibur ripped a long hole on the body of Dari, and numerous blood was shot out. Why so fast? Emperor Dari shrank his pupils. Suddenly furious, hands regrouped, holding two small suns, and raised his fist to kill the sword unparalleled. Huh! One after another, the sound of blasts came, and Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. Between the movements, the Taro sword in his hand kept waving, and he opened the mouth after mouth on the Emperor of the Sun's swordsmanship does not need to be so powerful. It only needs the simplest chopping and stabbing to kill its enemies. This is Taro Supreme. In the virtual space, it takes 10,000 years to hand over to Jian Wushuang. What? The Emperor Day's Sun was furious to the extreme, his eyes staring at the void around him. On him, there were dense sword marks, and countless blood overflowed from the sword marks, and a blood rain fell. The sword art of Sword Unparalleled is really too clever and mysterious, far beyond his imagination. No matter how he bombards wildly, the figure of Sword Unparalleled, like a ghost, keeps moving, resisting, or hiding. He launched thousands of attacks, tearing the sword marks of 3 inches into his bones. He wanted to perform amazing magical powers, but once cast, let us not say what would happen to Jian Wushuang. But he worked hard for nearly 1,000 chaos eras, and the great king of the sun, a land of millions of miles, will be destroyed and no longer existence. Millions of people will shed blood into rivers, turn them into dead bones, and destroy them once. Swords warriors. The teeth of the Emperor Dari rattled, and the whole person turned into a man, and was about to crack, breaking dawn. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. He turned a deaf ear to the roar of the great Emperor of the Sun, and directly performed the breaking dawn sword technique, turning it into an unrivaled sharp golden light, passing through the chest of the great god's body. Suddenly, Emperor Tairi turned his face into a waxy yellow, and the whole person was teetering, almost falling from the air. Fortunately, the big sun body of the big sun emperor is much tougher than that of the blood temple. Under the endless twist of endless power, the sharp sword energy bursting out of Jian Wushuang and his body force suppressed. But Rao is so, the Emperor of the Sun has lost the power of World War I. DJI. If you can do just that, then get ready to die. Jian Wushuang stepped into the void, took a deep breath, and spit out 2 words, Chopper Star. Suddenly, the clouds rolling in the void, the turbulent wind, and the floating dust, all the temple houses in the king's city stood up, as if receiving instructions, gathered together towards the sword without hands, turned into the purest ability, forming the nearly blue forest blue swordsman. The sword-cutting sword is the strongest killing sword created by Jian Wushuang. Cut. In the next moment, the sword of Tai Luo with no hands and the sword slashed, and the sword pressure was overbearing and mighty. Chapter 44:20. Inside the Sun King City. A sword across the sky, running through the sun and the moon. All the people who noticed this scene were all shocked and did not dare to channel, Is the Emperor's son defeated like this? Jian Wushuang is too strong. The strength is far from being comparable to the top supreme. Dali's Sun Emperor. Will it be the second supreme to be slain by Sword Wushuang after the Lord of the Blood Temple? Every discussion sounded. In the imperial palace of the sun, Prince Haoji looked at this scene, but he was all cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Father King. His lips trembled, and at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to stop Jian Wushuang. He and Jian Wushuang are both in the elementary state of supremacy, but until now, he has only realized how big the gap between him and Jian Wushuang is. Above the imperial palace, Emperor Dari looked at this glorious impossibly, and Mori's sword covering the entire sky. His pupils could not help shrinking. He still has many supernatural powers at the bottom of the box, and there are many extreme treasures in the Qinkuan ring. Taking a deep breath, the Emperor of the Sun looked down at the palace, screaming with all his strength, "Please ask Yuding Supreme to help." Laugh. The words fell, and there was no response from the palace, except that everything in the void seemed to be pressed with the pause button. The forest blue sword mangling with unmatched might was like being caught by an invisible hand. Can't fall in the slightest. Ugh. Immediately, a sigh sounded lightly in the void. The next moment, I saw an old man wearing a robe, holding a duster and holding a clean face. His silver hair was with a wooden scoop, and he seemed to be walking out of the palace step by step. Every step he stepped on the void, without using any power. It was as if the heavens and the earth actively laid the steps for him and lifted him up. Let's go. He glanced at Jian Wushuang lightly, without any emotional ups and downs on his face, just a gentle shake of the dust in his hands. The starstruck sword horse that struck the world suddenly felt like a sand painting swept by the wind. Far away, dissipated between nothingness. Yuding supreme. After seeing his shot, the Emperor Day's son still had a frightened expression and slowly recovered his calmness. He stood behind him respectfully and arched his hands. Trusted, loyalty. Day, leave it to this seat. Yuding Supreme nodded at him. Huh? Who are you? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He could feel that although the Jade Supreme looked simple and unobtrusive at first glance, if he looked closely, he would find that the person was integrated with the Heaven and Earth Avenue, full of the true meaning of the avenue. Without sinding. When it comes to strength, this person is far more horrible than the Emperor Dari, but I am afraid that he has reached the half-step invincible state of supremacy. Yuding of this seat, you are young. You may not have heard of the name of this seat, but you go back and ask the Supreme Master of Blood in your Palace of Life, he will naturally tell you who this seat is. Yuding's expression was dull, and he looked at Jian Wushuang up and down and immediately said, Sword Wushuang, your talent is truly outstanding. I heard that at the grand event of the universe, it is loved by the Lord God. If you can, this seat is unwilling. Hurt your life. After a pause, he calmly said, Jian Wushuang, give this seat a face, and stop at this moment. The various resentments between you and Dari, but you first killed his son Shouty first, plus your original strength it's really weak and heavy, and you will only be able to hit you in the future. Now that you are using the Supreme Avenue, you can write off all the past. This seat can be decided on behalf of Dari. As long as you retreat now, Eternal World will no longer step into the semi-divided kingdom of the Great God Kingdom. This seat will not hold you to the door today. How about insulting him? After speaking, he also deliberately looked at the Emperor of the Sun and asked, Darade, I have made this decision. Do you have any objection? Emperor Dari quickly replied, everything follows your arrangement. As for today's Jian Wushuang, he really does not have the will to fight again. He just wants to invite this to kill him quickly. Yuding nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, Jian Wushuang, would you give this seat this face? In his opinion, what Jian Wushuang needs is a step, and now he has given the steps. He is confident that the sword Wushuang will go down the steps. After all, if he really shot, then it will be unavoidable that there will be bullish discussions in the universe. If he wins, it is okay to say, after all, of course, if he loses, his supreme name of Yuding will be ruined. In the Great King's Sun City, countless people suddenly focused their eyes on Jian Wushuang's face, waiting for Jian Wushuang's answer. Your face? However, Jian Wushuang replied expressionlessly, I'm sorry, my Jian Wushuang never acted as a bully when he acted in his life, but if he deceives me, I will pay back and return 100 times. In the beginning, the great Japanese goddess kingdom slaughtered thousands of disciples in my life shrine, causing many shrines to fall, and rewarding me with gold in the universe and asking me to be a leader. Now you give me a face in a simple sentence. Never mind? Wow. In the sword without hands, the Tai Luo divine sword is horizontal. The point of the sword is pointed at Yuding Supreme. Coldly, I tell you the truth. The Emperor of the Sun is dead today, and you cannot protect him. If you are interested, you will be obedient. I won't care about you. If you want to protect him, then I'm sorry. Don't say that your face will not be given. Bold. Suddenly, Yuding's supreme complexion was iron blue, and there was a strong killing in his eyes. He Yudingue is invincible and supreme. No matter where he goes, which side of the hegemon, the giant arm of the sky, does not respect him? This sword Wushuang district is the elementary supreme. Even dare to insult him? Are I bold? You can give it a try. Jian Wushuang looked at him coldly, without looking back. Okay, Jian Wushuang, since you give your face shame, then don't blame me Yuding for not giving you a chance. Yuding Supreme spoke openly, then fluttered the dust. The whole person turned into a streamer, like a tide, billowing and rushing into the sky. Sword unparalleled. This seat is waiting for you outside the star. In the sky, the cold voice of Yuding Extreme came. It is good. Jian Wushuang glanced down at Dai King City. If the two started a war here, they were afraid that the entire star would be destroyed once and thousands of people would die. It is not his wish that there is a debt and a debtor. Huh. When Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, he instantly condensed endless sword energy, and the last sharp and brilliant Huang Jianmeng soared into the sky and shot out of the stars. Chapter 44:21. Above the imperial palace. Emperor Dari's face was gloomy, and his eyes kept flashing. He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang would dare not even give Yu Ding's supreme face, and he was so determined to kill him. Father King. Prince Haoji flew up and stood next to the Emperor of the Sun, and said, Father King, it seems that Jian Wushuang has been determined to endlessly die with our great kingdom of God. In this case, we might as well catch up. While Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding Supreme are not paying attention, I wait for a joint shot and double-click kill. Oh! Emperor Tairi raised a brow and immediately nodded, yes, if you can't kill Jian Wushuang today, you're afraid of endless troubles in the future. After that, the Emperor of the Sun flew into a rolling sun, like a fireball, chasing towards Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding Supreme. Prince Haoji is also not slow, followed closely. After a while, there was only a messy imperial city of Japan, many people and concierges who came to watch the ceremony. Hurry up, but this battle is about the life and death of the great Sun God Kingdom. How can we not miss it? Yes, one is the first genius of the universe, and the other is the half-step invincible Supreme who has been famous for a long time. This battle is destined to be very exciting. We will catch up soon. For a moment, after everyone looked at each other, they performed magical powers, or turned into glorious lights, or turned into gods, and flew towards the sky. The universe is boundless. Stars shone, and galaxies crossed. Sword unparalleled, you are too arrogant, do not understand the reason for just breaking. Yu Ding's expression was cold, holding a duster, and looking at the sword unparalleled. If you practice 100 Chaos Ages with all your heart, you will take it one step further, or you will reach the top of the supreme practice, then this one will never dare to intervene in this muddy water, or even worry about your existence. Even this great sun, the ancestral ceremony of the kingdom, will not participate. Unfortunately, you broke through the supremacy, and you are proud of yourself, and come to seek revenge. You are just seeking death. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, the purple eyes twinkled, and a frightful war broke out from him. Unfortunately, I was trying to be invincible and half-step invincible. Pinch my wrist. Yu Ding, let me see your ability. Who in the end gave you the confidence and dare to intervene in my sword unparalleled thing? Huh. The words fell, and Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet, turning directly into a mighty daybreak Jianmong, killing Yu Ding Supreme. The whole starry sky, only one golden light left. Oh, this sword move is in the Terra Sword Code? When Taro Supreme ruled the universe, I had the honor to witness that if you only talk about the skill level of the sword, regardless of the power, I am afraid that I will not lose it. Taro Supreme. Yu Ding Supreme expressed admiration, but Sen Han's eyes did not decrease by half. This sword move is enough to pose a life and death threat to the Supreme. Unfortunately, it is not enough to look at this seat. Shaking his head, Yu Ding Supreme flicked the dust gently in his hand, and a colorful light immediately waved out, with unparalleled power, blasting the sword in the front. Huh! Suddenly, a huge force of repulsion emerged from this colorful divine light, which was actually breaking the dawning swordsman directly from the original energy to disintegrate and split. Puff! The figure of Jian Wushuang was like hitting an invisible glass. The figure sprinting forward was held up fiercely, and then was shot backwards. Da-da-da! Jian Wushuang stepped back 3 steps in a row before he stabilized his body and his blood was boiling. Is this half-step invincible Supreme? Sure enough, it is much stronger than the top Supreme. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and immediately there was no reservation of the whole Bodhi's divine power, and the explosion broke out. Come again. A towering warfare exploded around Jian Wushuang as the center, soaring. The next moment, Jian Wushuang appeared on the top of Yu Ding Supreme. The Tai Luo Divine Sword burst with a strong sword pressure. Sculpture of the Worm. Yu Ding supremely hummed and swiped his right hand on the dust, and all of the white wires in his hand suddenly became vertical, as hard as iron, and turned into the shape of a long knife. Huh! Tai Luo's Excalibur slashed on the duster's long sword, but failed to cut it off, instead pulling up a long string of sparks. The sword is unparalleled. If Taro Supreme holds this Taro Excalibur sword, I'm afraid I will be chopped when I meet him, but Terra Excalibur is in your hands, but the pearl is dusty. After all, the gap between you and me is too big. Yu Ding disdain sneered, and then quickly changed his wrist, one after another splitting 32 knives. One knives faster than one knives, the sword unparalleled. Mystery, Star River Slash. Seeing Jian Shuangshu retreating, Yu Ding Supreme held Fushin's right hand again, and the Fushin even changed again. Countless white wires grew madly, and the cooperation turned into a steel whip. Crackling. This whip directly blasted a void in the void, and made a clicking sound similar to glass breaking, which caused numerous air machines to stir and set off a violent wind. Puff. Immediately, the whip landed on Jian Wushuang's chest fiercely, and his violent power directly ripped his chaotic domineering body, tearing a long slap scar. This scene fell into the eyes of many people who came to watch the war in the distance, and immediately caused a shock. Yu Ding Supreme is indeed a half-step invincible supreme. Whether it is attacking might or fighting skills, it has reached the point of being invincible. This whisker in the hand of Yu Ding Supreme is an imitation of Qinji Fu, one of the 7 ancestors of the 7 handles, which can be changed into any weapon, and the power is only a little weaker than the real Qinji Fu. It seems that the invincible Jian Wushuang has been pushed all the way. This time it is in big trouble. Everyone in the audience was watching, and they started to discuss. The great Emperor of the Sun and the Emperor Haoji took a look of joy in their eyes. Father Wang, it seems that this sword is unparalleled, and it is not a supreme opponent of Yu Ding. Prince Haoji said. The Emperor Dari smiled and nodded, and his nervousness on his face turned extremely relaxed. Yu Ding Supreme is the super strong who survived the catastrophe and survived, but the sword Wushuang is just a hairy doll with a stinky flesh. With his own talent and some opportunities, he will be fierce for a while. Naturally, it cannot be Yu Ding's supreme opponent. Emperor Dari shook his head and smiled. On the starry sky www.unravel. Jian Wushuang looked down at the scratch wound on his chest, his eyes flashed, and then he sighed. It is truly invincible in half a step. All aspects have reached maturity, not so easy to deal with. Yu Ding Supreme heard the words, with a touch of irony on his face, saying, Jian Wushuang, do you know the gap between you and me? It's not too late for you to give up, as long as you have a better attitude and are willing to apologize to this person in front of everyone. This one is not incapable of letting you go make your way. Jian Wushuang, this is the last chance this seat gives you. You must know how to cherish it. After that, Yu Ding Supreme looked down at Jian Wushuang, and his eyes were full of condescension. Jian Wushuang heard the words and grinned, only responding to 4 words. Whimsical. Chapter 44:22. Insufferable. Yu Ding Supreme heard that his face sank and said coldly, Jian Wushuang, since you are so lacking in discipline, this seat will give you the elders of the Temple of Life to discipline you. Huh. With a wave of his right hand, the duster in his hand turned into a magic pin and stroked in the void in front of him, directly drawing a pattern of Jin Chang'an's Yin and Yang Tai Chi, mystery, a seal. Yu Ding uttered a low sigh, turned the dust brush in his hand into a heavy brush, and cast a heavy weight on this Yin and Yang Tai Chi pattern. Suddenly, this Yin and Yang Tai Chi mon uttered a low groan, which sprang up into the air, and then continuously zoomed in, rising in the wind, and in just a few breaths, it was like a cloth curtain covering the entire sky, all blocked. After doing all this, Yu Ding Supreme stepped on his feet and flew up, turning the dust in his hand into a giant axe and splitting down towards the sword Wushuang. Talents, primitive universe. Jian Wu's eyes captured the hunting warfare, directly turning on the talented supernatural powers. Instantly, a strong force came to the world, turning the surrounding void into a dark magnetic field. Boom! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's breath soared again, and the movement of Yu Ding Supreme's flying split could not help but stagnate. It is this stagnation, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Chopper star, boom! Sun Lan Jianmong condensed in the hands of the sword and split it instantly with a strong sword pressure, and the starry sky was split directly, as if passing by the sea. Oh? Yuding squinted his eyes narrowly and then sneered, what a surprise, but unfortunately, it didn't work for me. Qin Jifu, change. He drank aloud, and in a flash, his hand turned into a duster of a giant axe, and the white wires suddenly spread out, like a girl's loose flower, making a clicking noise, and the next breath, these white wires merged and turned into a prismatic shield will protect Yuding Supreme. Huh! The star-slicing sword slashed on the shield, and suddenly made a loud noise shaking the mountain, as if the whole universe directly caused a 10,000 magnitude earthquake, a force of shock, flying along the shield, spreading to all directions. Rewind. The fight between these two men is terrifying. In a short time, among the people who watched the battle, those who did not reach the highest level of supremacy were violently retreating backwards and backwards, slamming their sleeves to withstand the violent shock waves. The Yuding Supreme has already stepped after blocking the star-cut Jianmong, like a tide of smoke, rolling towards the sword Wushuang. Come. In the eyes of the sword Wushan, the mansion skyrocketed, and the Tai Luo divine sword swept across the 99 swords, tearing the sky, arrogant sky, and killing Yuding Supreme. Huh! The two instantly fought with more than 100 moves, one with sharp swords, the other with magical powers that destroyed the world, and the whole universe seemed to be destroyed, and one black void after another was exploded. The speed of both of them was extremely fast, and even the crowd of the audience had already worked hard to capture the movements of the two with their eyes. I saw that the sword with no hands in the sword continued to chop and stab, and the sword shadows overlapped like a dream, giving a very beautiful feeling. And the dust brush in the hand of Yuding Supreme is ever-changing, once transformed into a long knife to tear the sky, once transformed into a giant axe to open the world, and once transformed into a spear to sweep the world. The two keep moving, from this star to another star, just like the two divine powers that cross each other. The collisions that occur again and again produce the surrounding stars into powder, as if to reopen chaos and make the universe boil. These two are too strong. Yuding Supreme is worthy of being a half-step invincible supreme. Before the great Emperor of the Sun, there was no way to deal with the sword without hands, but Yuding Supreme was able to cope with it. He was not afraid of Sword Master, and even suppressed Sword Master. The real horror is Jian Wushuang. Think about it. Yuding Supreme has cultivated thousands of chaos periods before he has such a powerful strength, but how long did Jian Wushuang practice? 700,000 years. More than 700,000 years, Jian Wushuang can be indistinguishable from Yuding Supreme. What is this concept? This seat is closed a little. It will take 700,000 years. Fortunately, the two did not make a shot in King's City, or let's not talk about King's City. I'm afraid that the entire kingdom of God's day will die out instantly. The gap between people is really too big. The audience were all amazed, some supreme masters who had been cultivating for a long time, and looked at the surging Jian Wushuang. Their hearts even gave birth to a kind of frustrated sigh. Jian Wushuang, let's die. Yuding Supreme frowned, seemingly bored, and Jian Wushuang continued to cling to it, his hands quickly printing method. Extreme divine art, purple Shao mantra. Suddenly, a golden yellow curse was condensed in the void, and an extremely powerful coercion detonated the quartet, which was enough to subject the world and the world to surrender. The next moment, this curse is as if one person was carrying two giant tripods, coming towards the sword Wushuang. In the void, he was directly blasted out of an annihilation channel. Cut. There was a dignified meaning in the eyes of Jian Wu, and he even cut 9 swords to open the sky. Stop this curse. Huh. The first sword, let the speed of this curse be slightly slower. The second sword, on this curse, had a fissure the size of a hair. Third sword. The fourth sword. After the sword Wushuang 9 swords came out. This curse could no longer hold on, first shaking, then violently, and the countless spirits of the Chinese race shot at the universe in all directions. Call. Swordsman slightly relieved. Rare sweat beads appeared on his forehead. 9 swords in succession, but his exhaustion of the whole body of the power to split it, it is no small drain on him. And just then, Jian Wushuang, let's die. A loud laugh sounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw the Emperor of the Sun turned into a fireball, slammed it into the sword, and smashed it on the body of the sword Wushuang. This blow is the great save of the great Emperor of the Sun, and he will kill the sword unparalleled. Huh! Suddenly, under this great force, Jian Wushuang flew upside down, directly penetrating a star in the distance, and then flew down thousands of feet again, and then stopped. I saw a hole in the size of Kuju on Jian Wushuang's chest, and countless Mars burned on him. Tick-tick. The blood of countless tyrants fell along this wound, and continuously burned black holes in the void, burning a burst of white smoke and permeating Jian Wushuang's body. Dairy. Yuding Supreme's complexion changed slightly, and he looked a little displeased to the Emperor of the Sun. He used to deal with the sword unparalleled, even if he bullied the small, but the Emperor of the Sun still attacked. If it spreads, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? I want to talk with more like-minded people to Swordmaster Wandao. WeChat pays attention to reading literature, to read novels, talk about life, find friends. Chapter 44-23. Extreme Yuding. It'll be foolproof until I kill this little thief together. I promise to double your benefits later, okay? Emperor Dari said with a smile. After hearing this, Yuding Supreme found his face a little slower and shook his head and said, the sword is unparalleled now, but it is the end of a powerful crossbow. It is no longer a threat. He can't live today. The words of the crickets fell. Yuding's expression was indifferent, and he walked step by step towards the sword unparalleled, ready to cast his final killing blow. The Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji walked on both sides, his eyes filled with murder, and the corners of his mouth evoked a sneer of pleasure. The 3 of them joined together and approached Jianshuang quickly. In the distance, everyone watching the scene saw this scene, and his face suddenly changed. It's really shameless. Jian Wushuang is just a junior supreme. Why even join hands? This great Emperor of the Sun is also the leader of one side of the power, the top and supreme. I can't think of it so unbearably, and the front is defeated by Jian Wushuang. So I sneak attack while taking advantage of the swords. It seems that the great Emperor of the Sun has already hated the sword unparalleled hatred and has done everything. Someone said scornfully. There are others who sighed and shook their heads. It's no wonder that the big day, since Jian Wushuang decided to come and settle in the big kingdom of the big day, this scene should be thought of. It's just a pity that Jian Wushuang is in such a vertical position that it should be the treasure of my universe, but it will fall here unexpectedly. Jian Wushuang is too arrogant and too arrogant. If I were him, I would hide in the dark, wait until the ceremony of the ancestors passed, all the guests left, and then find a chance to slowly map it. It's just a pity that sword is unparalleled, and chose one of the most arrogant and high-profile, and the easiest way to gather fire. Everyone whispered and talked differently, but in general, almost all of them were unworthy of swords. Crackling. Each step of the Emperor Tyree fell into the void with a muffled sound, as if a dying approaching, proclaiming the death of sword unparalleled. Sword unparalleled? Aren't you the first genius in the universe? Aren't you going to settle down my kingdom of the great God of God? Let's take another look at it. The Emperor Prince Haoji said with a smile on the corner of his mouth and said ironically. But Yuding Supreme said with a blank expression, Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are strong, but unfortunately, You have chosen the wrong opponent and should not be your enemy. In the eyes of the three men, all of them emit different light, or indifferent. Serene, they are confident that under the joint of the three, Jin Wushuang is undoubtedly dead. The smoky waves of the sky gradually dispersed. The three of them are distanced from Jin Wushuang, but they are 10 feet away. Then, at this moment, a quiet voice sounded from the smoke waves that had not completely dispersed. I didn't want to use this sword. I intend to leave it to Bingyu. But why? Why? Why do you have to die? Huh? The next moment, the smoky waves of the sky suddenly shattered, revealing the indifferent figure of Jian Wushuang. The blood hole blasted out by the Emperor Dari in his chest has been restored, exuding bright golden light, as if the perfect body of the of heaven. With his hands in his hands, the eyes of the Taro Excalibur's hilt were spreading wide. A huge surge of sword pressure was released from the Taro Excalibur. Sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the three of Yuding Supreme stepped together and their pupils shrank. I do not know why, they felt a breath of enthusiasm on Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianwushuang's expression was indifferent. He ignored them, but looked up at woody starry sky, then closed his eyes slowly and said silently, "Third sword of Terra, dusk." Alas, there was a wind between heaven and earth. The sword has no Taro sword in both hands. Starting from the point of the sword, it becomes sandy and disappears gradually. The whole world, falling into stillness. The stars that were originally suspended in the universe seemed to have lost their gravity and began to fall, as if they were about to fall into an abyss. What is this? The Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji noticed anomalies and frowned, a feeling of palpitations constantly amplifying in their hearts. I just know that no matter how they release their magic power to spread around, they can't feel where this feeling of consciousness came from. I only know that it must be related to sword warriors. And Yu Ding Supreme, it is an instant change of face. The Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji did not know what was going on. But how could he not know who had witnessed Taro Supreme dominating the universe in person? This is simply one of the 5 unique skills that Tai Luo Supreme dominated the universe. Kendo magical power. Dusk. At that time, Tai Luo Supreme used the evening sword to slaughter 3 major races with one sword, making the universe horrified. Thuijut originally, with the fall of Tai Luo Supreme, the sword-like magical power of this terrible crying ghost was also sealed. I didn't expect it to be opened again by Jian Wushuang today. Escape. Su Yuding's eyes widened, and he burst into a drink at the Emperor of the Sun and the Emperor Haoji. At the same time, he stepped his right foot, and the dust in his hand instantly turned into a shuttle, allowing him to step under the foot and fly away. The speed was extremely fast. What? The brief encounter between the Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji was immediately understood in his heart, and it must be that the Supreme Master Yuding noticed the existence of danger, and this was the case. As a result, the two of them also performed magical powers and wanted to escape. Late. Wu Jianwushuang slowly opened his eyes. Under his feet, the void slowly sunken, forming a giant pit, and then began to spread out at a very fast speed. Rumble. This pit is like a giant beast with a wide open mouth. A suction that can't be resisted is transmitted from the center of this pit. Countless stars, countless galaxies, everything suspended in the universe have lost control, fell into this crater, and died silently. The night will be replaced by the dawn, and the sun will fall into the arms of the night. The middle process is dusk. I have already shot 1,000 miles away from the great Emperor of the Sun to see this scene, and suddenly the scalp became numb, and his liver and gallbladder were cold. Next moment, stopping his original sprinting motion, the huge suction from the pit that wiped out everything in the world is like an invisible arm, dragging him back. He obviously still keeps sprinting forward, but the whole person keeps retreating and then falling, until it fell into the entire pit. It wasn't just him, but also Prince Haoji, who watched the war a little closer, fell into one after another. It's not over yet, including the Yuding Supreme who first reacted, and the farthest flew away, was also dragged back and fell into the pit in the unwilling roar. No. Sword warriors, I will not intervene in this matter. You let me go." When Sun was about to fall into the pit, Yuding Supreme stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "Late." Wu Jianshou shook his head. His eyebrows were cold. Then his lips opened slightly and he spit out a word. "Buried." Chapter 44:24. Burial. The sword with no pair of feet is empty, with both hands quickly stamping, coldly drinking. When this sentence fell, the pit, like a black hole in the desert, began to collapse quickly. Reaching the point where Jian Wushuang is now, Kendo magical power is no longer tied to swordplay. In the universe, a loud noise was heard. First, the stars that were swallowed into the pit began to smash and annihilate one by one, turning them into nothingness, and then, the weakest Prince Haoji was squeezed by heaven and earth, and the body collapsed and shattered instantly. "My father saves me!" Shouting in horror, Prince Haoji shouted. Huh! On the verge of death, the Prince Haoji was extinct in form and spirit, leaving only his tragic sounds, echoing in the universe. "Haoji, my son!" For a moment, the Emperor of the Great Sun was about to crack and his eyes opened. After the Emperor Shao was beheaded and killed by Jian Wushuang in the ancient Road of the Sky, the Emperor Haoji was the last effort of the Emperor Dari, and he was the heir to the Emperor. Even if there is no such thing as Jian Wushuang, the Emperor of the Sun is ready to launch the Emperor Haoji as the Emperor at the ceremony. His love for Haoji, even less Emperor. Now, in the presence of his prince, Prince Haoji died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The last words of help of Prince Haoji, like a sharp knife, poked into his heart. He is an emperor, he is the top and supreme, he is in the universe, and is in charge of thousands of life and death, but he is even more a father. At this moment, the Emperor Haoji dies in front of him, and the Emperor of the Sun is crazy. Sword unparalleled, Yuet. The Emperor Dari raised his head, and through the huge pit, he looked at Xiang Jianshuang, and the resentment in his eyes condensed to the extreme. "It looks like you're in pain?" Ji Jian looked at him with no expression on both sides, and a corner of indifference radiated from the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, you will be reunited with your son soon." Huh. The collapse speed of the pits has become faster. There is a devastating force formed by sword gas, which is constantly harvesting vitality in the pit. Evening twilight, everything withered. I have fallen into this night forever. This is the true meaning of the evening sword move. Howling. Howling. The Emperor Dari is running supreme divine power, resisting the offensive brought by the evening sword move, and roaring constantly. I was stunned by him, and it was like a raging atmosphere. It was quickly annihilating, and it was also expensive to be the top 10 universe gods, constantly opening cracks and leaking air. 10 breaths passed. The body of the Emperor Dari finally began to explode inch by inch, and in the end only one skull remained, staring at the sword unparalleled. Sword unparalleled, you must not die of the king's curse. You go to Huangquan as you go up and down. My king curses you. Huh. He did not wait for him to finish, and the head of the Emperor Dari exploded like a cracked watermelon. The vitality belonging to the Emperor of the Great Sun disappeared. At this moment, there was still a rumbling boom in the pit, but everyone watching the battle in the distance seemed to be deaf. Looking at this scene blankly, his mouth could be stuffed with an egg. It wasn't long before someone trembled with his lips. Big, Great Sun Emperor, how did a generation of magpies fall like this? Big Sun Emperor, but in the universe, the little one who stood at the peak, died like this in a sword without hands? The Emperor Shao died, the Emperor Haoji died, and the Emperor Dari died. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be no place in the universe for the great D-God kingdom. It's terrible. How strong is Jian Wushuang? Countless people said in shock. They turned to look at Jian Wushuang, with only deep awe in their eyes. Huh. Evening sword moves did not end, but continued. Because there is one person who is still supporting, that is Yuding Supreme. Inside the pit, a blast of destruction slammed into Yuding Supreme. While Yuding Supreme sat cross-legged in the void, the dusting silver wire in his hand spread rapidly and then grew like an eggshell and wrapped Yuding Supreme in it. No matter how violent bombing of the sword energy at dusk, he stood still. Jin Wushuang, this move is really powerful, but unfortunately, it is still the same sentence. You have done too much for me, and you cannot use the combat power that this move deserves, otherwise, one face-to-face will be beheaded. Qi Yuding shook his head with pity and then shook his head, then said, Sword unparalleled. Now that the great Emperor of the Sun is dead, and your resentment has been reported, why not let this seat go out? Is it possible that you have been consuming here with this seat all the time? When Sun said here, the corner of Yuding Supreme's mouth evoked a slight meaning. There is no expression on both sides of the sword, and I have to say that this Yuding Supreme is really powerful. Even at dusk, he can't completely kill it. I was silent for a while. Jin Wushuang said, Yuding, do you remember what I said before? Okay. After hearing the words, Yuding Supreme squinted his eyes and asked, What is it? Wu Jinsho glanced at him lightly and calmly replied, I once said that if you block me, I will kill you. Do you think I'm joking with you? Boom. Suddenly, the deep pit that killed countless lives disappeared. Taro's sword, reunited in the sword without hands. However, before waiting for Yuding Supreme's face to burst into joy, he was suddenly replaced by an unprecedented panic. Terra Sword Code, 4th Style, 4 Seasons. Wu Jian stared coldly at Yuding Supreme, and Moran opened his mouth. In a short time, the entire universe regenerates and changes. The entire star air temperature suddenly dropped by thousands of degrees. It is in all directions, blowing strong cold snow and icy miles of stars. For a moment, the world seemed to be in the middle of a cold winter. Countless snowflakes exuded a bitter coldness, falling from the air. Each snowflake is a season of sword spirit. This is the 4-season swordsmanship. Suddenly, Yuding Supreme was terrified. If Jin Wushuang used the dusk sword move before, he was just shocked. Now he is scared. For seasoned sword moves, seemingly unremarkable, far from the momentum of the first 3 swords, but no matter in terms of intention or power, it is far from being comparable to the first 3 swords. It can be said that from the beginning of the 4-season sword move, it is a huge watershed. The 4-season swordsmanship is like a needle hidden in cotton. A beautiful and delicate snowflake fell. Yuding Supreme raised the whisk in his hand, and just to stop it, he saw the snowflake and passed through the dust directly and silently, reflecting on his body. Suddenly, the place where his deity was touched by snowflakes was directly frozen, and even the divine power could not work. Ji Yuding's extreme complexion changed instantly, and he did not wait for him to change again. The 4-season sword move had changed again. Chapter 44-25. Boom! A spring thunder blew. The 4-season sword moves suddenly regenerate and change. Cold winter melts and turns into a warm spring silent. Alas, the icy snow and cold snow gradually faded away, and what turned to be was a drizzle of drizzle falling from the air. Long winter, warm spring, hot summer, cold autumn. The 4 major solar terms are the 4 sword meanings implied in the 4-season swordsmanship. It's obscure and complicated. It's profound and profound, far beyond anyone's imagination. Nuanchuan is not the sword of the 4-season swordsmanship, but it is the most dangerous sword. Hunshin solar terms. All things recover. Beneath the peaceful surface, cruel killing and plundering are hidden. Rumble. In the universe, at this moment, it seems that the entire starry sky has disappeared. There are continuous spring rains falling and spring thunder roaring constantly, as if playing a song of destruction. Sun Yuding held the whisk in his hand and stared at the world around him. The rain falling in the sky is sword air, and the thunderous thunder is sword air. Even the gentle wind that blows is sword air. Sword after sword, dense, filling the world. Avoidance is inevitable, ambush on all sides. For just half a column of incense, the Yuding Supreme Deity was severed by countless sword chi, and a blood rain fell like a blood man. His hair was loose, his robe was thin, and the wolf was trembling to the extreme. Sword unparalleled, do you really want to endure with this seat? Su Yuding looked at the footsteps to the void, like the sword master of the heaven and earth, cold voice. Wu Jianshou glanced at him lightly and replied, "If you can survive this sword, how can I spare you my life?" "Okay, Jian Wushuang, this is the reason you were not afraid of this seat before, right? But you must forget that not only you in the world have a killer, but this jade also has it." Qi Yuding took a deep breath, and there was no slight contempt in his eyes, and he turned into an incomparable dignity. Next moment, "Speak him word by word, Supreme God, Juding Township. Break me." Suddenly, Yuding's supreme body was flowing, and countless avenues of truth evolved in his eyes. He had a very strong breath, soaring again and again. In the void, 9 giant tripods are suddenly gathered. These 9 giant tripods are quaint and magnificent. As soon as Fang appears, it is like a Dinghai god who suppresses the sea of anger, continuously puffing the cold mang, turned into the sword Qi eroded by the spring rain, at the same time collapsed a whole 100,000. This supernatural power is the most powerful extinction of Yuding Supreme that relies on the universe. He once used this supernatural power to make a half-step invincible Supreme and instantly kill. The name of his Supreme Jade Tripod comes from this magical power. Click. The void seems to be unable to bear these 9 giant tripods, crushed inch by inch. Burning. Qi Yuding Supreme exhausted his whole body strength and sang. Suddenly, these 9 giant tripods were like Shengyuan Shenlong, dripping and spinning, soaring into the sky. These 9 giant tripods are linked to each other, and the tripod within the tripod continues to muffle, as if the drums of war in the ancient heavens were beaten, making people deaf. Boom. The next breath, 9 giant tripods exploded at the same time. A majestic force that could not be described with any force was blown away, turned into a shock wave that destroyed the world and swept the quartet. Under this force, whether it is the continuous spring rain, or the spring wind that stirs up or down, or the spring thunder that thunders, crush all at the same time. Good skill. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, half a step back. His fists were all pulled out. His fist photographed the bright golden light, and the purple Sichuan word in the eyebrow was even more dazzling. Come. Jian Wushuang's fists were smashed out fiercely, and the shock wave that swept at him continued to crash. Every punch is sinking to the extreme with great power to hit the planet. Jian Wushuang is like a warrior on the coast to meet the tide. No matter how this shock wave slaps, he will break it one by one. And the 4 seasons sword spirit destroyed by Yuding Supreme did not dissipate with it, but began to evolve again. Winter to spring, spring to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter. For solar terms, endless and cycle each other. Once the 4 seasons of sword Qi are generated, it will be to the death. This is also the strongest point of the 4 seasons sword energy. It is not like dawn and dusk. It will explode all attack powers at the same time, causing a devastating blow. It is like a grinding disc, which moves slowly, but constantly destroys the vitality of the enemy. After a few breaths, a round of scorching sun rises, and a scorching and violent force rushes towards the face. The entire starry sky began to become red. Yuding was supreme, and the whole body began to ignite white smoke. Just like withered flowers and bones, the skin gradually became dry and dull, and his hair fell down. The whole person, as if to be roasted and dried, the blood began to boil and then smoked. A big terror between life and death. Madness breeds in his heart. Sword unparalleled. Stop. I confess to you wrong. I shouldn't get involved in your affairs with the Emperor of the Sun. Let me go. From now on, wherever your sword is unparalleled, my Yuding retreats and respects you as a god. Let me go. At this moment, all the pride and dignity of Yuding Supreme is shattered, leaving only the fear of death and the desire for survival. He looked at Jian Wushuang in despair, his face full of begging. Want to ask for mercy now? Jian Wushuang glanced at him lightly and shook his head. I'm sorry, my sword Wushuang has always reported this to me. If you want my life, I will kill it. Dead. The next moment, Jian Wushuang stretched out 5 fingers forward towards the void and grabbed it fiercely. Huh! Suddenly, the scorching sun, which was transformed into a sword by the 4 seasons, burst into flames and crashed into Yuding Supreme. Instantly, Yuding's supreme face is earthy and pale. In a blast of earth-shattering thunder, the Tai Luo Excalibur was severely inserted into the chest of Yuding Supreme. Immediately, Yuding Supreme disappeared. Half-step invincible Supreme Yuding. Fall. Hit him. He is the highest person who died in the sword without hands. Huh. This 4-season world evolved from the Terra Excalibur gradually collapsed. The Terra Excalibur turned into a golden light, flew back, shot into the sword without hands, and was held by the sword. The whole starry sky turned into a dead silence. Wu Jian Wushou held the Taro Excalibur, a feeling of hard-working connection, uploaded from the Taro Excalibur. Huh? Get stronger? Yin Jian Wushuang faintly felt that after the Tai Luo Divine Sword slayed Yuding Supreme, it seemed to become stronger by 1 point, becoming even more enchanting. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang remembered what Wu Jianxian said to him at the Feast of Life Shrine. The horror soldiers of Jijidao, their horrors, are constantly becoming stronger. Tai Terra Sword is the one that the main palm kills among the 7-armed ancestors. Killing. Can Taro Sword become stronger? Wu Jian's eyes flashed a little thoughtfulness, and he immediately pulled a sword flower, inserted the Terra Excalibur into the Terra Sword sheath, and let the scabbard warm the Terra Excalibur. 9 Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 44-26. In the void, there was silence. Only the strong wind kept echoing. I have retreated to the distant spectators, watching this scene blankly, only to feel cold all over the body. The prince, Hao Ji, died. The Emperor Dari died. Even in the universe, Yuding Supreme, who is half-step invincible Supreme Master, is also buried in the hands of Jian Wushuang. He could not use any words to describe the terror in their hearts. Originally, Jian Wushuang once dominated and killed the Supreme. It was shocking enough, but now, Jian Wushuang has begun the supreme practice and beheaded and defeated. This is too shocking. In the universe, these things have never happened before. Whether it's the first day of the 100,000 chaos before the Chaos Era, or the 9 Calamity Kings, who were also considered to be wicked Tianjiao before, it is far less than the current sword unparalleled, 1,000 miles away. The universe seems to be really changing. The beginner Supreme cuts and kills the half-step invincible Supreme. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. The first day of eternity is proud. Countless years from now, the entire universe will remember a name, that is, Swordsman. Legend. Jian Wushuang is a legend. From today onwards, there will be one more person on the top of the universe, and that is swordless. Invincible Supreme is not out. I'm afraid Jian Wushuang is enough to sweep the universe. Countless people spoke. At this moment, they looked at Jian Wushuang, who had black hair in the distance, and their eyes filled with strong worship and fanaticism. I even have a monk, dazzled and venomous. If it had not been rumored in the universe, Jian Wushuang had already married, and I was anxious to rush up on the spot and make a wife for Jian Wushuang. No one who is present will be a fool. Jian Wushuang is powerful and amazingly talented. No one dare to say how amazing Giant Shuang's future achievements will be. If it wasn't for the existence of the dragon race, Diwu Temple, etc., which are hostile to Jian Wushuang, I do and know how many people in the universe want to go online with Jian Wushuang and form a good destiny. Now, after Jian Wushuang slashed half-step invincible Supreme Yuding, these people are suddenly brave. No more scruples. Well, swords have been practiced for more than 700,000 years without both sides, and they have the power to slay half-step invincible supremacy. If sword warriors are practiced for more than 700,000 years, this dragon may not be their opponents. The dragons have been comfortable for too long, and they think they are too long. It is time for people to teach them. They are not the masters of the universe. The dragons are powerful, but they are nothing more than that. A few surviving second-generation dragons can only rest on their lives. Although the remaining 3 generations of dragons are strong, they may not have the opportunity to lift them until the swordsman Wushan has fully grown up. Turn. I am convinced that after 10,000 chaos ages, this universe will belong to swordless. Countless people's eyes were burning and their tone was firm. Immediately, they looked at each other and walked towards Jian Wushuang, planning to form a good destiny. Among them, the guests who came to participate in the ceremony of the ancestral ritual of the Emperor of the Son of the Sun were running fast, fearing that Jian Wushuang would be angry at them, and he had to explain it quickly. Wushuang Supreme, the supreme promise of the golden sword of the promise, I would like to say hello. Wu Shuang Supreme, the owner of the island of Xiaoweo, hereby apologizes to you for paying tribute. It is really my ancestor who has an old age with him. For a moment, all kinds of sounds to please Jian Wushuang sounded one after another. These people, without exception, are all middle level or above. However, at the moment, they are facing various swordsman flatterers, and they are not afraid of being disrespectful. If this scene falls in the eyes of an unsuspecting person, it will definitely make people downcast. Jian Wushuang's expression was dull. These people were just the grass on both sides of the wind. It is the best to see the wind to make the rudder. Fortunately, today, they have one. If they lose, these people will definitely be cut by Yuding Supreme and others. After killing, spit and spit. He didn't bother them too much. Jian Wushuang took a right-handed shot into the void, and suddenly the great Emperor of the Sun and Yuding's supreme Qinkuan ring shot at him. After grabbing the Qinkuan ring, Jian Wushuang's divine power swept slightly inside, and his expression couldn't help moving. The wealth of these two men is really scary, even when the supreme thunder has not yet begun, and when many of his treasures have not yet exploded, they are far worse than these two. These two people are afraid of relying on their own cultivation to become strong, and others a lot of opportunities. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly, then shook his head immediately, closed the two Qinkuan and turned towards the great sun god kingdom. The sword warrior turned into a sword on, across the sky suddenly, like a meteor passing, and fell into the country of the great god of the sun, Day City King. Many people who did not rush out of the starry sky to watch, and the royal children who stayed behind in the great sun god kingdom, are discussing with each other. They have a relaxed face, a relaxed attitude, and even a leisurely cup of tea. It seems that they have no fear of losing the Emperor Dari and others. Queen, His Majesty the Emperor, they haven't returned for so long. Won't it happen? A guard of the great sun god kingdom said with some anxiety in his eyes. The queen was a beautiful woman, and when she heard that she put down her teacup, she said arbitrarily, Jian Wushuang's thief is only an elementary supreme cultivation. How can he be your majesty's opponent? Not to mention, this time, there is Yuding Supreme to assist. If Ren Jianshou has the ability to pass through the sky, he will bow down this time. This? The guard couldn't help hesitating and said, Queen, for the sake of insurance, I think we should go and see. When Queen Dei heard her words frown, she was about to rebuke. At this time, with a loud bang, a low voice exploded like a thunder and rolled down. The Emperor Dari is dead, and other people of the Dari royal family are also guilty. Although they will not die, they should be cut and cultivated to serve the purpose. The figure of Wu Jian's unparalleled united in the void. Instantly, countless children of the family of the king of the big sun god split their hearts and couldn't believe it. The queen of the big sun was overwhelmed in an instant. How can it be? How could your majesty be defeated? Wu Jian's expression was indifferent. His black hair fluttered, and he stood proudly in the void. He glanced down at Dei King City and immediately shook his head, splitting it with a sword. This sword deprives you of cultivation. Boom! Suddenly, the sword was split, and it seemed to cause no harm, not even a single tree or a tree, but it was directly in the invisible, and it was chopped on everyone who was in blood with the Emperor of the Sun. This sword is a variant of Zhengye's sword. He has the power to deprive everything. Shinai is a little magical power that Jian Wushuang promoted after he realized the sword intention of Taro Supreme. My cultivation. What's going on? Why is my cultivation fading? No. For a moment, the Japanese palace was screaming again and again. Countless people feel their fast-removing cultivation, and their faces are terrified. Those who came with the sword unparalleled noticed this scene, even more shocked, cold all over. Ijin cut to repair. Sir, what kind of ghost and means? You know, the Deri royal family has a total of nearly 10,000 people. Wu Ji and Wusu looked at them lightly and split the four swords again. Through these four swords rise into the sky and then hide in the void. From today to the next 90 million years, all people of the royal family of Deri shall not step out of the palace of Deri. Dalian Imperial Palace, closed for thousands of years. Huh. The four sword-ons hidden in the void. The sword tip turned, and will kill anyone who dares to step out of the big Japanese palace. Instantly, countless people of the Deri royal family looked desperate, as pale as earth. Wu Jianwushuang said no more. As soon as he stepped, he turned into a ray of light. Chapter 44:27. Jian Wushuang left. He left only a messy great sun god kingdom and countless disciples of the great sun emperor. When he entered the city was full of joy and everyone smiled. After he was out of the city, the ruins of the wall were broken, and a piece of white clothing was ravaged. At this moment, countless monks who were still staying in the Deri King city, watching the Deri King family who was sealed by the four swordsmen, suppressed their hearts for a while. They know that the great sun god kingdom is over. 90 million years. For a total of 90 million years, you must not step out of the palace. What is this concept? For the supreme supremacy of Gongshan, although 90 million years is long, but it is not unacceptable, but for the children of the Dane royal family who have been deprived and degraded to mortals, 90 million years are countless. Reincarnation, thousands of generations. This represents them. They must never stand up forever. Do not. Countless children of the royal family of Deri Kingdom in Deri Imperial Palace all showed despair, and the Queen of Deri fainted to the ground instantly. After a high king, I ordered the world not to dare not, and to become a mortal who is going to experience old age, sickness, and death, which is even more painful than killing her. Among them, the children of the Dane royal family who are fortunate to try to practice are shocked to find that a prohibition has been planted in their bodies, blocking all their paths of practice. It's really over. At this moment, countless people fell to the ground, looking desperate and desperate. A few days later, Wu Shou Wushuang in the Great Sun Goddess country, cutting the Great Sun God Emperor, the most supreme thing in Yuding, spread throughout the universe at a very fast speed. In a hurry, there was an uproar in the universe, with thousands of people shaking and the world's sensation. The sensation caused this time is far more than anything in the past, even enough to compare the war at the gate of the Temple of Life. The Emperor Deri died in the sword without hands. It was nothing. Although they were surprised, they had not reached the point of horror. The impact of Zhu Yuding's extreme fall is too big. Sun Yuding is supreme. Half-step invincible supreme cultivation, famous in thousands of prehistoric times, who survived the war of catastrophe. Of course, at the time of the Holocaust, Yuding Supreme was still weak, but the Supreme did not officially participate in the Holocaust, but Rao is so, he is also an ancient power. Zhou Sir, it is such a powerful hand and eye that has died in the swordless hands that have practiced for more than 700,000 years. This is really shocking. Sword, unparalleled gifted strength. Ancient times have not. I have the longest rank in the universe. My lips tremble, my eyes shook. Today's sword is unparalleled. As long as the invincible is invincible, I'm afraid that no one can stop him in this universe. After someone took a deep breath, he said so. Fast. Past this edict, from now on, all my disciples of Shunzong will meet Jian Wushuang to evade the three houses. Even when wandering the universe, see other disciples of life in the palace, you must be polite. 3 points, do not offend. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause me a terrible disaster. There is one master who is regarded as a hegemonic figure in the universe. 3 orders were issued on the same day, each of which is about swordsmen. There are also Zhongsho who once put words in the universe, who must die under the oppression of the dragons, or who had participated in the strangulation of Jianshou Shuang, either announced an apology directly in the universe or sent someone to the Temple of Life to apologize and apologize. Some of them are immortal dharma, some are ancient holy places, and some are a kingdom of gods. They are usually giants in the universe, and they control the existence of life and death, but at this moment, they all showed their favor to Jian Wushuang. From the moment when Jian Wushuang beheaded Yu Ding Supreme, Jian Wushuang is no longer the junior bully in their eyes, but another giant arm rising from the universe, enough to set foot on the top of the universe. And those forces that have a good match with the sword, such as Juding Pavilion, Shinkong Jianzong, Jiuxing Holy Land, Mole Clan, and so on, also announced that the universe, they will reach an alliance with the Temple of Life, and become all the fans behind Jian Wushuang. At this moment, countless people were shocked to discover that, without knowing it, Jian Wushuang is already a lame person who can stir up the cosmic situation and beat the power of the universe for 9 days. Countless top forces, tied to him. As a person, there are still people in the universe who watch from the wall. Although they no longer say some words of derogatory sword Wushuang, they are sneering in their hearts. Sooner or later Jian Wushuang will still die in the hands of the dragons. Anyway, the situation in the universe changed all the time. All kinds of speeches emerged endlessly, and the word sword warriors occupied all the topics of the universe. In the universe, a lonely starry sky. A cosmic boat is constantly breaking through the waves and galloping fast. Qi Jian Wushuang did not stay in the spacecraft, but stood on the deck of the spacecraft with a negative hand, allowing him to be brushed by the fierce wind. He had black hair and was screamed. Yin Jianwu looked ahead. His eyes blinked constantly. From the perspective of this battle, my strength should be the ultimate. Wu Jian's eyes filled with speculation, constantly recalling the details of the fight with Yu Ding Supreme. In that battle, except for the last move of Tai Luo Jiandian, which was at the bottom of the box, Tara was not used. He almost came out. As for other magical powers, similar to the chaotic power in the Wu Ding Chao Ding, etc., even if it is useful, it will not affect the result. The Tai Luo sword is the card that Jian Wushuang prepared for himself, and if the dragons really come out from the strongest group of strongmen to hang him, this whole card that has never been used may be a critical moment. Keep him alive. Unless forced, Jian Wushuang will not use the Taro sword trick. Even with this sword trick, even now, he hasn't fully comprehended it. Once he used it, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Out of control too much. But even so, I have a self-protection in the universe. Thought of this, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. At this moment, neither side of the sword thinks that he finally has a bit of self-protection in the universe. Today, he can't say that he can sweep the universe, but those who are hunted down can only hide in Tibet. I'm afraid it's gone forever. After a short while, Jian Wushuang opened the bamboo tube handed to him by the Supreme Master of Blood. Among them, the third page is marked as Qiyang Kingdom. Qiyang Emperor, half-step invincible supreme, famous in the 3000 Chaos prehistoric era. Qi Jian Wushuang pedaled the universe boat and continued to march towards the Qiyang God Kingdom. Qiyang Divine Kingdom is his third goal. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 4428. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was driving the cosmic boat and constantly driving towards the Qiyang God Kingdom. Many eyes in the universe are also placed on the Qiyang Divine Kingdom. Through the first 2 times of Jian Wushuang's crusade, they can be regarded as coming. Jian Wushuang went all the way to the door to kill the target, from weak to strong. For example, the first Dead Blood Temple Master was the weakest of the 6 forces that had stabbed sword unparalleled in the first place. The remaining 5 forces, with the exception of the great Japanese emperor, who has already died, have the weakest strength to reach the half-step invincible supreme. Qiyang Divine Kingdom, it's over. Countless people shook their heads. Qiyang God Domestic. Father, what shall we do now? Your Majesty, you speak. There was chaos in the palace hall. Countless leaders and ministers of the Qiyang Divine Kingdom, including the descendants of the Qiyang Divine King, looked desperately, sitting on the throne of the Qiyang Divine King. As soon as the news that the sword defeated the great Emperor of the Sun and Yuding Supreme was released, it was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and it blew up on everyone's head in Qiyang God Kingdom. Even the top and supreme great Japanese emperor and the half-step invincible Yuding Supreme are dead. What is their resistance to the Qiyang Kingdom? At this moment, countless people in Qiyang God's heart are filled with endless remorse. Why? Why do you want to provoke Jian Wushuang? Okay, don't bother. Qiyang Shunjun has a square face, and the whole person is full of self-anger. He patted the armrest of the throne heavily, glanced coldly at the hall, and was frightened by the name Jian Wushuang as if shaking a quail, and snorted coldly. At the beginning, I was going to flatten the Temple of Life. Strangling the sword is unparalleled. It is the most powerful of your clamor. I want to share a cup of tea after I level the Temple of Life. Now the sword is infinitely powerful, and everyone has not come yet. You are so frightened that everyone is in danger, and everyone is ashamed. As soon as this remark came to an end, the original mess was restored to a quiet place. Everyone present at the meeting bowed their heads and did not dare to look directly at the Qiyang god. Nali, where would they want to know? The sword master Wu Shuang, who dominated the realm, had a leap and had the supreme practice of beheading and invincible. Okay, all of them will stop a bit. The sword is unparalleled, and this seat will naturally find a solution. Qiyang Shinjun took a deep breath and said Shunsheng. Report. At this moment, a will hurriedly blast from outside the hall and step into the hall. Your Majesty, Jian Wushuang is already far away from Qiyang Divine Kingdom, less than 3-star domains, and will arrive today. Sun the will look up at the Qiyang god. His face panicked. Is it so fast? Qiyang Shinjin's pupils shrink and become slightly discolored. Immediately, he got up and stood up, looked around at the people in the hall deeply, and said coldly, You are here to take it with you. What is the punishment of the sword unparalleled? Just one person bears it. In the complex eyes of everyone in the hall, Qiyang God stood up and walked towards the outside of Qiyang Palace. He hadn't waited for him to leave the palace, and a low, indifferent voice exploded loudly over the whole city. Sword of Life Jingu sword is unique. Come here to visit the kingdom of Qiyang. As soon as this remark came to an end, it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in the great sun god. Countless people's faces changed greatly. Their faces turned pale. Their bodies shook like sieve bran. Here comes, Jian Wushuang comes. The discoloration in the eyes of Qiyang Shenjun flashed for a moment, and then he recovered his calmness, swept up in one step, and landed on the wall of Qiyang King City. After all, he is the man who stands at the top of the universe. He has been accustomed to the undulating waves for a long time. Although Jian Shuangshuang is strong, he is not so scary as to smell him. Jian Wushuang, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Qiyang Shenjun stared at Jian Wushuang with complex eyes and said with a deep voice, Mayo he didn't call this seat anymore. It means that he put the sword Wushuang in a position equal to him. Oh? The sword came from both heaven and earth, hunting in black, squinting at his eyes and wondering. Wait for a long time? Qiyang Shenjun nodded his head and replied, The sword is unparalleled. The world is the strongest. You were humble at first, but I deceived you to conform to heaven. Now you are better than me, and I have nothing to come to anything can be said, willing to admit punishment. Oh, you were frank. Wu Jianshou carried his hands and looked at him with a smile. Qiyang Shenjun looked at Jian Wushuang and did not express his attitude. There was a struggle on his face, and he bit his teeth. Sword unparalleled. No matter how angry and murderous you may be, I am the one who bears the burden of Qiyang. Let me go, and leave a little room for me. After saying that, seeing Jian Wushuang not talking, he took a deep breath, and seemed to have made a decision, and said again, Sword unparalleled. As long as you don't want to be angry with my descendants of Qiyang, strip them of cultivation, I will be willing to self-discipline. As soon as this remark came to an end, many people in Qiyang who watched this scene in the Qiyang royal palace were breathing stagnation. They didn't expect that Qiyang God would be willing to make his own decision for them. Even the sword unparalleled, all brow slightly. Practice all the way. The more you get to the back, the more selfish and ruthless you are. As long as you can build the avenue. Most people do in tea talk about blood relationship, even parents and relatives can testify. Su can be like the Qiyang who is willing to sacrifice himself in order to preserve his blood. Few ancient times. But when he turned his head, Jin Wushuang also wanted to understand. I am afraid that this Qiyang Shinjun knows that it is impossible to escape today, and is doomed to fall. Then it is better to let his fall to exchange some chips and die. More valuable. He groaned for a moment or two. Jin Wushuang looked at the Qiyang God, and replied slightly, yes. Hearing this, Qiyang Shinjun was relieved, but glanced at Jin Wushuang gratefully. Thank you. Then, the Qiyang monarch turned his head suddenly, looking at the many descendants of the sorrowful people in the imperial city of Qiyang. Chuanin scolded. Remember, this place is falling behind today. You must act in a low-key manner, be safe and secure yourself. Withdraw from the depths of the universe. Practice well. You must not mention a word of revenge. You guys understand? The voice of the Qiyang gods, like a bang and drink, exploded in the minds of every descendant. When these grandchildren heard the words, and immediately realized that the death of the Qiyang had been settled. No. Qiyang Shinjun no longer cares about them, but looks at Xiang Jianwashuang, grinning with a grin. Sword unparalleled. Remember your promise? Let them go. The reason that I planted on the day, I taste the fruit today. Qiyang, go too. Huh. He stretched out his hand and patted his brow with one palm. Chapter 44:29. One sword to banish the mortal world. The void was deathly silent. Only the strong wind continued to reverberate. The spectators who had already retreated far away looked at this scene in a daze and felt chills all over their bodies. Great Sun Prince was dead. The King of Day was dead. Even Supreme Jade Cauldron, who was a half-step unrivaled supreme and had an all-powerful cultivation base in the universe, had been killed by Jin Wushuang. No words could describe the shock in their hearts. Originally, it was already shocking enough that Jin Wushuang had killed a supreme when he was an ultimate ruler. Now, Jin Wushuang, who was a beginner supreme, had killed a half-step unparalleled supreme. This was too shocking. Such a thing had never happened in the universe. Whether it was the number 1 genius from 100,000 chaos cycles ago, the East Boundary, or the 9th Kulpa King, who had been regarded as a monstrous genius, none of them could compare to the current Jin Wushuang. Jade, it seems like the universe is really going to change. An elementary-level supreme killed a half-step unrivaled supreme. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Number 1 heaven's favorite of all time. From now on, the entire universe will remember one name, Jin Wushuang. Legendary. Jin Wushuang is a legend. From today on, there will be one more person at the peak of the universe, and that is Jin Wushuang. If the invincible ruler doesn't show up, I'm afraid Jin Wushuang will be able to sweep across the universe. Countless people spoke. At that moment, they looked at Jin Wushuang in black with deep adoration and fanaticism in their eyes. There were even female cultivators who were dazzled and seeing stars. If it were not for the rumors in the universe that Jin Wushuang had already married, they would have rushed forward on the spot and become his wife and concubine. No one present was an idiot. Jin Wushuang was powerful and had amazing talent. No one dared to say how amazing Jin Wushuang's future achievements would be. If not for the fact that Jin Wushuang's enemies, such as the Dragon Clan and Cosmos Temple, many people in the universe would have wanted to get close to Jin Wushuang and form a good relationship. But now, after Jin Wushuang had killed the half-unrivaled Supreme Jade Cauldron, these people suddenly became bold and fearless. Jin Wushuang has only cultivated for 700,000 years, but he already has the strength to kill a half-step unparalleled supreme. If Jin Wushuang is allowed to cultivate for another 700,000 years, the Dragon Clan may not be his match. The dragon race has lived in peace for too long, and they've been arrogant for too long. It's time for someone to teach them that they're no longer universe masters. The Dragon Clan sounds powerful, but it's just that. A few second-generation dragon clans who have been struggling to survive can only rely on sleeping to keep their lives. The remaining third-generation dragon clans may be powerful, but when Jian Wushuang grows up completely, he might have a chance to overthrow them. I'm certain that this universe will belong to Jian Wushuang after 10,000 chaos cycles. Countless people's eyes were burning as they spoke with determination. Then, they looked at each other and walked toward Jian Wushuang, intending to form a good relationship with him. Among them, there was a concierge who came to the ancestor worshipping ceremony. He ran quickly as he was afraid that Jian Wushuang would vent his anger on them. He quickly tried to explain. Supreme Peerless, am Supreme Golden Saber of the Limitless Divine Sect. I've come to greet you, Supreme Wushuang, am the Island Master of 5 Turtle Island. I'm here to apologize to you. My participation in the Great Sun God's ancestral worship ceremony is because my ancestor is an old friend of his. All of a sudden, all kinds of fawning voices were heard. These people were all experts above middle Supreme Master level. However, they were all flattering Jian Wushuang and dared not show any disrespect. If this scene fell into the eyes of an uninformed person, it would definitely make one's eyes pop out. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. These people were just grass on the wall that swayed with the wind. Fortunately, he had won today. If he had lost, these people would definitely have spat at him in disdain after he was killed by Supreme Jade Cauldron and the others. Jian Wushuang didn't pay much attention to them. He extended his right hand, and the interspatial rings of Emperor God of the Great Sun and Supreme Jade Cauldron flew toward him. After grabbing the interspatial ring, Jian Wushuang used his divine power to scan the inside of the ring, and he could not help but be moved. The wealth in their interspatial rings was simply terrifying. Even before the Supreme Lightning Tribulation had begun, and he had many supreme treasures to self-destruct, he was far inferior to these two. These two people must have stolen many opportunities from others because of their powerful cultivation. Jian Wushuang snorted and shook his head. He put away the 2 interspatial rings and turned to the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang turned into a sword light and crossed the sky like a shooting star. He then fell into the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Within Great Sun Divine Kingdom, many people who had not rushed out of the starry sky to watch, as well as the royal descendants who had stayed behind to guard the Great Sun Divine Kingdom, were discussing. They looked relaxed and even had the time to drink tea. It seemed like they were not worried that the King of Day and the others would lose. Queen, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor and the others haven't returned after such a long time. Could something have happened to them? A guard from the Great Sun Divine Kingdom said with worry in his eyes. The queen was a beautiful woman. She put down her teacup and said casually, Jian Wushuang is only a beginner supreme. How can he be your majesty's opponent? Moreover, with the help of Supreme Jade Cauldron, Jian Wushuang will be executed no matter how powerful he is. The guard couldn't help but hesitate for a moment before saying, Queen, for safety's sake, I think we should go and take a look. Hearing this, Great Sun Queen frowned and was about to reprimand him. At this moment, accompanied by a loud rumble, a deep voice exploded like thunder and rolled down. The King of Day is dead. The other members of the Great Sun royal family are also guilty. Although they are not dead, their cultivation should be cut off as a warning to the others. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure condensed in the void. In an instant, countless descendants of the Great Sun, Heavenly King's royal family were scared out of their wits. They couldn't believe it. The King of Day's face turned pale instantly. How is this possible? How could His Majesty be defeated? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold and his black hair was flying in the air. He stood proudly in the void. He looked down at Great Sun Divine Kingdom, shook his head, and slashed down with his sword. This sword will strip you of your cultivation. Boom! In an instant, the sword did not seem to cause any damage. It did not even move a blade of grass. Instead, it directly cut into everyone who had the bloodline of the King of Day. This sword move was a variant of the Eternal Night sword move. It had the power to strip everything. It was a small superpower that Jian Wushuang had derived after he had comprehended the sword essence of Tarot Supreme. Arg! My cultivation. What's going on? Why is my cultivation level declining? Don't. In an instant, the King of Day imperial palace was filled with screams. Countless people could feel their cultivation levels rapidly declining, and their faces were filled with extreme shock. The people who had come with Jian Wushuang noticed this scene and shivered all over. One sword to cut off his cultivation. What kind of supernatural method was this? One must know that there were nearly 10,000 people in the Great Sun royal family. Jian Wushuang looked at them indifferently and slashed out 4 sword lights again. The 4 sword radiances shot up into the sky and then hid in the void. From today on, for the next 90 million years, no one from the King of Day royal family is allowed to step out of the King of Day palace. The King of Day imperial palace has been sealed for tens of millions of years. Buzz. The 4 sword radiances hidden in the void turned their tips and would kill anyone who dared to step out of the Great Sun imperial palace. In an instant, countless Great Sun royal family members' faces turned ashen. Jian Wushuang did not say anything more. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light. Chapter 44:30. Inside the universe starry sky. Wu Jianshou piloted the spacecraft and kept moving forward. He sat cross-legged in the space capsule, frosty between his eyebrows. Being extreme. This person is definitely one of Jian Wushuang's most wanted to kill. If you say that the Lord of the Blood Temple, the Emperor of the Sun, the Emperor of the Red Sun, and others are only accomplices, then the Supreme Master of Bingyu is the culprit. White Tiger Supreme is forced to explode by being forced by Bingyu Supreme. The feud between him and Bingyu Supreme is not shared. I do indeed know how many times Bingyu Supreme led his team to hang him, such as the one in the wild wilderness. If it wasn't for the white-haired ancestors, I'm afraid it would be dead at that time. There is an earlier Shinkong ancient road, and the prisoner dragon is the Bingyu Supreme sent to kill his sword Wushuang. If this is not the case, his sword Wushuang will not gradually face the dragon. Of course, sword Wushuang has no regrets and no fear, but his heart hates Bingyu for his supremacy. Waiting to kill me in Taishu Temple? Wu Jianshou sneered. All this word was issued by Bingyu Supreme to the entire universe. He also heard the words similar to the war books. This made him kill Bingyu Supreme, and suddenly took him to another level. Even to this day, this Bingyu will never die. Hunhal, very good. My sword is unparalleled to see. How do you cut me? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and flashed a sigh of coldness. I was inside the temple of the virtual god. Su Bingyu sat on the throne with a sneer on the corner of his mouth and rubbed a blue magic sword blade in his hand. This sword, the name of God. At that time in the wild wilderness of the universe, he strangled Jian Wushuang, but was killed halfway by the patriarch's ancestors to save them. His saber, the ice sword with the same name as him, was even inched by the patriarch's ancestors. Swallow. And this sword named Sir, Sun, he later spent a large price to buy from an invincible supreme. In terms of power is not inferior to the original ice dagger, or even stronger. Sword is unparalleled. Take you and sacrifice this sword. Huh. Bingyi Extreme turned over with his right hand, pointed his sword at the void outside the temple, capturing the hunting chill. Don't wait for this seat to break through the invincible supreme. Otherwise, any life shrine, any hegemonic ancestor, you must die for this seat. He chuckled in his heart, and was equally worried about the overlord ancestor who destroyed his magic sword and blasted him with a punch. Come here. After a short while, he put away the Excalibur and called out, Da-da-da. Suddenly, a disciple of the Taishu Temple stepped in and congratulated. I ask you, where is Sword Warrior now? What's abnormal? The disciple was lying on the ground and heard the words and said, Told the Lord Emperor, Jian Wushuang is rushing to Taishu Temple quickly, and there is nothing unusual. Ah, that's good. Bing nodded supremely and sneered softly. Swords warriors, so eager to find dead people. This seat is the first time in the universe to see. Wu Jianshou drove the cosmic boat and approached the temple of Taishu continuously. Along the way, he didn't have any intention of covering his breath, so everywhere he went, there was a burst of exclaim. Neiman, you see, this and this breath is sword unparalleled. The goal of Jian Wushuang. It really is the temple of two virtual. Well, Bingyu Supreme is not a bad stubble. This battle looks good. Jiang Wushuang is strong, but Bingyu Supreme is also a hard bone. The half-step invincible Supreme, who died in the hand of Bingyan Supreme, is more. It is really hard to say if Jian Wushuang can take down this hard bone. Jian Wushuang's own creation. If Rujian Wushuang can kill, pay attention to killing the Ice Cricket Supreme, then Jian Wushuang can almost be determined. Now he is the first person below the Supreme Master. Walk around. This battle is nothing short of ancient and ancient. It is rare and must not be missed. Hurry to Taishu Temple. It's lively this time. Tingsua, I heard that all the major forces have all sent people to watch the war. Once Jian Wushuang really wins, they will hold Jian Wushuang as the new king. Countless people's eyes are eager and open to discuss. Afterwards, they all drove Shiguang and swept away towards the Taishu Temple. Among them, there are representatives sent by the major forces who have brought the Shuangguang mirror, intending to record all the details of this battle. Even the three masters and apprentices who were saved by Jian Wushuang in the Terra ruins today came to cheer for Jian Wushuang from the extremely distant wilderness. There are also Emperor Jinwu, the leader of Shaking Mountain, the Lord of Stardust, etc., one after another who has no origin with swords. This battle is highly anticipated. After 3 months, Wu Jian Wushuang arrived at the star field where the Taishu Temple was located. The puppet star field is already full of countless people watching from all directions, and the flag is rolling like waves. Wu Jianshou stopped the spacecraft and stepped out of the cabin. There was a loud noise in my ears, and many familiar faces. Master Bloodsword, come on! How Emperor dominated his face excitedly, shouting from a distance. Bloodsword, you will win. The water which dominated the three, and his face turned red, crowded at the outermost part of the crowd, and waved the flag to cheer. Sword does not abandon your lord. Be careful. Stardust, who was already alone, dominated, and clenched his fists. Wu Jianshou looked for a moment, glanced over the familiar faces, and then smiled. Rest assured. Wu Jianwushuang nodded toward them, then turned to look at the central position of Taishu Starfield, the suspended Taishu Temple, taking a deep breath. This sucking, like a whale sucking water, all the powerful wind energy around you into your mouth. Next moment, he opened his mouth to make a sound, as if the sound of a thunder blasted, rolled down, shocked for 9 days and 10 places. Bingao, haven't you come to death yet? Boom! As soon as this remark came down, the miles of the sky were shaken by the earthquake, like a tsunami. Swords matchless, you it today. Immediately, a cold voice came out of the center of the Taishu Temple, and the rolling sound of the sword warriors was completely defeated. A white streamer burst out and landed 10 feet in front of Jian Wushuang. The streamer shattered, revealing the supreme figure of the moraine. Sword unparalleled. Only one of you and me today can walk out of this star field alive. Bing stood with supreme negative hands and frowned. Just what I want. The sword flickered in the eyes of Wu Jian, holding the Taro Excalibur in his right hand, and pulled it out of the scabbard an inch. A magnificent sword pressure came to the audience instantly. Come on. Su Bingji snorted extremely coldly, turned his right hand over, his body was scarlet, and the evil spirit reached the extreme sword, condensed in his hands. Zhejian, there is no nonsense in between. The two powerful auras, as if forming a substance, continue to squeeze in the void collision, setting off a horrible void storm. When everyone watched the battle, their eyes were stunned. They know. This battle of ancient times is about to begin. Chapter 44:31 Committing suicide at the same time. Just as Jian Wushuang was steering Universe Boat toward the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom, many gazes within the universe were also focused on the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Through the previous 2 crusades, they finally understood that Jian Wushuang's targets grew from weak to strong. For example, the Blood Sky Hall Master, who had died first, was the weakest of the 6 forces that had killed Jian Wushuang. He had the weakest foundation and was only a top supreme. As for the remaining 5 forces, apart from the King of Day, who had already died, the weakest of them had already reached the half-step unparalleled supreme level. The Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom is finished. Countless people shook their heads. Within the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom, Father, what should we do now? Your Majesty, say something? The imperial palace was in chaos. Countless commanders and ministers of the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom, including Scarlet Sun Demon Master's descendants, looked at Scarlet Sun Demon Master on the throne in despair. The news that Jian Wushuang had killed the Emperor God of Sun and Supreme Jade Cauldron was like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone in the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Even the Supreme King of the Great Sun and Supreme Jade Cauldron had died. What could the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom do to resist? At that moment, endless regret welled up in the hearts of countless people in the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Why? Why did he have to provoke Jian Wushuang? All right, stop quarreling. Scarlet Sun Demon Master's face was square, and his entire person was filled with a sense of authority. He slammed the armrest of his throne and glanced coldly at the people in the hall, who were trembling like quails because of Jian Wushuang's name. He snorted and said, "Back then, when I was going to flatten the Divine Life Palace and kill Jian Wushuang, you were the ones who made the most noise. You wanted to get a share of the loot after I flattened the Divine Life Palace. Now, Jian Wushuang is powerful. He hasn't even arrived yet, but you're all so scared that you're all in danger. It's really embarrassing." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally chaotic hall immediately returned to silence. Everyone present lowered their heads, not King of Day to look at the Scarlet Sun Demon Master. How could they have imagined that Jian Wushuang, who was only at the ruler realm, would have the cultivation to kill a half-step unparalleled supreme with a leap? All right, let's all calm down. Since Jian Wushuang is here, he'll naturally find a way to solve it. The Scarlet Sun Demon Master took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Report." At this moment, a divine general rushed in from outside the hall and entered it. "Your Majesty, Jian Wushuang is less than 3-star areas away from the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. He will arrive within the next few days." The divine general raised his head and looked at the Scarlet Sun Demon Master with a terrified expression. "It's so fast." The Scarlet Sun Demon Master's pupil shrank, and his expression changed slightly. Then, he stood up and looked at the people in the hall. He said coldly, "You guys stay here. I will bear all the punishment for Jian Wushuang." As soon as he finished speaking, the Scarlet Sun Demon Master stood up and walked out of the Imperial Palace under the complicated gazes of everyone in the hall. Before he could walk out of the palace, a deep and cold voice exploded in the sky above the entire Yunwu city. "Jian Wushuang from the Divine Life Palace is here to pay a visit to the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom." His words were like a bombshell in the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled like screaming chaff. "He's here. He's here. Jian Wushuang is here." The Scarlet Sun Demon Master's eyes also lost color for a moment before he regained his calm. He took a step and landed on the city wall of the Scarlet Sun Royal City. After all, he was the man who stood at the peak of the universe. He had been a hero for a long time and had long been used to the ups and downs of the waves. Although Jian Wushuang was strong, he was not so strong that he would be afraid of him. "Jian Wushuang, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Scarlet Sun Demon Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a complicated gaze and said in a deep voice, "He didn't call me by name anymore," which meant that he regarded Jian Wushuang as an equal. "Oh." Jian Wushuang came over with his black clothes fluttering in the wind. He squinted his eyes and asked, "You've been waiting for me for a long time?" The Scarlet Sun Demon Master nodded and replied, "Jian Wushuang, in this world, only the strong are respected. Back then, you were weak, so I bullied you. I was following the way of heaven, but now, you are stronger than me. Even if you come to me, I have nothing to say. I am willing to accept my punishment." "Hee, you're quite frank." Jian Wushuang looked at him with a faint smile. Seeing that Jian Wushuang didn't express his opinion, Scarlet Sun Demon Master seemed to be struggling. He gritted his teeth and said, Jian Wushuang, no matter how angry and murderous you are, I, Scarlet Sun, will bear it alone. Let my descendant go, and leave some leeway. After that, he saw that Jian Wushuang did not speak, so he took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and said again, Jian Wushuang, as long as you don't vent your anger on my descendants and strip them of their cultivation, I am willing to commit suicide. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of Scarlet Sun who were watching the scene in the imperial palace held their breaths. They had never expected that the Scarlet Sun Demon Master would be willing to commit suicide for their sake. Even Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly. On the path of cultivation, the further one cultivated, the more selfish and emotionless one would become. As long as one could cultivate the great Tao, an ordinary person could even cut off their parents and Tao companions to verify their Tao, let alone blood and kinship. There were very few people like the Scarlet Sun Demon Master who were willing to sacrifice themselves in order to preserve their bloodline. However, Jian Wushuang quickly understood. The Scarlet Sun Demon Master probably knew that he would not be able to escape today and was destined to die. In that case, it would be better to exchange his death for some bargaining chips, so that his death would be more valuable. After a moment of silence, Jian Wushuang looked at Scarlet Sun Demon Master and replied indifferently, yes. Upon hearing this, Scarlet Sun Demon Master heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Jian Wushuang with gratitude. Many thanks. Then, the Scarlet Sun Demon Master turned his head and looked at his descendants and clansmen in the imperial city who had long been in grief. He rebuked, remember, after I die today, you must keep a low profile, behave yourselves, and leave the depths of the universe. Cultivate well, and don't mention anything about revenge. Do you all understand? The Scarlet Sun Demon Master's voice was like a blow to the head, exploding in the minds of every descendant and clansman. When these descendants heard this, they immediately understood that the Scarlet Sun Demon Master had already decided to die and was leaving behind his funeral arrangements. The burly man couldn't help but say, no, no. Scarlet Sun Demon Master didn't care about them anymore. Instead, he looked at Jian Wushuang and laughed bitterly. Jian Wushuang, remember your promise and let them go. Ill taste the consequences of the seed I planted that day. I, Scarlet Sun, will go. Bang! He stretched out his hand and hit his forehead. Chapter 44:32. Jian Wushuang's eyes closed slightly, Baoxiang solemn. The tailored Excalibur in his hand, as thin as smoke and sand, began to dissipate from the point of the sword. A feeling of palpitations suddenly amplified in everyone's heart. Good coercion. It will change. Rewind. Instantly, the audience members who had already retreated far away retreated backwards and opened the distance. Oh! Sun Bingshuan's eyes, which originally had no waves in the ancient well, narrowed for the first time, revealing a slight shock. Huh! The land under Wu Jianhui's feet began to collapse rapidly around him. A crater is constantly spreading out at a very fast speed, like a cosmic black hole that swallows everything silently and silently. Huge gravitational force is transmitted from the center of the vortex of the pit, and it continuously swallows all kinds of energy in the starry sky. All quietly next, it turns into nothingness. Even the sun that hangs high in the sky, and the dazzling Milky Way across the sky hundreds of millions of miles, is driven by this gravitational force, rolls in, and then falls into a giant pit. A sword at dusk, the gods at dusk? Huh. The ice mast, who was standing above the void and was constantly thinking about it, was suddenly pulled by a big hand, and was dragged into the pit instantly. Suddenly, the hearts of everyone watching the game shivered. In the face of this move, how can everyone not know that the original Yuding Supreme was dragged into the pit of the dusk, and then he lost his initiative? Without the power of World War I, he could only be used by the power of the pit of the dusk. Continued to pass away, and finally was executed by Jian Wushuang's four-season swordsmanship. Immediately, the strong face of the Taishu Temple shouted sharply, sword unparalleled. Let our God Emperor come out. Yes. Otherwise, don't blame me for waiting. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, glanced at them scornfully, and sneered, It's up to you? Huh. The words fell. Jian Wushuang stretched out his fingers and bowed a little, and suddenly a sharp sword blasted out from his fingertips, hitting the shouting loudest elementary supreme strong. Huh. Suddenly, this sword gas passed through the eyebrow of that elementary supreme powerman. The sharp sword intention crushed every inch of the god's power in this person's body. You. Instantly, this elementary supreme powerman, before he said a word, collapsed his body and destroyed him. Instant seconds. Suddenly, the other powerful men in the Taishu temple shrank their pupils and dared to reach out and tremblingly pointed at Jian Wushuang. But they did not dare to say a word. After finished all of this, Jian Wushuang turned his head, looked indifferently to the extreme icy supreme, and slowly extended his hand forward to grab the void. Buried. Boom! Suddenly, the pit at dusk turned on, and a powerful horror reached the extreme majestic strength, squeezing and colliding towards the ice mass supreme. Under this tremendous force of squeezing and collision, even though he is as strong as ice cricket, his body is shaking, and there is a little flush on both sides of his cheek. Next moment. Sword unparalleled, this trick is okay against others, but you can't trap me. Bing Extreme sits cross-legged, takes a deep breath, and then sighs coldly, supernatural power, frozen world. Click. With this sentence falling down, the cold mang on Bingyu's supreme sword, and a piercing chill permeated by the naked eye pervaded, but the energy of the direct void was frozen. Being in the void, suddenly ice. For a short period of time, the ice dipper is sucked in the center, and the twilight pits that are squeezed continuously are frozen and frozen, just like eggshells. Bing stood up and stood up, a cruel arc evoked in the corner of his mouth. Supernatural power, skywing of ice. Broken. In an instant, Bingyu Supreme stepped on his feet and shot out of the dusky pit that was so deep that it rose into the sky. Beneath his feet, it was frozen into a glacier-like dusk pit and suddenly collapsed and shattered, like a heavenly girl scattered flowers, forming a rolling avalanche and scattered around. It's not hard to see that with this hand alone, Bingyu Supreme is better than that, supernatural powers, mirror flowers, and water moon. Bing Supreme reopened. Tirit. Hui's sword of Sir God in his hand waved down, saw time. Starting from him, just like copy and paste, there were thousands of ice cream supreme like him. Sword unparalleled, let's die. The next moment, the words were sent out from the mouth of these thousands of ice cream supremacy, forming a terrifying sound wave, as if the gods opened their mouths and lowered their reproofs, making them deafening. Kill. Huh. Then, the thousands of Ice Dipper Supremes stepped at the same time, holding a sword to kill from all sides. For a moment, the dreadful sword energy was as suffocating as the billowing waves. Is that so? Jian Jianhui's eyes narrowed, and he didn't dare to magnify his heart. He tried to spread his divine power and feel the thousands of Moraine Supremes, which one is the real body, but he couldn't help discovering them. Each of these Moraine Supremes, whether it is the strength of the divine power or the vitality of the breath, is all exactly the same. Unable to help, Jian Wushuang frowned. In the distance, the spectators watched the scene with scorching eyes. There is an old strong man who knows the Supreme Bingyu, and he suddenly said, Bingao Supreme's trick is different from those inferior avatars. It looks like a lot, but it has been defeated. In this trick, there is a full blow from Bingao Supreme in every fake. Absolutely cannot be underestimated. Then these tens of thousands of Bingyu Supreme avatars, isn't that Bingyu Supreme tens of thousands of full blows and use them at the same time? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Yes. The veteran strong eye that had spoken before flickered nodded. This is not the most troublesome. The most troublesome thing is that the true Moraine Supreme is still hidden in it. Once Jian Wushuang is tired of coping, when his power is exhausted or his mind is exhausted, he will give Jian Wushuang a real fatal blow at any time. Prevention is inevitable. Avoid inevitable. When this remark came to an end, all the people watching each other looked at each other. Some said unbelievably, "Nah, well, that doesn't mean that Jian Wushuang will die?" The veteran Strong nodded his head and shook his head and said, "There is no absolute thing. If Jian Wushuang has any tricks and can kill these tens of thousands of clones at the same time, then this technique will be broken naturally." As soon as this remark came to an end, instead of having a happy face, everyone's face sank. These avatars of Bingyu Supreme are not those low-level avatars that are merely flower racks condensed with divine power, but each avatar contains the full power of Bingyu Supreme. And if the sword Wushuang wants to destroy it at the same time, if there are thousands of avatars, it means Jian Wushuang. And it will have the power to hit the ice mastiff with extreme strength. How easy is it? Suddenly, those who are no match for the sword, such as Hao Ember, Jiuxing Shengzi, Water Witch Master, apprentices, and Star Master, all clenched their fists tightly, and a heart reached his throat. At this moment, countless people were silent. Wu Jianso has fallen into danger. Chapter 44:33. Huh. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of Ice Moth Supreme virtual shadows are flying away, killing the sword unparalleled. Wu Jianshuang's face sank, his eyes flashed with dignity, and he did not dare to have the slightest intention, and directly opened the strongest state of Chaos Ba. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's pair of purple and gold eyes soared, and the eyebrow, Chuan, became more and more prominent. On his body, a series of crisscross ancient patterns appeared. Broken! Wu Jianshuang yelled loudly, raised his fist and blasted towards one of the Ice Moth's supreme virtual shadows, and the majestic strength fell like a waterfall. Huh! Suddenly, the sky was shaking. Sure, that virtual shadow shattered one after another, and Jian Wushuang was also shaken, his face pale and uncertain. He didn't allow him to rest for a while, and the second ghost had already hit him. Qi Jian Wushuang had to sideways avoid. After half a column of incense, Wing Jian Wushuang gasped slightly, with a few more scars on his body, looking at the still overlapping ice mastiff, the supreme shadow, and his thoughts flashed. I see and T go on like this. Thoiran, although each of these ghost images is not strong, and only contains the blow of the supreme ice cream, there are too many ghost images. If you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid I will be dragged to death here. I took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang did not hesitate again, and said lightly, Torah Sword Code, 4th Style, 4 Seasons. Howl Dash. As soon as this remark came to an end, within a square of a circle centered around Jian Wushuang, it turned into a long winter. Countless snow falls, and shoots at that ice supreme virtual shadow. This is not over yet, Jian Wushuang yelled again. Talented, amazing life. Talent of magic, primitive universe. Boom. Suddenly, two extremely powerful amounts of repression came to the world again. This world is completely controlled by Jian Wushuang. I saw the icy wind and snow transformed by the 4 seasons sword gas. Under the blessing of the primitive universe and the shock of life, the power suddenly rose again. The wind screamed. With Mori Han's murderous power, fell on every path of the ice mass supreme. On the ghost. Card Tata. Suddenly, the thousands of icy phantoms froze, and the action of attacking and killing the sword unparalleled became sluggish. This is. The ice mastiff, who was hidden among thousands of people, suddenly changed his face slightly. He also felt the strong force of ice cold. Under this ice-cold power, even his movements became a little slow. It is rumored that Taylor Supreme has left a total of 5 peerless methods to suppress the universe. This move should be one of Taylor Supreme's 5 masterpieces. 4 Seasons Sword Energy. The thoughts of Bing Binx's eyes were quickly considered, and the contempt for Jian Wushuang in his heart gradually disappeared and turned into dignity. 4 Seasons turn. Qi Jian Wushuang quickly drew his hands and drank again. Suddenly, the severe cold snow disappeared, and a spring thunder blew out of nowhere. Jiaja then, countless drizzles fell from the sky. This drizzle directly covered the entire Taishu star field. There was doubt in the eyes of a strong man in Taishu Temple, and he reached for a drop of raindrops. Huh! Instantly, this raindrop pierced his entire palm. Buhal, not good. This is sword spirit. Rewind. Suddenly, the man shouted in surprise. Then, the Ice Mastiff Supreme virtual shadow, which was slightly frozen by the midwinter sword air, was dripped by this overwhelming raindrop, and it suddenly seemed to be cut open by a sword, making a bang, and then it broke apart. For a while, the dense raindrops dripped, like playing a lute in the universe, with small chords like whispers, noisy and miscellaneous bullets, and big beads and beads falling on the jade plate. Nali, where is this spring rain? Obviously a disaster. Just a few breaths. Thousands of Ice Mastiff Supreme virtual shadows crumbled under the dense raindrops, leaving only the true Ice Mask Supreme, constantly flying in the void, while avoiding sword air raindrops, while wielding a sword to resist. Dang 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 dang. The dense raindrops shot directly on the ice cream's supreme sword of God, and a sudden sound of iron nails hit the steel plate suddenly. The fine sweat beads swelled from the extreme forehead of Bing Bing, and the pair of ice crystal wings behind him kept waving, and they swept away thousands of feet under one wave. Thoiron, although he responded to the Wolverine, it did not pose much threat to him. Bingao, it seems your strength is just that. Wu Jianwushuang's expression was indifferent, with 5 fingers in one. Sneer, 4 seasons, turn again. Boom. Suddenly, with the sword Wu Shuang's voice falling, the spring rain disappeared, and a blistering day climbed into the stars. There was a rush of heat waves, baking the earth, and the extremely high temperature was enough to bake a supreme adult. Bing Extreme, who was still a little loose, raised it again and looked at the fiery red sun. Walking in the middle of the huge sun, Jian Wushuang stepped into the void, black hair fluttered, and he looked down at the earth. Swordsmanship. Suhis. If it weren't for today, I wouldn't have imagined that this magical power would have evolved from sword energy. Yuding Supreme is dead in this trick. I don't know if Bing Ling Supreme can survive. The strength of the sword, unparalleled, terrible. The crowd watching from a distance exclaimed. Although they are far away from the sword Wushuang, the powerful surging energy, like the brightest star in the universe, makes them dazzled and convinced. Stop it. Yin Jianhui's eyes flashed sharply, and he waved toward Bingyu with respect. Saw time. Lon, the round of fiery red sun behind Jianhui's body, rumblingly rolled, crushed away towards the supreme Bingyu. This trick is currently the most powerful attack of Jian Wushuang attack power. Sword warriors. Wu Bingyu looked at this rolling, as if the fiery red sun that was dying out of the world, and was instantly furious. Supernatural powers, Ice Wing protection. Bing extremely opened his mouth and growled. The next moment, I saw the wings that were inserted into his back and formed by the innumerable ice crystals, soared again, and finally, like the same pair of arms, he enveloped the supreme body of the ice moraine, forming an ice shell-like ice cover. Huh! The fiery red sun hit the mask formed by the icy supreme wings, and suddenly made a loud roar that could not be described in any words. This roar is like the anger of thunder, open mouth, shaking the world, and deafening. All the sounds are drowned in this huge roar. Countless people watching the war in the distance covered their ears, expression of pain. Even more people who are low profile will be killed directly by this roar. Chongji, a wave of shock waves swept past, crushing the numerous temples in the Taishu Temple under the stars directly into Ji powder. This roar lasted for 3 full breaths before it gradually became weak and then disappeared. A huge cloud of mushrooms rose up from the place where Jian Wushuang and Bingyu played against each other, covering all directions. Chapter 44:34. Moraine Supreme fell? At this moment, countless spectators who have recovered have all stared at the place shrouded by that huge mushroom cloud. The sight of Shan was blocked by the mushroom cloud, heavy haze. Even if they exerted their divine power, they could not see through it, and there was a quiet peace inside, without any sound of the Moraine Supreme. Master Bloodsword must have one. The leader is invincible. It is too strong not to abandon your excellency. Seeing this, the master of How Ember and others all couldn't help showing joy and shook his fists heavily. Other watchers are holding their breaths and are afraid to blink. Being extreme. Has it fallen? 9 days in the void. Yin Jian Wushuang looked down at the place where the former Bingyu Supreme was, and there was no joy on everyone's face, but his brows gradually frowned. In the monstrous mushroom cloud, he did not feel the supreme breath of the ice mast. As usual, the general breath returned to nothingness, which means that this life machine has disappeared and has fallen. But somehow, Jin Wushuang not only did not feel any relaxation, but he felt a great terror between life and death. His entire body, as if stared at by an ancient and wild monster, was covered with sweat. At this moment, a dull sound of beating heartbeat rang in the mushroom cloud, as if someone sang the drums of Gutianing. Huh, huh, huh. Sung Yin, this voice is getting louder and louder. At last, roar. The thick mushroom cloud shrouded in thousands of miles was ripped apart. Being extreme stride out. Suddenly his robe was torn, his hair was loose, and blood was flowing between his eyebrows. Even the wide wings condensed from ice crystals on the back were blown up. However, he was full of an extremely dangerous and violent breath. Frost froze on his blood-stained face, as if wearing a mask, condensing half of his face. Sword unparalleled. You can push this seat to this point. This seat has to say, underestimated you. Bing extreme voice is hoarse, unlike humans, as if there are 2 iron pieces rubbing in his throat. It's just a pity that you killed Yu Ding with this trick, but you can't kill me. Qi Jian Wushuang didn't answer. Tai Luo Excalibur silently gathered in his hands, and his vigilance was raised to the extreme. Far away, How Ember, who had already begun to cheer, dominated the others, and the smile on his face gradually solidified. Isn't this dead? Bingao Supreme is worthy of being the strongest in the half-step invincible Supreme. Where is it so easy to fall? Jin Wushuang, there is trouble. And others sighed. Okay, sword unparalleled, this is the end of the game. Sun Bingxian raised his head to look at Jin Wushuang. The corner of his mouth evoked a weird arc. Next moment. Supernatural power. I am the Emperor. Boom! Suddenly, the Bingyu Supreme body skyrocketed steadily, and the whole person swelled up like an inflatable. 100,000 feet. For a short period of time, Bingyu Supreme Demon stood up and turned into a giant ice giant. The atmosphere of his whole person changed, as if heaven and earth had crowned him, and an emperor crown appeared on his head. He was covered with thick ice crystals all over his skin, as if wearing a heavy armor. He held in his hands a handle made of ice crystals and a huge ice sword condensed in his hands. He holds the ice sword in his hand, as if holding an iceberg in his hand. At his feet, the sword unparalleled was as small as a cricket ant. Suddenly, countless people were horrified and startled. What magic power is this? I can feel that the current Bingyu Supreme is at least 10 times stronger than just now. No wonder the previous Emperor Taishu was willing to hand over the position to Bingyu Supreme and leave with confidence. It turned out that Bingyu Supreme hid such a killer. Before, I also said that Bingyu Supreme declared the universe and said that it would be too conceited to kill sword unparalleled here. Now it seems that where is this conceit? Obviously I have absolute confidence. And How Ember dominated the others, even more upset. Why? How could this be? Boom. Instantly, Bingyu moved. This move, he stepped on the ground directly, stepped tens of thousands of feet away, and stepped down towards the sword unparalleled. Sword warriors, the magical power of this seat is far from what you can imagine. Bing Extreme laughed lowly, revealing a sense of madness. Beneath this foot, the whole world seems to be under pressure, and every inch collapses. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and Shin-channeled, Dawn, cut. Huh. Wu Jianso again turned into breaking Dawn Jianmong. Yu Jian left, and stabbed on the calf Supreme calf fiercely. This sword can cut off the gods. Ding! Countless ice crystals splash, but it is even the layer of ice crystals on the skin of Bingyu Supreme, which cannot be pierced. Cut star. Qi Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to forgive, and the nearly 10,000 forest blue swordsmen gathered in his hands and chopped again. However, no, it's still useless. Everything is useless. Shock the tree. Ridiculous. Soon Bingji shook his head with a scornful smile and swept his giant foot at will, directly throwing the sword masterpiece of magical powers, slamming it into the air. Huh. Wu Jinshuang flew out of his body, and a spit of blood was spit out by him. Come again. Wu Jian's eyes are so wary. His body is full of golden light, and the royal sword is heading towards Bingyu Supreme again. Taro Sword Code 4th Style 4 Seasons. In the void, the heavenly sword gasified into spring rain and came to the world. However, before it was still invincible, the 4 seasons of sword energy was destroyed, but it could only cut off the ice crystals on the top of Bingyu, causing no trace of injury. Stupid struggle. Bing Extreme smiled slightly and stretched out the ice sword to cut it severely. Instantly, the whole world was filled with this sword. The gigantic air machine makes the universe boil, as if to reopen chaos and create a new world. 4 seasons sword chi is crushed directly. Boom! Then, this sword fell on Jian Wushuang and blasted it. Under this sword, even if Jian Wushuang has a chaotic, domineering body, it will collapse. Sword is unparalleled. It is not only you who is a genius in the world, nor is it only one person who possesses supernatural powers. Being extremely raised the corners of his mouth. The magical powers of this seat have been cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and you can't catch up, can you understand? After a few breaths, Sword Wushu deity reorganized. He took a deep breath, stood up from the ground, and looked at the Ice Cream Supreme who was holding a winning ticket. His expression suddenly calmed down. Bingao, do you really win yourself? After hearing the words, Bing Xian browed slightly and looked at Xiang Wushuang with an interest and said, Oh? Jian Wushuang, what other means do you have to make use of it? This one is 1 by 1. It is good. I answered him with Jian Wushuang's calm voice. Next moment, Wu Jianshou opened his hands, closed his eyes, and hugs the world. He had black hair and gradually floated. A quiet, slow voice, word by word, came out of his mouth. Taro Sword Code 5th Style Taro. Chapter 44:35. Jian Wushuang. Are you going to lose? Jiuhao Emperor dominated the others, looking up at the trembling in the void, and constantly being stunned by the Ice Sword Supreme Master Fei Shuang. His heart was cold. The others are silent and have complex expressions. After a long while, they just sighed. Jian Wushuang is of course strong. Every magical power can be called cosmic extinction, but it's a pity that his practice period is too short and the bottom line is too extreme. I dare to say that if Jian Wushuang practiced for another 10 million years, maybe Bingyu Supreme, he would not be Jian Wushuang's opponent. There is not much time to give Jian Wushuang. Countless people looked at each other with silence in their hearts. Qi Jian's unparalleled defeat has become a foregone conclusion. The disciples who were too vain and shivering looked at the immortal ice god, who was as high as thousands of feet. They were all excited and shouting, "The ice god is invincible! Jian Wushuang lo air! How dare to fight against the Emperor Bingyu?" The pearls of rice grains also shine? On the starry sky, Bingyu Supreme looks cold, like the of life and death, who is about to pronounce the death sentence of Jian Wushuang. At this moment, even through the Shuangguang mirror to watch the war, the people of the universe far away from here are shaking their heads and preparing to be sent back to the messenger who sent the gift to the Temple of Life. The sword is unparalleled, and it will die. This scene was staged in every corner of the universe at the same time. Until Taro Sword Code 5th Taro. When the sword Wushuang's words fell, the whole universe starry sky, and at the same time, a loud bang. Not only the starry sky where Jian Wushuang fought with Bingyu Supreme, but the entire universe. Howling. The sky began to tear, and the wind raged suddenly, centering on Jian Wushuang, until it spread thousands of feet around. All turned into floating slaughterland. Countless people who watched the battle in the distance. All monks who practiced with swords, whether they hang their swords on their waists or lay quietly in the ring of Qinkuan. At this moment, they all send out a huge clearing. Countless sword spirits, straight into Jiuxiao, as if greeted, the ancient sword who is about to die. Petal the void, stretched out his hand to embrace the sword unparalleled in heaven and earth. The breath changed a little. His breath, become strange, become sharp, and become flying. This, the ice crystal giant sword lifted by Sun Binx's supreme stagnation. His brows frowned. The appearance of Wu Mingming's sword Wushuang has not changed. Standing in front of his eyes, Mingming's sword Wushuang is still in the elementary state of supremacy. But somehow, on Jian Wushuang, he suddenly revealed a breath that made him feel scared. He's not sword warrior. There was an idea in Bingbing's supreme heart that made him feel incredible. Stop him. Although I don't know what happened to Jian Wushuang, Bingyu Supreme can feel that Jian Wushuang at this moment is extremely dangerous. Go to hell. Bing Extreme chuckled, the ice crystal giant's sword in his hand, as if the mountain collapsed and crushed, chopped away towards the sword unparalleled. This sword is extremely fast, and sword unparalleled, as if stupid, closed his eyes tightly, waiting motionlessly for the sword to fall. When I saw this scene, many disciples in the Taishu temple were laughing. Ha 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 ha, what do I think Jian Wushuang is holding on to? Is it just waiting to die? Pretend. Even Bingyu is supreme, and her slightly nervous mind is also a loose one. The sword is about to fall on the sword Wush's head. Boom! Yan Jian's unparalleled eyes opened suddenly, two shocking gods skyrocketing from his eyes. Countless immortals circled up, just like the arrival of the heaven and earth monarchs. Countless starlights came from all directions, enveloped the sword's peerless body in a bright starlight, and the whole person was full of divinity. In the distance, the myriad swords that shook the heavens and the earth were trembling madly, and even the respective sword masters lost their induction and could not be recalled. This is... In countless people's horrified, stunned eyes, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his mouth. A deep, hoarse, but extremely sharp voice issued from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Imtaro. Huh. The Tianmin gate suddenly opened wide. A golden light beam fell from the air, and on the back of the sword unparalleled, formed a virtual reality wearing a blue shirt, walking on a sword, holding a gourd drunk in the world. Saw the ice crystal sword that was chopped down and crush it directly. What? How did this happen? Bing Extreme expression dull. This figure. He couldn't be more familiar. Isn't he too supreme, or who? 23 centuries before the Chaos Era, Taro Supreme used a top-level supreme practice to sweep the universe invincible, and he was undefeated after many battles, suppressing 9 days and 10 places. He is not invincible. It is better than invincible. And he, Bingyu Supreme, was also the top supreme practice that year, using sword to enlighten. At that time, he was trying out the sword world, using many kendo giant arms as stepping stones to merge his kendo. At that time, the supreme master Tai Luo was like the sun and the sky. How could he let it go? He battled with Taro Supreme on the top of the universe, but in that battle he was defeated. Just ordinary sword, being extreme defeat. From then on, Tai Luo Supreme became the nightmare of Bing Ling Supreme. Yinzu, the reason why he has such a strong murderous power against Jian Wushuang is that no less than half of this factor. How is that possible? What is going on? Bing Extreme eyes stared at Jian Wushuang, yelling constantly. The breath from Wu Jianhui's body made him feel a little suffocated and almost suffocated, his body trembling, which was not comparable to him at all. In the distance, more people are stiff. Looking at this scene like a lightning strike, the thoughts in my head roll and set off a stormy sea. Taro Supreme. This is the breath of Taro Supreme. Wutoa, yes. Taro Supreme has not yet fallen, and the old man has had the pleasure of meeting him. I can be extremely determined. This is the breath of Taro Supreme. An old strong took a deep breath, said solemnly. There was also the old friend who once had a relationship with Tai Luo, and Lao Ti said, Tao Luo Tao friends, 300 chaotic pre-epics, is the separation of life and death. I thought I would never see each other again in this life. Gather. Countless people lamented, but more people wonder, what is going on? This answer is only known by Jian Wushuang. 9 days above. The sword has no double-sided expression, and looks down at Bingyu Supreme, indifferently saying, now, who are ants? Powerful momentum and decompression, crazily crisscross, the pressed ice cricket Supreme gradually kneel and lay on the ground. No, Taro Supreme is dead. You cannot be Taro Supreme. I don't believe it. Wu Bingxian clenched his fist tightly, his teeth biting. Next moment, swords warriors. Do not say that you are not Tu Luo, even if you are Tai Luo Supreme. Today I am iced. I will kill you. Roar. The extreme insanity was revealed in the supreme eyes of Bing Bing, and his body was standing up inch by inch under the pressure of the sword. Immediately, he patted his right hand fiercely into the void, and the whole man leaped and killed towards the sword unparalleled. Supernatural power, destruction. Chapter 44:36. Roar. At this moment, Bingyu Supreme burned with divine power, and the whole person was full of danger to the extreme. Every step he took, he stepped out of a pit in the void, and made a loud popping sound. Come on, Jian Wushuang. I can't live, you die for me. Bingyu Extreme laughed wildly, eyes full of endless madness. He hated Tai Luo Supreme. At the time, he had cultivated with him in the same way, but he was much stronger than him, asking the top of the universe. He hated the sword unparalleled. His talent is extraordinary, and it is rare in the ancient world. He is so low as to be low, but he can still fight with him, forcing him to fight with death. How unfair the sky is. There is a Taro Supreme, and a sword unparalleled. Why hasn't he spoiled him forever? Huh. Bingyu Extreme approached madly, and his body swelled like a bomb about to explode. It was extremely dangerous. No, let's retreat. Bingyu Extreme is desperate. In this blow, Bingyu Supreme has been determined to die. He is going to pull his sword to end with him. Crazy and crazy, Bingyu Supreme is completely crazy. At this moment, countless people watching the battle in the distance were crazed and angered to the extreme. You must know that the destructive power of Bingyu Supreme is the most powerful forbidden technique of the Taishu Temple, which not only destroys the enemy, but also destroys itself. The power that erupted at that instant was enough to draw them into destruction. Ha 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 ha, want to escape. Anyone who comes today will die. Seeing this, Bingyu Extreme laughed loudly, quickly printed his hands with his hands, and directly applied the Fengtian divine art, which would ban the 100,000 miles of the surrounding sky. Those spectators who were retreating suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall. The action of retreating and escaping was instantly delayed. Suddenly, many cosmic powers of the universe who watched the battle through the Shuangguang mirror became extremely blue. Temple of Life, Supreme Temple, Bloodwave Supreme, Giant Axe Supreme and others raised their heads and stared at the Shuangguang mirror. A solemn, quiet needle can be heard. And just after Bingyu Supreme cast his destructive power, Jack! Bloodwave Supreme got up sharply and stood up, with 3 inches of sharp eyes in his eyes. This Bingyu Supreme has lost his mind in order to kill the sword unparalleled. Regardless of the consequences, he really should kill. The other great masters, although not speaking, were also grimly dripping water. This scene, similar to the Temple of Life, is constantly being performed in the core of the universe. On the starry sky of Taishu Temple, there was a sound of horror begging for mercy. No, let us go. Bingao Supreme, your goal is Jian Wushuang. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, it's good if you look for Sword Wushuang. Someone tried to arouse Bingia's supreme reason. Bingao, if you do this, you will pull the entire Taishu Temple into the endless place. Stop it now. There are also attempts to threaten Moraine Supreme. However, the supreme sight of Bingyu, however, made him laugh more and more crazy. Ha ha ha, are you scared? If you don't want to be buried with me, it's easy, then you can kill Swordsman with me. When this remark came to an end, everyone shivered. Immediately, a few people looked at Jin Wushuang, their eyes struggling, and the sword Wushuang, which belongs to the center of destruction, was indifferent, expressionless, unhappy, or sad. Facing the imminent Bingyu extreme, Jin Wushuang's black hair flew, starlight lingered around him, and uttered a word calmly. Cut. At the next moment, Jin Wushuang slowly raised his hand, and the tailored Excalibur held by him held up. Behind him, the huge Taro Supreme virtual shadow, just like the shadow of the sword unparalleled, like the shadow follows, raises his hand and makes the sword-cutting action. At this moment, Jin Wushuang and Tai Luo Supreme merged. Puff. Suddenly, a crimson sword mang cut from the Taro Excalibur. Rumble. Billowing thunder. No words can be used to describe this extremely beautiful sword. As if the universe was split open to both sides, the sky was torn apart like a scroll. The endless sky of the sky was torn directly into a jagged mouth and turned into a broken void hole. As Qianlong ascended to the sky, as Tianhao rolled down, this sword, covering the sun and the moon, swept across the sky. This sword is enough to make the peoples bow their heads and suppress all dissatisfaction. After the sword was cut, whether it was the gigantic laughter of Bingyu Supreme, or the voices of spectators who begged for mercy or threats, all stopped abruptly. Everyone was holding their breath, watching it blankly, which filled the entire starry sky and became a dazzling sword. This sword, the power of Huang Huang, is not visible. Puff! The next moment, the sword was cut like a tofu and passed straight through the huge chest of the Ice Supreme. Bingyu Supreme still keeps her footsteps and strides forward. However, on his chest, a huge hollow with thick feet appeared directly. No blood spills, no divine power dissipates, no ice crystals splash. This sword directly annihilated everything that Bingyu Supreme. Bingyu Extreme's huge body fell to his knees. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the gradual hollowing of his chest. I lost. Ha 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 ha. His body diminished quickly, returning to its normal state, and the ice crystals covering his skin dissipated like sand. He could feel that at this moment, his majestic vitality and majestic power were quickly dissipating. The world in front of him quickly turned black, and he saw Jin Wushuang suddenly weaken to the extreme after wielding the sword. The Taro Supreme virtual reality on his back had collapsed inch by inch. If you shoot it this time, you can definitely kill the sword without double-clicking. But he had no chance. Just when he thought he was about to die, a sigh sounded in the heavens and the earth. Bingao, you let this seat down. The next moment in this void, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a crown, wearing a black gold 9-claw dragon robe, wearing a purple gold crown, and looking courageous, bathed in thunder, step out of the void. To Emperor God. The real master behind the Taishu Temple is also the heavenly power to open the Taishu Temple, invincible and supreme. Suddenly, because the crisis was lifted, everyone in the heart breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "The sword is unparalleled, and that's it." In the eyes of the Emperor Taishu, the thunderous light flickered, and he looked slightly towards the body supported by the tailored Excalibur, drained of divine power, and the shaky sword Wushuang. His words were bland, but filled with an unquestionable power. Cough cough. Jin Wushuang coughed violently and raised his head, looking at the Emperor Taishu, the true power of the universe, standing at the peak of the universe. Chapter 44:37. To Emperor God. The pioneers of the Taishu Temple really opened up the territory and suppressed the power of the universe. In the entire universe, he can be compared with him, but the number of hands is not a tribe of ancestors or the ruler of the immortal Holy Land. After he appeared, the entire noisy universe was suddenly dead. Everyone was too dare to look at the Emperor Taishu and lowered his head. Jin Wushuang, this seat is nothing but entanglement between you and you. From now on, all the past will be written off. How? Emperor Taishu looked at Jin Wushuang indifferently and said. After that, he waved his sleeves. The Morina Supreme, which was dying out, recovered quickly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Bingyu Supreme first glanced at Jin Wushuang viciously, then immediately looked at Emperor Taishu, and his eyes were full of fear. Master God! He shivered and just wanted to open his mouth to speak. The words just came out, and I saw the Emperor Taishu coldly gave him a sideways glance, scolding, "Is it not enough to be ashamed? Go back, and then go to the extraterritorial battlefield with this seat later." Seeing this Taishu God Emperor, Bingyu Supreme, just like a mouse seeing a cat, he suddenly trembled when he heard the words and looked at Jin Wushuang with a resentful glance. Jin Wushuang struggled to stand up from the sky. Looking at this scene, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He managed to slay the Bingyu Supreme today, but he did not expect that the Emperor Xuanqu was killed in the air and rescued the Bingyu Supreme. If you can't kill Bingyu Supreme today, I'm afraid that you will kill Bingyu Supreme in the future. Taking a deep breath, Jin Wu's eyes flashed and said, Master, Emperor Bingyu, 3 or 5 times. He wants to put me to death, and it is the main force that pacifies the life shrine twice. I do indeed know how many disciples die in life. You are too vain in the hands of the temple. You are now a bit too light about it. Isn't it a bit too light? Oh! Emperor Taishu raised a brow when he heard his words, as if he was surprised that Jin Wushuang dared not follow his instructions, and his voice became cold, and he replied, Jin Wushuang, are you in this seat to discuss with you? Huh. The voice fell, and a momentum like a mountain broke out from the Emperor Taishu. Moment. Jin Wushuang was smashed by this momentum, and immediately as if hit by a sledgehammer, the whole person fell to the ground fiercely, and the body almost shattered. This momentum came fast and went fast, and in just one breath, it was taken back by the Emperor Taishu. He glanced down on the ground. His face became incredibly pale. Jin Wushuang said coldly, Jin Wushuang, if this seat was not in the face of the old senior Gav just now, this one will kill you. Jin Wushuang was lying in the void. Although the spirit of the Emperor Taishu had been withdrawn, invisibly, as if there was still a big mountain pressing on his back, he couldn't stand up. Is this the power of invincibility? Jin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with endless humiliation. He thought he had broken through the supremacy, and he dared not say that he could run across the universe. At least he had a little self-protection. But only at this moment, when he truly faced the invincible Supreme, did he know how small he was. He was in front of Emperor Taishu, just like Bingyu Supreme was in front of the Patriarchs, and he had no resistance at all. The gap between the half-step Invincible Supreme and the Invincible Supreme is too big. Emperor Taishu looked at Jin Wushuang and gradually sneered at the corners of his mouth and said, Sword Wushuang, this seat looks at your eyes. Do you seem to disagree? Jin Wushuang did not answer. In the face of absolute power, all words are pale. Emperor Taishu shook his head and said, if you are unconvinced, you can wait for your recovery and come to the extraterrestrial battlefield to find me. This seat is waiting for you. After that, Emperor Taishu would leave. However, he just turned around and seemed to think of something again. He stepped out and said, swords are unparalleled. Look at GVS Supreme face. I would like to remind you that you act low-key and your strength has not allowed you to. This universe is rampant. This universe is much wider than you think. You think you are talented and fighting across borders is enough to be proud and arrogant. It's just that your vision is too small and limited by cultivation. See this side of the world. In this universe, Emo said that your sword Wushuang is nothing. Even this seat is just a drop in the ocean. The true strong in Tianjiao, you are not qualified to see it now. Having said that, the Emperor Taishin narrowed his eyes, and a radiant of unintelligible radiance was drawn at the corners of his mouth, suppressing the sound to a decibel that only the two of them could hear, one word at a time. Jin Wushuang, do you think that when the universe was invincible, how did Tai Luo Supreme, who was proud of himself, die? As soon as this remark was made, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Emperor Taishu shook his head and said, "Okay, the sword is unparalleled. Now Gap is supremely asleep. You do and T even have a beam carrying a beam in your temple of life. Do and T let it be because of your humble life like dust. The temple of life behind it has caused a great disaster." After speaking, Emperor Taishu looked at Jian Wushuang a bit with disgust and playfulness, and without further ado, disappeared into the starry sky in one step. With the departure of Emperor Taishu, this battle finally came to a successful end. Victory. Master Blood Sword wins. Extreme Ice Cricket. Lost to Sword Incomparable. Suddenly, how Emperor, who was close to Jian Wushuang, dominated the crowd and cheered. The other strong men who came to watch the war were also in awe. They rushed up, embracing the sword unparalleled in the middle, saying the words of flattery. However, Jian Wushuang's heart was not happy at all. Is this winning? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly in his heart. The last word of Emperor Taishu was like a bombshell that exploded in his mind. Seriously, have you not seen the real universe? At this moment, the universe that he originally thought was clear had suddenly become blurred and seemed to have a mysterious veil. And how did Taro Supreme, who was so powerful back then, die? According to the remnant thought of Supreme Master Tai Luo, it seems to be related to a person called Emperor. Who is this Emperor? Endless thoughts flowed, but Jian Wushuang couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head and said silently, "Weak, weak, weak, weak. After all, I'm still too weak." Chapter 44:38. Master Bloodsword? Do you have any thoughts? The master of Hao Hao noticed the incompatibility of Jian Wushuang and raised his doubts and asked. Jian Wushuang didn't talk back, but Hao Ember dominated it like he guessed something and laughed. Master Bloodsword, you can use the elementary supreme practice to defeat the half-step invincible supreme ice mast. It's already very powerful. That's too hypocritical. You do and T need to be attentive to what God says. Wu Jinsho smiled and did not answer. He just looked up at the starry sky of Wudi with a negative hand, thinking in his eyes. Why extraterritorial battlefield? Gangcai, he was very keen to capture the word extraterritorial battlefield in the mouth of Emperor Taishu. He is no stranger to these four words. As soon as he broke through the Supreme, Bloodwave Supreme had mentioned it in a vague manner. The Outland battlefield is a battlefield located at the edge of the universe. Therefore, the cosmic preaching of the universe appears to be extremely rare, because the universe sits in the extraterrestrial battlefield all year round, and rarely returns to the depths of the universe. Moreover, according to the Supreme Master of Blood, the owner of the Palace of Lives Shrine went to the extraterritorial battlefield before returning without news. In addition, most of the invincible supremes in the universe are basically gathered in extraterritorial battlefields. Extraterritorial. Wu Jianso continued to ponder. What does this outside mean? After a short while, the swordless two-way Hao Emperor and others bid farewell and left Taishu Temple. However, instead of going to the Diwu Temple and the Dragon Race, he set up a cosmic boat and sailed towards the Temple of Life. 23 days later, Wu Song, Yer, Tai Tai, Sun Dan, the sword-cutting ice supreme thing, spread throughout the universe. Suddenly, the universe was trembling again and it was boiling. The powerful people of the universe are even more uproar. Then they couldn't sit still and went to the Temple of Life to form a war alliance with the Temple of Life. Then, the details of the battle between Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme spread through the entire universe through the Shuangguang mirror. Countless people watched this battle with interest, marveled at it, and made a terrible case. The talent of the sword is unparalleled, the sword skill is outstanding, and it is rare in all ages. Sword warriors will become the second Taro Supreme. No. When Tai Luo Supreme was in the realm of Jian Wushuang, he was far less powerful than Jian Wushuang. Yimenu said, how was Jian Wushuang's last move released at the time? Could it be that Tai Lu Supreme was really not dead? Or was Jian Wushuang reincarnated? For a moment, all kinds of strange discussions were all uproar. The universe is full of discussions about the sword unparalleled. Unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has already become a legend that makes others look up. Sun Starfield, home of the Jinwu family. 9 fireballs practiced into a line, revolving around an extremely huge sun. Here is the old nest of the Jinwu family. The huge sun in the middle is the palace of Emperor Jinwu. Jian Wushuang, can you be able to slay half-step invincible supreme? Emperor Jinwu stood erect in the sun, staring at the distant starry sky for a moment. Jihura, once upon a time, the two still had a battle in the ancient sky, and he has been working hard to improve himself so that one day he can fight against Jian Wushuang again. He was retreating when Jian Wushuang attended the Grand Cosmos event. When Jian stepped on the 4 forces, he was in retreat. Now, he is finally out of customs. Sun became the second supreme of Jinwu tribe after King Jinwu. He thought that he had broken through the supreme, and he had the power to resist with the swordless chamber. As a result, when he vowed, ready to go out to find Sword Wushuang, he heard the news that Jian Wushuang's sword chopped ice. What kind of character is Bing Bing? Da, the famous half-step invincible supreme in the universe, the master of the dominant power. Regarding strength and reputation, he is not even under his father, King Jinwu, and is even stronger. The result is such a great power. If it wasn't for the Emperor Su Xia arrived, he would have been killed by Jian Wushuang? Is this swordsman? The Emperor Jinwu murmured to himself, only felt that the more he understood Jian Wushuang, the more he felt that the gap between the two was too big, and even to the point where he could hardly look back and looked up. Crackling. At this moment, a footstep sounded behind him. He is the Emperor Jinwu, walking step by step from the depths of the palace. He saw Emperor Jinwu's glance at Emperor Jinwu and then said, "Lianer, pack up quickly and go to the Temple of Life with your father." What? The Emperor Jinwu heard a word and wondered, "Father, what are we going to do at the Temple of Life?" The Emperor Jinwu glared at him and replied, "Isn't it going to help you wipe your in the past? It was in the Xingkong Ancient Road that you had a festival with Jian Wushuang. It was because of the god's thoughts left on you. Save it." Although this matter has passed a long time, and it is not too much resentment, but no one knows whether Jian Wushuang is a revenge and regretful person. Today, the sword unparalleled sword is invincible in half a step, and it has become a great climate. The title is unparalleled. When it comes to strength, he is not even his father's opponent. His wrists can't beat him. Naturally, he must rush to the door to apologize. This resentment, if he does not remember it, can be regarded as a good destiny. When the Emperor Jinwu heard a shock, Jian Wushuang was already so strong that he needed his father, and he had to come to the court to please him. Well, don't think too much about it. Everyone has his own life. Jian Wushuang is a rare evil in all ages. What do you compare with him? Emperor Jinwu smiled a little, patted Emperor Jinwu's shoulder and smiled. Go. Let me go to the Temple of Life. Prince Jinwu nodded gently. Lei Thu, and similar to the above scene, is constantly being staged in the universe. Inside the universe starry sky, Wu Jianshou drove the spacecraft, riding the wind and waves all the way, flying fast. He didn't rush back to the Temple of Life, but went to the glacier forbidden area in the far north of the universe to pick up the cold frost. After that, he rushed back to the Temple of Life. For him, it is already his limit to make the sword press the Xia Supreme. The Diwu Shrine and the Dragon Clan are all behemoths with invincible supreme level power to sit in town. The Black Feather Supreme of the Diwu Temple can only be regarded as the bottom of the invincible supreme, but it is also the true invincible supreme, definitely not a sword incomparable. Long and the dragons are not to mention, just 3 generations of bloodline dragons. They are all invincible supreme cultivation. Rumors that there are 2nd-generation dragons sleeping. The 3rd generation of dragons is invincible and supreme. What is the concept of the 2nd generation of dragons? Wu Jianshou thought, very scared. Coupled with the words of Emperor Taishu, Emperor Jianshuang has made a decision in his heart. Instead of taking risks and standing himself under a dangerous wall, it is better to improve his strength first. When we really destroy them, it will be crushing and crushing, cutting grass and roots, leaving no room for it. Chapter 44:39. Jin Wushuang has returned to the Temple of Life for 3 months. There was a constant stream of people who came to visit him. These people are either the Lord of one holy land or the Emperor who opened up the kingdom of God. They are all lame, and the whole universe will shake the power of heaven. At the beginning, Jin Wushuang was quite patient. He talked with them about brewing wine, and he was very polite, but after a long time, he found that he had no time to practice, so he closed the door and refused to let the other Supreme of Life Shrine go with it. Chat. Sun Life Shrine, the 6th mountain. Inside the sword, unparalleled manner. Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme come to the guest. The three of them sat by the lake beside the manor and made a cup of spirit tea for the three as cold as frost, and they resigned gracefully without affecting the three's conversation. Extreme Blood. I have always had 3 questions to ask you, and I want to ask you to help me out. Wu Jinshuang said. Okay. Su Bobo Supreme raised his eyebrows and quipped, Jin Wushuang, you have been the hottest person in the universe recently. Do you still have anything to ask me? After a long pause, Bloodwave Supreme smiled. Well, if you have any questions, just ask directly. Why should we be so polite between us? Jin Wushuang nodded his head, and after groaning for a second or two, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Extreme Blood, what is the universal battle of catastrophe? What is the extraterrestrial battlefield? Also, when Tai Luo Supreme was extremely prosperous, rarely meet rivals in the universe, who will kill him in an instant. Even the kingdom of God is destroyed together? Shuebwa Supreme heard the words, looked at the giant axe Supreme, and did not rush to answer, but his expression gradually became dignified. After a long time, Shuebwa Supreme said, Jin Wushuang, even if you don't ask these things, this seat was originally intended to tell you. Since you asked today, then this seat will give you confusion. So Shan first, when it comes to the Holocaust, I have to tell you about the universe first. Jin Wushuang, do you think the universe is unique? When Jin Jinshuang heard this, he couldn't help but start a deep breath and calmly replied, I don't know, but the universe I see is the only one. Bloodwave Supreme said, took the lingcha at the table and took a sip, then said, before that catastrophe, all of us, like you, thought that the universe was the only one until the Battle of Havoc is coming. 100,000 prehistoric times of chaos suddenly appeared in the edge of the universe with a big slap in the void. At the beginning, everyone didn't take the void crack as a thing, and it went on for a long time until a man with 3 heads and 6 arms crawled out of the void crack. This man claims to be the true queen, from another universe. He is terrible and terrible. Obviously, only the Supreme can cultivate, but he can slaughter the Supreme, and there is no room for a backhand. Even the half-step invincible Supreme is not his opponent. It is a celebration of heaven to be able to pick up a life in his hands. After this true queen came to the universe, he immediately launched a killing and brought a storm in the universe. Numerous races were annihilated by him, and countless powers died in his hands. For a moment, the entire universe was filled with sorrow and Sorrowland of smoke. He could not use any words to describe the tragic universe at that time. After a pause, Bloodwave Supreme looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, sighed lightly, and said, It is a pity that Jiedong, who was the first day of 100,000 chaos prehistoric times, also died in his hands. Falling down, I'm afraid that at this moment is already the ultimate power of the universe standing at the peak. Speaking of which, Bloodwave Supreme is a little bitterly sighing. Wu Jianwushuang heard that his pupil shrank, and the first master of the 100,000 pre-chaos prehistoric world, the previous master of the Wuchang chaos tripod, had fallen like this? Thought of this, Jin Wushuang could not help feeling a pity. At this time, Bloodwave Supreme continued to speak. At this time, we finally realized that there was another parallel universe beside our universe. In this universe, we call it virtual. Virtual? Jin Jianhui's eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. The giant axe nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, because their practice is completely different from ours, and they rely on an empty spirit, so we call them the virtual universe. The monks in the virtual universe on the whole level are better than us in the same realm. Therefore, They are also particularly difficult and difficult. Is that so? Jin Wushuang raised an eyebrow and thoughtfulness appeared in his eyes. Sword unparalleled, the battle of catastrophe was caused by this man called True King. At that time, he strangled the universe and was finally noticed by the strongest in the universe. A total of 3 invincible supreme shots and suppressed him. However, Rao still allows this person to perform mystery, escape from serious injuries, and return to the virtual universe. In the universe, there is peace. And just after the 7 Chaos era that this man escaped, the void crack that had been mended by power was torn again. Thousands of people in the virtual universe crawled out of the cracks. Our entire universe is suddenly caught in the boundless flames of war, and the entire universe is filled with fierce water. This battle is known as the War of Holocaust. Hearing here, Jin Wushuang finally understood. Just by imagination, he could imagine how terrible the catastrophe that swept the entire universe. What happened then? How was this battle calmed down? Jin Wushuang continued to ask. Su Shuebwa Supreme heard the smile, raised his head to look at the sky, and a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Ho! Later the Lord of the Gods rises among the tens of thousands of people, and Fu building immediately falls, turning the tide into a slump. The victory and defeat of this battle was established in one fell swoop. Under the leadership of Master God, this battle has finally been reversed. We defeated the monks in the universe. It is precisely because of this battle that the name of the first person in the universe was established. We call him the of the universe. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words and couldn't calm down for a long time. If you want to come to that era, it must be a time of epic generation, bright stars, and a magnificent epic era, right? Sun Shuebwa Supreme saw a slight smile, took up Lingcha, and blew the rising heat of Lingcha, and laughed. Sword warriors, the extraterrestrial battlefield you asked before is the product of this war. Although the monks of the void universe were led by us to kill them back, but the fissure in that void has not been closed. Until now, from time to time, there are still powerful men in the void universe who want to come in through that crack. However, there is a person who is sitting in the town personally, and there are several invincible and supreme perennial inspections. Generally, people who have no virtual universe can truly enter our universe. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, and after thinking about it for 1 or 2, he arched to Bloodwave Supreme. Thank you, Bloodwave Supreme, for your confusion, I understand. You're welcome. Sun Shuebwa Supreme nodded, put down the teacup in his hand, and replied, Next, I will tell you how Taylor Supreme has fallen. Chapter 4440, Temple of Life, 6th Mountain. Inside the sword, unparalleled manner. The misty waves on the great lake of Yunza are small. A little white mist rises from the surface of the lake, and then spreads out. The water and the sky are all colored. Wu Jinshuang and Bloodwave Supreme were sitting on the bow of a awning boat. The awning boat automatically swayed on the lake without wind, drawing 2 long, calm watermarks. The 3 sword-making swordsmen, Bloodwave Supreme, and Giant Axe Supreme boil tea and burn incense, but also quite elegant. The sword is unparalleled. Taro Supreme was extremely strong at that time. He was famous in all directions. His fall in the universe is not a big secret, but it rarely spreads in the universe. At first, he was afraid of spreading the truth by distorting the truth. Because of the fear of getting people's hearts frightened, all of them are at risk. Sun Shuebwa Supreme lifted up the wide, long-sleeved cuffs, raised the ceramic teapot, and poured 2 cups of tea for the swordsman and giant axe. The watercolor is green, and an aura is mixed with the light tea fragrance. This cup of tea is very valuable. If an ordinary mortal drink a cup, it will be able to transform into an immortal and immortal. Even if they are supreme, drinking is still a whole body, and the power is nourished. People's heart? Wu Jianwu lifted the teacup and took a sip, then frowned and asked, Extreme blood. What does this mean? Sun Shuebwa Supreme replied, Taro Supreme, it was not killed by people in our universe. Jin Wushuang heard the words, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. His eyes flashed sharply. Blood Supreme, do you mean Supreme Tai Luo died in the hands of the virtual universe? Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head. His expression gradually swelled with a heavy expression and said, yes, 300 years before the chaos. Suddenly there was a group of strong men who called themselves phasing. The universe, the head of their organization, is called the Emperor. At that time, Tai Luo Supreme, who was preparing to take turns to suppress the battlefield outside the territory, happened to meet them in the universe. So, as soon as the battle broke out, Fong entered the most stalemate situation at the beginning. No one knows the specific details of that battle, only knowing that the days were like the sky, and the battle was undefeated. The Supreme Master Taro, who reached the peak of the universe, suddenly died suddenly. Subsequently, the kingdom of Tai Luo was smashed into the door, and the hundreds of millions of souls in God were killed in one fell swoop. The Supreme Tai Luo could only slap the Tai Luo divine sword into the depths of the universe before he died. Taro ruins. Then, it was Lord Elder God who arrived and killed the Byte organization, but it is worth mentioning that the Emperor was the one who won 3 defeats against Lord Elder God without defeat, with the phasing organization retreat safely. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's brow frowned tightly, his eyes blinked constantly. Wu Tailuo's supreme power. Others don't know much, but Jian Wushuang and him have been in the trial space for thousands of years. He can't understand it. Jane is a dictatorship of eternity. Kendo shines in the power of the night. Few people can overcome him in the universe, let alone kill him. There is no chance of escape. Sun Shuebwa Supreme continued to say, Jian Wushuang, speaking of the disaster that occurred in the Jui star field that year, it seems to be the phasing organization. Is it them? Wu Jianso suddenly panicked, and his eyes skyrocketed. Zuran in that year, the annihilation disaster of Jui star field naturally remembered that if it wasn't for the heartbreaking Supreme and others who arrived, I'm afraid he would fall into Jui star field that day. I just heard that the group of mysterious black robes seem to have come for the sake of their master Xian. Wu Jian's thoughts flashed like electricity, and he instantly grasped several key points. Devour the Emperor, the virtual universe, the extraterrestrial battlefield, the of the universe, and his own master Xuani. These characters, who seem to have nothing to do with each other, are invisible, with a faint line connecting them together. At the grand event of the universe, the of the universe told him that his master Xuani was his old friend and was in the next big picture. So, what is the purpose of this overall situation? His master Xuani, what identity does he play in the overall situation? His sword is unparalleled. What is his identity? Wu Jianwushuang fell into silence, and his eyes kept thinking. He began to remember himself and Xuani, from the beginning to the present, thinking about the bits and pieces of Xuani. After a long time, Jian Wushuang took a long sigh, with countless confused colors in his eyes, looked up at woody starry sky, and shook his head. Master, what do you want? Blood Supreme and Great Axe noticed this scene, and looked at each other, and said, what is wrong with you? Nothing. Jian Wushuang turned his head and smiled at them. After a short while, Supreme Bloodwave and Great Axe Supreme left. Wu Jianshou sat alone at the bow of the awning boat, frowning into a long thought. Fu Jun, the cold, frosty figure appeared on the back of Jian Wushuang, stretched out his slim hand, and gently smoothed the word Chuan wrinkled between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? You can talk to your body. Maybe you will have an idea. Jian Jianwushuang took a deep breath and shook his head and smiled. Shuanger, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. After finishing talking, Jian Wushuang extended his finger and gently scratched on the frosty nose bridge, stood up, and shot into the manor. He had a hunch. Maybe it won't be long before the universe will be chaotic again. Before that, the only thing he could do was to improve his strength. As long as the strength is achieved whatever the virtual universe is, it is better to eat the organization or a chess game played by Master Zuanshuan, when the soldiers come to cover the water and cover the soil. Only strength is the foundation of standing in this world. Wu Jian stepped into the practice room and opened a long retreat. For him, it is not difficult to break through the medium supreme. Just need to push the boat down the water and continue to condense the power. After he broke through the middle extreme, his strength will reach a qualitative leap. In an instant, 3,000 years have passed. In these 3,000 years, Jian Wuxuang has continually condensed his strength and cultivated steadily, finally pushing the elementary supreme realm to the top. For ultra-perfect chaotic creatures such as Jian Wuxuang, breaking through the barriers of the great realm will be 10 million times more difficult than ordinary people. But breaking through such small realms is much easier. Wu Jian Wuxuang is about to take that step, ready to impact the medium supreme. A decree of the gods of the universe suddenly came to the Temple of Life. The sword is unparalleled. The of the universe has orders, come to the supreme temple. The sound of Sun Zuibo's supreme sound rang in Jian Wuxuang's mind. Okay. Wu Jianshou slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of fascinating light in his eyes. Chapter 44-41. Why did the order of Lord Elder God reach the Temple of Life at this time? Wu Jian's brows frowned, but from the tone of the blood wave supreme, he could hear the emergency. As a result, Jian Wuxuang did not delay and flickered into the manor. He came to the Supreme Temple, where there was a solemnity. The Supreme Blood Wave Supreme and the Great Axe Supreme stood respectfully and acted like a bow. In the first hall of the hall, a young boy with red lips and white teeth was standing with a roll of edict. This person is one of the disciples under the seat of the Colossus, Lan Su. Jian Wuxuang. I've seen Lord Lan Su. Jian Wuxuang glanced at Shuebo Supreme and others, then bowed slightly. Xingli said, Warriors Supreme, no need to be polite. Wu Lansu smiled kindly at Jian Wuxuang. He was quite polite to Jian Wuxuang, who was about to become a brother-in-law with him at the cosmic race. Wu Jianwuxuang nodded, and then asked, Master Lan Su, you have spared no effort this time to come to the Temple of Life. What's the matter? Tong Lansu replied, This time when we come to the Temple of Life, we really need to discuss things. Speaking of this, Lan Su paused, with a look of solitude on his face, looked around the hall, and solemnly said, There is a riot in the extraterritorial battlefield. As soon as he said this, the audience was shocked. What? The extraterrestrial battlefield is rioting? Isn't the extraterrestrial battlefield suppressed by the Lord God of God himself? How could a riot occur? The virtual universe has been peaceful with us for tens of thousands of chaos periods. How could this happen suddenly? What's the situation over there? Are people from the virtual universe coming soon? Didn't it happen, and we will start the war again? Everyone was disappointed, even the Supreme of Bloodwave, and so on. Their faces changed slightly. Looking at this scene, Lan Su's face eased a little, and he shook his head and said, You don't need to be so nervous. The situation is not serious enough. There is my master sitting in the outfield battlefield, and there is no wave in a short time. Hearing this, everyone just breathed a long sigh of relief. Wu Jinshuang frowned and asked, Master Lan Su, why did you come to the Temple of Life this time? Lan Su glanced at Jian Wuxuang and smiled back. This is the case. This time, the extraterrestrial battlefield riots. A large number of virtual cosmic virtuosos have come out in a row, and the Lord God cannot do everything himself, but only by virtue of the supremacy of the extraterritorial battlefield is no longer enough to suppress this riot. It is too strenuous. Then, Master God of the Gods asked me to deploy manpower in the universe. Everyone who has the supreme power in the martial arts must send at least one supreme power to the extraterritorial battlefield to suppress the riots. There are 2 places in the Temple of Life for the battle. That is, your palace must send 2 strong men in the supreme realm to the extraterritorial battlefield. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the Temple of Life looked at each other face to face, and there was no sound for a while. Wu Lansu is not in a hurry to ask for an answer now, Shinsheng said. This matter is related to the safety of the universe. I also ask you to set aside life and death and help the gods of the universe to end this riot. Well, now I have to go to the Dragon Clan, and I have to inform the major forces, so I will take a step. 10 years later, I will wait for you at the ferry in Shinyang Starfield, and rush to the extraterritorial battlefield together through the cosmic passage. After I finished speaking, Lan Su didn't stay much, so she strode away. I can see that this time, although not so serious, it is urgent. After Lan Su left, everyone in the Supreme Temple frowned and didn't speak. Don't say that Lord Elder God has issued an order in person. Even if Lord Elder God has not issued an order, they will definitely go to the extraterritorial battlefield. As Lan Su said, this matter is related to the security of the entire universe. Once the riots in the extraterrestrial battlefields cannot be suppressed, a large number of virtual cosmic virtuosos flood into the universe, and then they will cover their nests, and will they be finished? The two supremes of this faction went to the extraterritorial battlefield, but it became a problem. Now the supreme governance, the Palace of Life, is awaiting revival, and it lacks the pillars. If something happens to the people sent to it, the Palace of Life may be completely shattered like a collapsed dike. After a short while, the Bloodwave Supreme groaned and said, "The battlefield outside the territory is extremely dangerous and murderous. If the ordinary Supreme went forward, I would be afraid of 9 lives, which is too dangerous." He froze. It seems that Sun Shuebwa Supreme has made a decision and said, "So, this time, the 2 people who went to the extraterrestrial battlefield will go to me and Tian Sun Supreme, and the giant axe will be responsible for guarding the Palace of Life." As soon as this remark came to an end, the Tentacle Supreme next to him nodded. Both of them are top-level Supreme practices. Even if they meet the half-step Invincible Supreme, they have the power of a battle, and the 2 have been fighting side by side for many years. Then they can support each other on the battlefield and have a care. Regarding this, the giant axe has no objection. He has not recovered from the injury, and he can recover the injury while sitting in the Palace of Life. I decided that this decision was about to take effect when the Supreme of the Blood Waves and the Supreme of the Heavens decided to pack up and go to Shinyang Starfield Ferry. Qi Jin Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang stepped forward with a tacit understanding, with the same voice. "My sword is unparalleled / I am the king of 9 robberies, and I went to the extraterrestrial battlefield to fight for the Temple of Life." As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience was surprised. Sun Shuebwa Supreme laughed absurdly. "You two have a tacit understanding." Jin Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang also couldn't help looking at each other, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Wu Jianshou shook his head and converged his thoughts. Extreme blood, this extraterrestrial battlefield. Even if Lord Lan Su is not here today, I am ready to go. Oh! Bloodwave Supreme heard his words, narrowed his eyes. As early as when Jin Wushuang asked him about the battlefield of the outer world and the fall of Tai Luo Supreme, he had some conjectures in his mind, just because Jin Wushuang had something to do with this virtual universe person. However, the sword's unique talent is the ultimate hope for the future rise of the Temple of Life. If there is any good in the extraterritorial battlefield, sword unparalleled, that extraterrestrial battlefield is too dangerous. What you have to do now is to grow slowly. Blood Supreme just wanted to refuse, and saw Jian Wu stepping forward in 2 directions. Shinshin said, "Blood Supreme, if it is dangerous, now with my strength, I am afraid that the risk is even lower." Speaking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes shot strong confidence. Sun Shuebwa Supreme heard the words, first a moment, then immediately dumb. He almost forgot that Jian Wushuang now can invincibly exist. He is a lot stronger than himself. Bloodwave Supreme is not an indecisive person. When I think of it, my eyes flicker and I take a deep breath and say, "Also, the sword is unparalleled. You will go to the Shrine of Life on our behalf and rush to the extraterritorial battlefield to suppress the riots." Chapter 44-42. Sword unparalleled. Take command. Suddenly, Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, and he arched his hand. Chanwang, this time he went to the extraterritorial battlefield. He was bound to get it, one to suppress the riots, and the other to himself. Regarding Master Xuanyi, he had long been guessing. With Xuanyi's strength, if Xuanyi is still in this universe, I am afraid that there will be absolutely no news at all. It is very likely that Xin Yi was in the extraterritorial battlefield. Alas, he should inquire about the news of the Emperor. Finally, His strength has now fallen into the bottleneck stage. Even if he stays in the universe blindly, he will not be of much use. Whether it is the Diwu Temple or the Dragon Clan, he has an invincible supreme power. With his current strength, he can't counteract what threats do these two top forces have? Instead of that, it would be better to go to the extraterritorial battlefield and enhance the strength in the Battle of Killings. Besides that, there is one more point. Is that Ice Supreme? Wu Jin Wushuang remembers that the Emperor Taishu said before leaving that he would take the Bingyu Supreme to the extraterritorial battlefield. Qi Jin Wushuang once swears to heaven, this life and this world will cut the Ice Supreme and others. Otherwise he will fall to Jiuyo. Vow not to be human. His sword is unparalleled, never just talking. Extreme blood. What about me? The king of Ju Jie said beside him. Jian he saw that Shuebwa Supreme arranged Jin Wushuang, but did not mention himself, and he frowned. Bloodwave Supreme glanced at King Jujia, and he could not help but grin at the corner of his mouth. King Jujia was also a stubborn character, afraid that he would not be allowed to stop, and could not stop, but nodded helplessly. Okay, you and swords are perfect, just go together. King of 9 robberies, take your life. Suddenly, a slight delight flashed in the eyes of King Jujia, and he arched his hand. Well, now that this matter is finalized, let's step back. Sun Xiebo rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was a little tired. Now Gvu is sleeping. He is in charge of the Palace of Life, and he is really tired. Yes. Everyone retreated. When he walked to the gate of the Supreme Temple, King Jujia glanced at Jin Wushuang and smiled lightly. Jin Wushuang, the strength of this seat is not as good as you now, but we can compare them, who will be in the extraterritorial battlefield. There are more false slayers in the slain virtual universe. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, and could not help showing an interested look in his eyes, and nodded. Okay. Well, Jin Wushuang, Shenyang Starfield is not close here. You and I will go back and prepare each other, and let us go together 1 year later. After a few words of embarrassment, the two broke up separately. After returning to the manor in the 6th mountain range, the situation that Jin Wushuang is about to go for an expedition told Lung Rushuang that suddenly, Lung Rushuang couldn't help it. Fortunately, cold as a frost is not a man of arrogance. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he had to instruct Jin Wushuang in his mouth to be more careful. Wu Jin saw nothing but sighed. Over the years, the two have always been together and separated, with few chances of intimacy. Also, in the last year, I will be with you. Wu Jianwushuang made a decision in his heart. 1 year later. Why outside the Palace of Life? Wu Jinshuang and King Jia bid farewell to the Bloodwave Supreme and others who came to see him off, and immediately drove the spacecraft towards the Shenyang Ferry in Shenyang Starfield. On the deck of the cosmic boat, Yin Jin Wushuang stood side by side with King Jujia. One was in a wide black robe, wearing a hood, blocking most of his face, and the other was in white clothes, winking with snow, his eyes blanched, and his white hair hanging down. The two are black and white, but they are the two most arrogant in the universe. Sword unparalleled, there is almost no cultivation of the vein in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and they can release a strange light wave, which is not easy to deal with. The king of Jujia took the hand and said lightly, Thuiran, although he is arrogant, he is not reckless. In the past year, he has also collected a lot of news about the virtual universe. The more I know, the more dignified and angry he is. The monks of the imaginary universe are cruel and addictive by nature, and treat the people in their universe almost to the extreme. I do indeed know how many cosmic strongmen are killed to death in every chaotic era. Strange light waves? Wu Jinsho raised an eyebrow, and a curious expression appeared in his eyes. Yes. King Jutsai nodded his head and replied, the monks of the virtual universe have an associated supernatural power, which is the weird light wave. We call this weird light wave virtual explosion. Because of the existence of this virtual explosion, the vagrants of the imaginary universe are often better than the monks in the same realm of our universe. Wu Jinshuang nodded and nodded, but he didn't care. In the same realm, no matter how strong the monk in this virtual universe, Jin Wushuang did not think he would be stronger than him. This is his confidence. Chuzerjawai, besides that, the powerful men of the void universe look strange, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and headless axemen. In short, they look more like evil, but one thing is that they are very good at identifying them. Every person who has a virtual universe has long marks on their shoulders. I do indeed know who is below the Supreme, but above the Supreme, there is a long mark on the shoulder of the Supreme, and there are two long marks on the Medium Supreme, and so on. The vagrants of invincible supreme strength are 5 long marks. The king of 9 emperors continued to speak. Understood. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. Alas, as the two discussed, they flew towards the Xinyang star field, and the speed was not slow, as if a meteor crossed the sky. Xingqian circulation, the galactic circle. 10 years passed in a snap. Sword unparalleled, Xuanda star field is ahead. Wang Jujian looked up and looked forward, and said, I saw a vast star field formed by countless nebulae and many planets and stars, and in front of everyone, I could see. Well, let's go. They should be here. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. Immediately, the two walked down from the cosmic boat, put away the cosmic boat, and walked towards the ferry in Xinyang Starfield. Xinyang Ferry is also a gathering place of many cosmic channels in the universe, extending in all directions, connecting the universe's major star domains and top forces. The two just arrived at Xinyang Ferry and saw Lan Su and others waiting on that knee. Huh. Supreme Master? Jiuzai Supreme? Life Shrine sent 2 people this time? Sensing the approach of Jian Wushuang's breath, Lan Su slowly opened her eyes to look, and her eyes flashed slightly surprised. Wu Jian Wushuang and King Jujia are now the most precious cards in the Palace of Life. He thought that this time, the Palace of Life would not send 2 of them. King of Warriors / King of the 9th Calamity met Lord Lan Su. Qi Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang arched their hands towards Lan Su, then looked around, looking at the several figures standing next to Lan Su. A sneer gradually drawn from the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect that I could meet many acquaintances here. Chapter 44-43. At this moment, the young man standing next to Lan Su with twin horns in his head, wearing a gold robe and a sullen face, was not Long Qing or Hu. Sword unparalleled. At the same time, Wu Longqing also noticed Jian Wushuang, and suddenly Li Guang's sword in his eyes, murderous. Next to him, there are 2 dragons, 4 generations of dragons. However, the strength of these 2 people is much worse than Longqing. He is the sword unparalleled? It's him? A rudimentary elementary supreme. Let's us dragons so prosperous? How many shots have you made? The 2 dragons glanced at each other, their eyes flashing with suspicion. It's been a long time, but I miss you so much. Qi Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes to Longqing and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Compared with Bingyu Supreme, his hatred for Longqing is far more. At that time, he was chased by Longqing crazy and almost fell into his hands. He stomped that foot and foot, constantly trampled his body to destruction. Of course, if it weren't for this person, he would not have met the Patriarch's ancestors and obtained the Chaos Patriarch. Okay, sword unparalleled. I thought I wanted to kill you. At least, after 10 million years, I didn't expect you to participate in this expedition outside the territory. Wu Longqing looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed cold, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Sword unparalleled. Wait until the extraterritorial battlefield. We have fun. After finishing speaking, Longqing turned his eyes and looked at the King of 9 Calamities next to Jian Wushuang again, and said with a cold voice, There is also the King of 9 Calamities. When you were at the end of the universe race, you asked me what was right. Right? Hee hee, these account books are always remembered. Wait until the extraterritorial battlefield. You see how this book accompany you two to play. Wang Zhijiawang looked indifferent, did not raise his eyelids when he heard the words, and calmly replied, Is it worthy of you? You. Suddenly, Longqing's heart was furious. Her forehead was violently jumping. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look funny. The King of 9 Calamities seemed indifferent and whispered, but once he uttered his voice, he could hit the pain point directly. Lan Su frowned and said, You are all the elites of our universe. in the middle of our suppression of the riots. How can the external enemies not be annihilated before they are annihilated? After a pause, Lan Su said in a deep voice, "Dear everyone, now the enemy, I hope you all put down your old prejudices and kill the outside world. Otherwise, if I find out, you have affected the battle because of personal conflicts. Just blame me for reporting to heaven and telling Master Zeus." As soon as this remark came to an end, although everyone didn't speak again, their faces were still chaotic. Wu Lansu is not a senior supreme practitioner, but if it wasn't for the Lord God standing behind him, he would have been slapped with a slap. When Lan Su saw this, she had to smile bitterly in her heart. She shook her head helplessly and said, "Okay, wait a minute, and then we have to set off. You are the first group to go to the extraterritorial battlefield. I have to come back and adjust the second group." Everyone nodded and stopped speaking. Then, one after another, people came from all over the universe. Wu Jin Wushuang has encountered many acquaintances, such as the Jiuxing son of Jiuxing Holy Land, and the Imo Luo Yin Gu of the Imo Luo family, and a Supreme of Diwu Temple. In the last two wars, the Temple of Life suffered heavy losses, and the Diwu Temple was not much better. Almost the Supreme Realm was dead. Nung, it is very rare to be able to send a High Supreme at this moment. The Supreme of the Diwu Temple was still high-spirited. When he saw Jin Wushuang, he immediately lowered his head like a mouse when he saw a cat, for fear that Jin Wushuang would bother him. Today's sword, Wushuang's sword, is invincible in two major steps and has long been famous, not comparable to the past. After 3 months, Tong Lansu looked at the crowd, nodded, and said, "Well, the first batch of candidates have arrived, and we can start." I saw at the moment Xinyang Fairy, scattered 11 Supreme. Sri, the 11 Supremes are extremely powerful. In addition to Jin Wushuang being the Elementary Supreme and Zhu Wang being regarded as the Medium Supreme, the rest are the lowest and are the High Supreme. Next moment, I saw Lan Su flip her right hand, and a small white flag with 4 handles appeared. "Go with," he whispered, and suddenly 4 small white flags shot into the sky, and then formed an enchantment. Ding! Dongjong in the void, the rays of light suddenly flew, and beams of light were drawn side by side to form a matrix. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, the boundless void was torn, and a vortex was formed violently. In the center of the vortex, a golden beam of light fell, forming an aperture at the fairy. "Let's go." Su Lansu turned back and said something to Jian Wushuang and others, then stepped forward and shot into the vortex of the sky first. Wu Jianwushuang and others nodded their heads, all of which were working divine power, turned into a streamer, and shot into the vortex. Alas! Moments later, the vortexes closed and the sky cleared again. The figures of Wu Jianshuang and others have disappeared. When time passed, Baiku passed the gap. In a flash, 100 years passed. In this century, Lan Su led Jian Wushuang and others, riding the cosmic passage all the way, traveling through the stars, and rushing towards the extraterritorial battlefield. They are extremely fast, often just flashing and disappearing into the cosmic channel. When they appear again, they are already out of several star fields. Gradually, they completely moved away from the center of the universe and reached extremely remote parts of the universe. On a desolate planet, 11 supreme figures, such as Lan Su, Jian Wushuang, Zhu Jiawang, and Long Qing, jumped out of the void. Here it is? Everyone walked out of the cosmic passage and looked around. I saw that this star was incapable of growing. The divine power was extremely thin, and there were void storms everywhere. In front of this star, there is a wind howling zone, a black wind like a sword, roaring around and shattering the void. In the midst of the faintness, you can still see in this stern wind zone, there is a powerful and fierce starry giant lurking, and his eyes are constantly emitting red light. Lan Su glanced up at the front and said, Through this area of the 9 secluded winds, is the place where our universe is stationed in the extraterrestrial battlefield. There is no cosmic passage here, and we must rely on our own strength to cross." The words fell, everyone nodded. The breath of these starry beasts is not the ultimate dominating strength. Even if they are the most powerful, they are barely forced to reach the supremacy, and the presence of the highest supremacy naturally will not be seen by everyone. Among the crowd, Long Qing, who walked at the end, first glanced at the windward area in front of him, and then looked at the back of Jian Wushuang and King Jujie again, and licked his lips. 9 Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 44-44. Let's go. Tong Lansu glanced back at them and immediately stepped on, turning into a streamer, first shot towards the windy area. Yin Jian Wushuang and others followed closely, like a sharp knife, stabbed directly into the Fengfeng area. Alas, in the howling zone, black howling winds tore the void, and terrible sound explosions continued to sound around. This black howling wind is enough to tear the monks below the Supreme directly into pieces. Even if they cross the Supreme, they feel a slight pain. Fortunately, they are the mainstays in the universe, and they are the big names who dominate the party. Although these black squall winds can cause trouble to them, they are just that. Wu Jin's warrior urged the chaos domination body, and the lines of God's veins flickered suddenly, and the whole body was exposed to intense golden light. The wind that was originally like a knife cutting meat suddenly became soft like a spring breeze. Roar! Roar! He stared at a giant starry sky, hiding in the howling wind, roaring and roaring. These starry beasts are all composed of meteorites. Except for the instinct to kill, there is almost no fear. Wu Jin Wushuang didn't need to draw a sword at all. He just punched out with a punch, which was to pull the force of 1,000 mountains and directly collapse an inch of starry beast. Others also used their own means of casting, and the magical powers flew and bombarded for a while, crushing a starry beast instantly. Gradually, Jian Wushuang and others gradually deepen into the deep wind belt. Lan Su walked in front, and Shan Sheng said, "Be careful, not far away is the most dangerous place in the howling belt, with the existence of the beast master of the starry sky. If it is just one head, it is nothing, but if it causes a beast tide, it will pose a threat to us." Therefore, everyone whispered a little, no noise, disturbed the existence of the beast master level. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and understood the heart. Alas, the people were not slow, and soon they reached the depths of the wind belt. I saw a starry beast that was several times larger than it was just now, and was asleep in the wind. There was a strong breath that was taken from them, even if everyone was supreme. It also felt a slight, dignified meaning. Tong Lansu walked in front of her, and turned her back to a gesture of, "Hush," motioning everyone not to make a sound. Suddenly, when Jian Wushuang passed by a giant monster king, Suddenly, a black light wave was shot by Long Qing, who walked at the end, and smashed into the starry monster king next to Jian Wushuang. Boom! Suddenly, the body of this star beast king burst violently, and countless black beast blood fell on Jian Wushuang's body. Howling, howling, dash. Howling, howling, dash. In an instant, the entire howling belt fell into a riot. Countless heads of giant beasts awakened, opened their eyes, and stared at Xiang Wushuang. They noticed it on Jian Wushuang, and killed the same kind of breath. In a moment, countless heads of the beast king of the sky flew fiercely towards the sword unparalleled. Long Qing. Lin Lance's face suddenly gloomed, and he looked back at Long Qing and said, "Long Qing, what do you mean? I said it again and again. Don't disturb this starry beast. Have you put my words in your ears?" Others also frowned. This seat is not intentional, careless. Qi Longqing spread his hand and said with fearlessness, "If the of the universe is here, he will not dare to presumptuously. This Blue Su is only an apprentice of the universe, and his strength is not as good as him. Although he is unwilling to offend, he cannot talk about how much fear." Wu Tai Luo's Excalibur came out of the sheath instantly. The sharp sword pressure spread. The sword had no double-sided expression, but the heart was sneer. He had long guessed that this guy, Long Qing, would overshadow him here. Cut! A giant roar rushed towards the sword Wushuang. A sharp sword blade has been severely cut off. This sword slashed the entire wind howling belt directly, and the sky was torn directly to both sides. Roar! I saw this starry monster king, who was already comparable to the supreme strength, was cut into two directly from beginning to end, and countless blood fell. However, this sword of Jian Wushuang not only did not let those starry beasts retreat, but rushed towards the sword Wushuang even more crazy. In just a few breaths, Jian Wushuang was drowned in the huge beast tide. King Jijia, Jiuxing Shengzi and others frowned and were about to help, and saw that Lan Su's face was not very good-looking and said, "Don't shoot. Let Jian Wushuang solve it by himself. Otherwise it will only inspire a greater beast tide. We all have to be pulled in." The words fell, and he gave Long Qing a cold look, and there was a disgust in his eyes. Roar, roar! I saw the sword Wushuang submerged in the tide of beasts. The Tai Luo divine sword continued to be chopped, and each sword was taken away to take away a starry giant. Sure enough, killing can help increase the power of the Taro Excalibur. In the center of the beast tide, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since he got the Taro sword sheath, he found that with each killing, the power of the Taro Excalibur will be stronger, and the vertical eyes of the sword handle will become more demon. Especially the stronger the enemy's strength is, the greater the improvement of the Terra Excalibur. For example, after beheading Yuding Supreme, he felt the power of the Taro Excalibur, at least by 10%. Don't look like it is only 10%, but for today's Jian Wushuang, the power of 10% is already a huge improvement. The most important thing is that with the existence of the Taro sword sheath, he does not have to worry about the impurities that the Taro Excalibur will absorb too much. Unravel affects the quality. Because you only need to put them in the scabbard for 1 or 2 to warm up, these impurities will be cleared up. When I saw this starry beast, Jian Wushuang naturally saw the hunting delight, and I was still thinking about how to trigger the beast tide, and justly slaughtered to enhance the power of the Taro sword. I never imagined that Long Qing would be better, and sent the beast tide directly to his hands. However, the starry beast king in this area is limited after all. After a few hours of fragrant incense, the starry beast king was slaughtered, and the ordinary starry beast did not have much effect on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang closed the sword and returned to the sheath. His expression came out step by step from the center of the beast tide. Wu Longqing looked at Jian Wushuang's unscathed appearance and could not help but feel boring. He shook his head and said, "What kind of star monster is really wasteful and useless?" Lan Su saw that Jian Shuang was okay, and he felt a little relieved, and then stared at Long Qing with a cold vigilance and said, "I would advise some people, if they bring their personal hatred to the extraterrestrial battlefield, blame me, report it directly to Master and punish the family behind you." After I finished speaking, he snorted and led the crowd again, and led the other side across the wind. After a while, the 11 swordsmen and the Supreme Master passed through the wind band safely. A camp in the void appeared before the crowd. Chapter 44-45. Arrived. Lan Su stopped and smiled slightly. We are in front of the camp." Everyone heard the words, couldn't help looking at each other. Their faces were all novel. I saw a dormitory palace sitting in the void, and from time to time I saw the Supreme Class strong man hurriedly walking around. Among them, there were still a lot of supreme staleness, and the body was wounded. That's B. On Supreme? Hasn't he disappeared hundreds of times of chaos? Hiyo, and that one. But the imitation Supreme who once became famous in the universe? The entire universe thought he had fallen, and he never thought he would have been outside the battlefield. Kangwu Supreme is the one whose body was on the verge of breaking just now, right? When Kangwu Supreme was so strong, he suffered such a serious injury here. It seems that the vagrants of the virtual universe are very difficult to deal with. Everyone's faces were full of solemnity. At this moment, an elementary and supreme will march in one step, arching his hand, saying, "Lord Lan Su, God of the universe has been waiting in the main hall for a long time. As soon as I saw you, I asked you to go to the main hall to hear the announcement." Yes. Shi Lansu didn't dare to delay, and quickly took the sword Wushuang and others and walked towards the main hall. In the main hall, the Zhou is sitting on the throne, but now he is much more tired than he was at the cosmic event of the universe. Wu Jinshuang saw goodbye this time, and he had a little more respect in his heart. If it wasn't for the god of the cosmos, he would have turned the tide. I'm afraid that the entire universe would have been destroyed once and destroyed by the virtual men of the virtual universe. And since these tens of thousands of chaos periods, while the of the universe was sitting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, he was taught nothing, and he has cultivated a large number of strong men in the universe. I can say that there is a large part of the reason why the entire universe can be so stable today. It must be attributed to the of the universe. I'll wait and see Lord Iogo. The 11 supreme men were all whirling, half knelt on the ground, and said with arched hands, "No need to be polite." Wu Zhou smiled, stretched out his hand and held it up, and suddenly a soft force poured out to lift everyone up. Immediately, the God of God looked around at everyone and said, "Everyone wants to know something about the virtual universe?" Everyone nodded, groaning. Well, the old man will not go into too much details about the virtual universe. The old man will now tell you about the situation in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Speaking of this, there was a touch of tolerance on the face of Zhou God, and with a wave of his right hand, a picture suddenly emerged out of thin air and was exposed in front of everyone. In this picture, a full 3-foot-long void crack stood like a mysterious gate in the void. Countless terrifying monsters roared out of the void crack. Some of these monsters have 3 heads and 6 arms, some have huge tails, and some have eyes all over their bodies. Their breath is completely different from ordinary supremes such as Jian Wushuang, but their strength is far beyond the supreme realm. Beyond the crack, a supreme team led by the invincible supreme, followed by the monsters to fight with these monsters, fighting to the extreme. From time to time, you can see the powerful who has the supreme level fall from time to time. The Supreme Lord who is famous in the depths of the universe on weekdays is like a rain falling on that battlefield. No one flinched, no one was afraid, everyone fought to the last minute. There was nothing in the hall of the grandmother, and no one thought that this extraterrestrial battlefield had reached this step, and it was so tragic. 5,000 years ago, for some reason, the void crack suddenly became large, and a large number of virtual monks poured out of it. Moreover, these virtual monks did not fight as they did before, but they held groups together. If they are wrong, they can move forward and backward freely, and they should be led by one force of the virtual universe. The god of phenology opened his voice in a deep voice, and there was a dip in his eyes. As soon as this remark was made, everyone's face changed slightly. If according to the of the universe, the virtual cosmos in attack at this moment is only from a sectarian force, then it is not difficult to calculate that the strength of the opposite universe is far beyond their imagination. After all, now they have gathered the top combat power in the universe and gathered here to resist the attack. In other words, that is, the universe itself can only compete with the sectarian power of the virtual universe? Zhou God glanced at the changing faces of everyone and continued to say, "This is not much, mainly because the crack has become bigger and bigger. I'm afraid it won't take long for this crack to open completely and form a channel. By that time, I am afraid that the opposite virtual universe will bring the whole army under pressure, and if we stay dead, the entire universe will fall into catastrophe again." Hissing, everyone took a cold breath. Among them, one of the Supremes asked, "Master God, can't you even wipe out these false men?" The god of Zhou looked at him and said in a deep voice, 3,000 years ago, a huge dark arm bound by a chain was stretched out in the void crack. The old man made a move with this dark arm. Although he forced it back, however, it can be sensed that the master of this black arm is afraid of not being weaker than the old husband, and even being able to be in the middle of the middle with the old husband. As soon as this discourse came out, it was definitely not worse for everyone. Even the sword is unparalleled, and his face is dignified to the extreme. God looked at everyone with a nervous look, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course, the words of the husband above, there is no room for salvation. Now everyone just needs to resist the offensive of the virtual universe, and the husband will look for 7 handles." One of the ancestral soldiers of Zhantian Shenqi, once the old man finds Zhantian Shenqi, it is very likely to completely seal the void crack. Okay, now you know the situation in the extraterrestrial battlefields. Remember, the old man just said the word must not be rumored. Otherwise, the universe will be shaken and people's hearts will be upset. It crashed. After the god of Wuzhou spoke, he looked at Lan Su and asked, Lan Su, now you break them up and put them into the 9 teams, under the control of the 9 teams. Yes, the disciples obey. Shi Lansu nodded quickly and led the 11 Supremes, including Jian Wushuang, to join the 9 teams in the camp. In the battlefield outside the realm, the Zhou is in charge of overseeing the overall situation. Each major team is Invincible Supreme as the captain, and under the captain, there are 2 deputy captains. These 2 deputy captains are often half-step Invincible Supreme, or Top Supreme Supreme. Wu Lansu led the crowd, broke it up, and joined the 9 teams. And Jian Wushuang was assigned to the 7th team. Chapter 44-46. The 7th team's camp is in a lush bamboo forest. Ranlansu did not send Jian Wushuang in personally, but informed Jian Wushuang that the Master of the God had transmitted the sound to the 7th team, and let Jian Wushuang directly go in to report. Before he left, Lan Su also kindly reminded Jian Wushuang to say that the 7th team leader Heiyuan Supreme had a bad temper, but his nature was not bad. If there was a discord, let Jian Wushuang be more tolerant. Heiyuan Supreme? Yin Jian Wushuang was in a black robe, holding the slanted Tai Luo Excalibur sword handle at his waist, walking into the bamboo forest step by step. Heiyuan is supreme. He is no stranger. Being Bu, there are not many invincible supremes in the universe. Almost everyone is famous and glorious. Heiyuan is supreme. Among the invincible supreme realms, its reputation is at the forefront. If Ruo Tai Luo is said to be the first sword of all ages, then Heiyuan Supreme is the first sword of all ages. Heiyuan Supreme took the sword into the path, and 8,000 chaos prehistoric eras claimed the invincible supreme realm. However, he has always been alone, so he has not left any Taoist forces in the universe. The universe does not know much about him. A piece of bamboo leaves fell swiftly, and the more you walked in, the more open the path in the forest. It didn't take long for a bamboo house to appear in front of the sword without double sides. The door of the bamboo house opened, and more than a dozen Supremes sat cross-legged at the door. They were wearing uniform white robes. After seeing Jian Wushuang, their eyes were full of novelty, and they kept looking up and down. The name of Wu Jian Wushuang, although they have been staying in extraterritorial battlefields, I have heard of it occasionally, what seems to be the first genius in the universe today, and has the power to leapfrog. In this regard, they are doubtful. Wu Jian Wushuang also looked at them. There were a total of 20 Supreme Masters, all of whom were above the Supreme Master, and one of them was a Supreme Master and a half-step Invincible Master. The 2 men's robes are also different from other Supremes. Although they are also white robes, they are sewn with gold threads at the corners of the robes. These 2 people should be the vice-captains of the 7th team. Wu Jian's pupils shrunk slightly. Both of them have the spirit of killing. Just a glance, there was a terrifying intention. Wu Jianshou continued to raise his head and looked toward the deepest part of the bamboo forest. There was only one person standing. Ren the man is extremely tall and burly, carrying a long black knife on his shoulders and wearing a large white scorpion. The large satin embroidered on the back of the shovel is the large 7 teams word, and his back is facing the sword. Sunda just stood there, just like Taishan Hongyue stood in front of him, a huge coercion spread. Next moment, the person slowly turned around. A face with long scars, a square face, not angry, appeared in Jian Wu's eyes. For this person, he is the captain of the 7th team, Invincible Supreme Heiyuan Supreme. With the sword to enter the path, the universe has been famous for 9 days and 10 Invincible Supreme. He is full of monstrous spirits. Jian Wushuang just touched his eyes in the air and felt a terrible horror, enough to cause the suffocating cold and tension. At first glance, I know that this person is definitely a super strong man who walked out of the blood of the dead. Sword unparalleled? Heiyuan Supreme raised his eyelids, and looked at Jian Wushuang with an expressionless expression. Heiyuan Supreme. Qi Jianwushuang's expression was indifferent, and he saluted slightly. Heiyuan Supreme nodded his head and said, Jian Wushuang, this seat has heard of you. You seem to be the first genius in the universe right now. No matter how amazing your talent is, this ugly word is in front. This seat needs as a reminder, when you enter this extraterrestrial battlefield and your majesty, you should not bring your arrogant arrogance as the first talented genius. Here, you only need to know 4 words and obey. Alive. Do you understand? Jian Jianwushuang heard his eyes narrowed and saw Haiyuan's expression indifferent, so he nodded and said, Relax, I understand. Well, this is also for your good. Heiyuan Supreme paid attention to Jian Wushuang's look. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was not like those other geniuses, when he heard that his face was full of disapproval, he couldn't help his face slightly, nodding. Well, Rong Rong, you take the sword unparalleled to change into the uniform of our 7th team. Yes, Captain. One of the 2 deputy captains, among them the top Supreme Xiu Wei, and a short hair of the honorary Supreme congratulations, and then looked at Xiang Jianwushuang smiled. Warriors Supreme, please hear. Trouble. Wu Jianso nodded at him. A moment later, under the leadership of Rongjing Supreme, Jian Wushuang quickly changed the clothes of the 7th team. Like everyone else, he was dressed in a plain white robe, chest position, and embroidered the words 7 teams with black lines. Wushuang Supreme, the captain's words just now, don't take it to heart. The captain, he is a straightforward character, not intentional against you. Every one of us who has just entered the 7th team, the captain will click it, because you are afraid that we are too aggressive and not stable enough to lose our lives on the battlefield. Rongji Supreme smiled. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, signaled to understand. The 2 of them chatted while walking. Basically, Rongjing Supreme introduced them, while Jian Wushuang listened silently, nodded from time to time, and made clear. After some conversation, Jian Wushuang's impression of this honorable Supreme was quite good, and did not feel that his position and cultivation were higher than Jian Wushuang. He was aggressive, but rather mild. Well, Jian Shuang, in front of you is your harem. If there is no war, the team has no restraint on individuals. You can cultivate with peace of mind, but if a war occurs, you will receive a message from Captain Heiyuan. Regardless of what's on hand, be sure to come and gather as soon as possible, otherwise Captain Heiyuan's thunder is not easy to extinguish. After Rongji Supreme said, he gave Jian Wushuang a token and strode away. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, and immediately opened the gate of his own palace, and went in one step. This dwelling house covers an extremely large area. A futon is placed in the center, and a matrix method is drawn next to the futon, which can make the monk sitting on the futon quickly recover the divine power. Creak. Wu Jianwu closed the door, sat cross-legged. His eyes flashed with thought. Whenever you come, you can rest assured. The crisis in this extraterrestrial battlefield is perilous. Even the invincible Supreme is in danger of falling. The danger is far from comparable to the universe. I am still too weak now. You must first think of ways to improve your strength. Qi Jian Wushuang silently whispered to himself, immediately closed his eyes, began to condense his strength, and hit the medium to supreme state. At the same time, King Nine Dragons, Longqing and others settled down. Among them, Longqing stepped up into the sky and directly joined the 3rd team to make up for the fallen vice-captain position of the 3rd team and become the 3rd team vice-captain. Time flashed, Ija time passed. Chapter 44-47, at the same time. Millions of miles away from the universe camp. It was like a vertical eye, and the cracks about 10 feet in length were constantly twisted, and a breath completely different from this universe was taken from the inside. The starry sky before this crack has turned into a Shura hell. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of weak and poor garbage. A monster with a huge body, an upper body, no head and neck, and a human face on his stomach, laughed wildly. I bang bang bang. There was a scarlet shock wave, like bombs, bombarded wildly. On the left shoulder of this headless monster, there are 5 traces of long marks like claws, especially evil. 5. 5 marks voids. The 8th team responsible for guarding the cracks in the void heard a terrifying hiss. 5 marked voids, corresponding to the invincible supreme level strong in this universe. The leader of the 8th team, Zerowood Supreme, holds a sharp gun in his hand that can tear the sky, and his expression is dignified to the extreme. Kill this seat. The next moment, Zerowood Supreme opened his mouth coldly, and when he stepped on it, he suddenly turned into a streamer and killed the headless monster. Yes. Behind him, more than a dozen supreme powerful men forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts, and each performed their magical powers and rose into the sky. Babu General, eat this bunch of garbage. The headless monster saw the face growing on the chest, sparks of excitement flashed in his eyes, stepped under the heavy footsteps, stretched out his big hand and grabbed at the Zerowood Supreme. Behind him, 8 shadows stepped out of the darkness. Hiss, it's delicious. A monster with 3 snake heads and a lower body is a human monster. Oh, the taste of meat is really fascinating. A monster with a very fat body, like a ball. A monster with its mouth and jaw cracking all the way to the back of the ear, laughs vaguely. Kill them. A strange man who looks like a horned warrior, but has thick and sharp fangs, growls with excitement, and the fighting in his eyes is crazy. The 8 people are extremely weird. On their left shoulders, several long marks are shining. Among them, the man with the least long marks, a man with a pale face and black eyeshadows under his eyes, also has 2 long marks. That is to say, these 8 generals, the least powerful, are also medium to supreme. Hey! The next moment, the 8 flashed their bodies, disappeared behind the headless monster, and looted towards the 8th team. What? For a moment, countless screams sounded. A medium supreme, just rubbed by the palm of the headless monster, instantly burst into blood mist, extinct. This starry sky was directly stained with blood. Damn! Zerowood Supreme looked gloomy, and the dragon spear in his hand strangled all directions. Senhan's gunman was enough to explode dozens of stars together. Boom! This shot exploded, and the vast sky was instantly torn open to a huge mouth, and a sound explosion sound burst instantly, as if being stabbed by Zerowood Supreme instead of a gun, but a 9-clawed dragon of arrogant world. Under this gun, the whole world must bow to his head. Ha ha ha, good job. I ate you. The headless monster laughed even louder. There was a dark wave of destruction, condensing in front of his chest. Void explode. Universe base camp. Jack. On weekdays, almost all the gods of the universe are beautiful and cheerful, but this time they have changed to the gentleness of the past, and the coldness in their eyes is extremely cold. Wu Zhou stood up, raised his head to look at the endless void. Countless avenues evolved in his eyes, and the darts flowed, forming yin and yang. His eyes directly passed through the endless void, and saw the tragic battlefield outside the cracks of void. Senhan's voice came from his mouth. Past the old husband's order, the 6th and 7th teams immediately go to the cracks in the universe and support the 8th team. Yes. Lan Su had a dignified expression and knew in her heart that this time it was a big deal. 7th team, camped among the daggers of Wu Jinshuang. Warriors Supreme immediately got up and hurried to the main hall, 100,000 in a hurry. A voice sounded like a thunderous thunder in Jian Wushuang's head. Wu Jianso slowly opened his eyes, and a regret flashed across his face. Just a little bit, just give him a little more time. He can break through the middle extreme. At that time, his combat power will be upgraded again. Nothing. Wu Jianshou shook his head and knew in his heart that Supreme Heiwen was so anxious to convene them, for fear that something urgent had happened in the battlefield outside the realm. There was no more delay, and the sword unparalleled stepped out, as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch, and the whole person instantly disappeared into the palace. Everyone is here? He Yuan's face was ugly, his eyes glanced over the team members in front of him, and he saw that everyone had gathered, which made his face look better. You, Lord Elder God has orders. I need to rush to the void of the void immediately. He Yuan Supreme said in a deep voice. As soon as this remark was made, everyone could not help but look at each other. Captain, why is this so urgent? Hasn't the crack in the void been stable recently? What's wrong? A team member asked in confusion. Heyuan heard the words and looked at him, took a deep breath and replied, there was a riot in the fissure in the void, and a 5-mark virtual soldier led the team. What? 5 marks? Several Chaos Ages haven't appeared in 5 marks, have they? Rukua, if the time is right, the 8th team of Zerowood Supreme is now patrolling the void crack then. Aren't they over? Everyone's face changed. Heyuan Supreme had a heavy expression, nodded his head after hearing the words, and slowly replied, yes, according to the news from Master God, the 8th team is almost completely annihilated, leaving only Zerowood Supreme and a deputy captain, holding on with a few players. After speaking, Heyuan Supreme took a deep breath, no more to say, and said, okay, it is not too late. You wait to set off quickly with this seat to support the 8th team. Fight for this time from the cracks in the void. The dummies that have emerged are wiped out on the extraterritorial battlefield. Yes, everyone should be shocked, with 3 inches of war in his eyes. Wu Jinshuang also flickered his eyes full of war. He remembered that the emperor who killed Taro Supreme was the virtual universe, and he accepted the inheritance of Taro Supreme, and sooner or later had to kill the emperor and complete Taro's last wish. Therefore, he had better be familiar with the way the virtual universe fights, and is also in desperate need of a battle to become the final breakthrough in the supreme stepping stone. Go, suppress the war. With a wave of his hand, Zhong Heyuan took the lead and turned it into a billowing black wave, which suddenly rose into the sky and rushed towards the extraterrestrial battlefield next to the fissure in the void. Yin Jian Wushuang and others have performed their magical powers closely, followed closely behind. Chapter 44-48. Boom boom. Ha ha ha. Go dying dying dying. The headless monster Zhang chuckled smirkly. One after another the crimson shockwaves kept blasting out from the palm of his hand. These crimson shockwaves exploded in the starry sky like a bomb, and the entire starry sky trembled with scars. Fortunately, this battle occurred in this extraterrestrial battlefield. Otherwise, if it is in the depths of the universe, relying on this person's horrific power, I am afraid that even the depths of the universe, even with thousands of star fields, will be destroyed by him. Damn! The Supreme Mu stepped on a meteorite half-knelt, and his chest violently undulated. At the moment, the shotgun that was made from the dragon bones and dragon souls of 3 generations of dragons had been cut in 2. Captain, what do you do now? We can't hold on for long. Qingguang Extreme, the deputy captain of the 8th team, whispered. Zamyamu Supreme looked back, and his face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. The 8th team was almost wiped out. In addition to the deputy captain Qingguang Supreme alive, there were only 2 players remaining. The 2 were also seriously injured. The body was on the verge of collapse and would fall at any time. Fighting power at all. He took a deep breath, and Zerowood Supreme asked in a deep voice, is there any news back from Lord Elder God? Shi Qingguang nodded supremely and quickly replied, Captain, Lord Zhou God said that the 6th and 7th teams have been sent, and they are on their way. Is this the 2 guys, Lucy and Heyuan? Zerowood Supreme heard his face a little slower, then took a deep breath, and the killer flickered in his tone. Still a few more incense sticks. Be sure to all these monsters the burial is here. Boom. Extreme divinity. A thought of the kingdom of God. Suddenly, Zerowood Supreme clasped his hands, and countless black chains spread out around him, forming an eternal kingdom. Come in. Lingmu grabbed his right hand, and immediately caught the headless monster with 5 marks in his mind. Kill. Suddenly, the deputy captain Qingguang Supreme also had a murderous act. He displayed the supreme supernatural power that destroyed the heavens and the earth, and blasted towards the 8 parts. Tickling. Sun Heyuan Supreme took the lead and walked in the forefront. More than 20 supreme masters such as Jian Wushuang followed closely, continuously performing the movement technique, jumping and flickering in the void. After about half a column of incense. Heiyuan Supreme stepped out of the sky, and sprinted forward. There is a crack in the void ahead. Everyone be careful. He took a deep breath and looked up. At this glance, I couldn't help but feel cold. I saw that not far ahead, beside a crack like a vertical eye, it had turned into a Shura purgatory. Countless blood floats in the void, and there is a wave of divine power after the Supreme falls. A strange man with 3 snake heads is biting a Supreme in his mouth, chewing and biting. This Supreme has not died yet. His eyes are distantly looking into the distance. His eyes are full of despair. On the other side, the headless monster's big hand clutched Ziramu Supreme's head, as if raising a chick, madly bombarded in the air. Weak, weak, weak. You are too weak. The headless monster yanked his hands fiercely, tearing Zerowood Supreme into 2 pieces and throwing them aside like throwing a sack. Card Tata. I haven't waited for Zerowood Supreme's body to be reorganized and resurrected again. The headless monster has already strode away, lifting its huge feet and stepping on the Zerowood Supreme's body. I dare. Heiyuan Supreme saw this and immediately fell into rage. Dead. He stomped his right foot and turned it into a shard of darkness that ran across the sun and the moon and went straight. With this knife, Daomong surpassed 100,000 miles and traversed Xinghe to sweep the sun and the moon. Ding! For a moment, this knife was severely split on the right leg of the headless monster that was about to step down. A half-month arc of dagger flashed, and with a tear, the entire right leg of this headless monster was cut off instantly. Roar! Suddenly, the headless monster roared in pain and stepped back a few steps. Ling Xingmu, you can't do this? Heiyuan Supreme reached out and raised Zerowood Supreme, who had reorganized his body. Heiyuan, this guy is hard to deal with. Zerowood Supreme gasped slightly. His expression solemnly said. Another one. The face on the headless monster's chest, his eyes twinkling, constantly looking at Heiyuan Supreme. Alas! I saw countless tentacles pouring out of the wound of his severed right leg, and then a flash of light flashed. These tentacles condensed into a huge right leg. Injury, instant recovery as before. Let's go. The headless monster grunted coldly and turned to re-enter the void crack. Behind him, Babu will sneer and shake his head. Wanna leave after killing someone? A cold voice sounded in the void. Soon afterwards, he saw a thin young man wearing a white robe, walking out of the void and step by step, cutting off the path of the headless monster. Chong on the back of the white robe, the huge dazzling 6th team is embroidered with black thread. The 6th team captain, Fleabrook Supreme, came. Behind him, more than 10 players walked out side by side. Juxing Shangzi joined the 6th team. He nodded toward the sword Wushuang, shouted the leader of the line. Qi Jian Wushuang slightly jaw head, knowing that things are urgent at this moment, not a moment of chatting chills, he ordered a voice to let him live well. Oh! The face of the headless monster's chest twisted, and he glanced back at Xuanxi Supreme, then turned his head to look at Heiyuan Supreme. Instead of being afraid, he opened a radiant arc of excitement and whispered in a low voice. Interesting, really interesting. Next moment, he lifted his head sharply. Zhang angrily laughed. Babu generals, eat them. Boom! Countless energies condensed in the palms of his palms, and he saw that there was a huge mouth in his palms. Open this mouth, and the crimson light wave cannonballs condensed out instantly, blasting towards Heiyuan Supreme. Heiyuan Supreme slashed the huge knife in his hand and blasted a shell that smashed over, whispering coldly, 7th team, kill? Yes. All members of the 7th team are roaring and using various magical powers to kill those 8. Hiss. Among the 8 generals, the monster who had 3 snake heads but had a human body suddenly spit out the letter strangely and smiled. There is food coming to the door again. He narrowed his eyes. His face was full of greed. His turquoise pupils twisted. His eyes continued to glance across the faces. Finally, his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang. Interesting. So small and weak. Dare to come to trouble us? He stomped his right foot and suddenly turned into a ghost, rushing towards the sword unparalleled. Chapter 44-49. The first is more. It was just a lapse of time. The three snake-headed monsters had already appeared in front of Jian Wu's double-sided, opened enough to swallow the mouth of Sun Moon Snake, and bite hard at Jian Wushuang. There are countless stench winds blowing at you. 4 marks? Top extreme? Wu Jian's expression was dignified, and Tai Luo's Excalibur appeared in his hands. The strength of these fictitious men is far beyond the corresponding realm. Don't look at these three snake-headed monsters are just top-level supreme, but they are far more terrible than ordinary top-level supreme. Even if it is Jian Wushuang, I dare not take it lightly. Cut. Just when Jian Wushuang lifted the Tai Luo Excalibur and was ready to fight with the three snakehead monsters, Rongzuan Supreme had already taken a step ahead, swiping his right foot fiercely, and will be facing the three snake heads bitten by Jian Wushuang. Fly together. Sword unparalleled, you are weak. Not his opponent. Give him to me. Sun Rongji glanced at Jian Wushuang, and then stared at the snake-headed weird with countless dignity. It is good. Wu Jianwushuang nodded his head, without evading politeness. At this moment, it is extremely critical, not the time for him to fail. Hiss, are you in a hurry to come to death? The three snake-head monsters' mouth opened a playful smile, looking at Rongzhen Supreme. The cruel light in his eyes continued to spit. Tong Rongzhen is obviously higher than him, but he is not half afraid, but instead has the light of greed in his eyes. Whiteness, that kid is over to you. The three-headed snake said to the young man with a pale face and black eyeshadows under his eyes. This person is the weakest one among the 8 books, and the one with the most human-like appearance. It is good. Baidu heard his words and tilted his head, and the whole person revealed his numbness and stiffness. Alas, countless black light waves condensed in his hands and turned into a thin sword. Next moment, 2 imaginary forces exploded at the foot of Baidu, and he rushed out instantly, like a white lightning, fiercely chopped to the sword unparalleled. Can you still use it like this? Wu Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and the Tai Luo Excalibur was cut off instantly. Wu Tai Luo's Excalibur collided with the sword made by Su Li, and suddenly the sword with Su Li shattered. Nianjian Wushuang's neck twisted, and his right fist was slammed out, just like pushing a round of the sun. Numerous bright golden lights condensed on Jian Wushuang's right fist and banged heavily on Baidu's cheek. Boom! Instantly, the whiteness was hit by a smashing hammer, and the body flew upside down. The whole head was directly blasted by this fist. Sure, but that's it. The sword has no double-sided and expressionless. This whiteness is 2 marks, which corresponds to the medium supreme strength, even if his strength is far superior to the medium supreme, to improve a grade, but only the high supreme. High supreme has long been no longer in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Is it? Countless thick tentacles poured from Baidu's neck, and in a short time, he recovered as before. Oh, the speed of recovery is much faster than us. A slight surprise flashed in Wu Jianwu's eyes, and then an interested look appeared on his face. Come on, let me see, how powerful are your vagrants? Do not let me down. The sword Wushuang rose to the sky. A majestic sword pressure, centered on the sword, spread instantly. The battle between the 2 parties and horses has fallen into the most intense state from the beginning. Heiyuan Supreme and Thui11 Supreme shot at the same time, strangling headless monsters back and forth. The 2 invincible extremes join forces. It's not as simple as 1+1. Run her, either of them has the terrifying power to level the universe and destroy one side. At the moment, when the 2 of them join forces, the entire starry sky is exploded, as if to reshape the universe and open up a chaotic world. I can't use any words to describe the power of both shots. In their hands, the sun and the moon are just of mud and that are free to play between their fingers, and the Milky Way across the sky, but the stream flowing under their feet. They can raise their hands and throw their feet at will, and can directly overturn the entire universe and blast its supernatural power. A little bit of mighty power is enough to squash countless stars. Although this headless monster is strong, it can even be said that he has repressive strength in the face of any of these two people, but in the joint effort of the two, he was suddenly beaten back and can only keep roaring. On the battlefield, horrible magical powers exploded, and sword blades tore through the sky. If someone in the depths of the universe saw this scene at this time, they would be exclaimed that this is a battle for extinction. With the joining of the 6th and 7th teams, the 8 generals that had been devastated and destroyed were immediately contained and the situation reversed. Among them, in addition to the headless monster, the one with the highest build is the monster with a fat body and a mouth split to the ears. The teeth in his mouth were uneven and long, but he opened his mouth and bit a bite, but he directly crushed a supreme soldier who pierced him. Ha 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 ha, explode. A horrifying purple light wave spewed out of his mouth like a thunderbolt, and the 5 supremes who besieged him were all driven away. These 8 books are really too powerful. Although each of them is faced with enemies that are several times their own and is suppressed by death, they have not really fallen to the stage of life and death crisis, and they can even counterattack. I can say that if any of these 8 books are placed in the depths of the universe, they will be the masters of the hegemony. Cutstar. A blue sword mang, nearly 10,000 square meters thick, condense in the sword without hands. The sword has no double sides and no expression, and it is easy to split. The entire sky was ripped apart by the mighty boom. Instantly, the dummy named Baidu was severely split again. How can it be so strong? Tong Baidu's eyes shrank. This was the first time he had met. The opposite universe had a state under him, but he could crush him. His numb and stiff face was now full of fear. Boom. He picked up again, and countless virtual forces in his hand turned into a long sword. Under the flash of his body, he appeared on the top of Jian Wushuang's head and severely chopped off. Click. However, this sword was directly held by Wushuang's 5 fingers. Numerous violent virtual forces exploded between the 5 fingers of the sword pair, but they were unable to shake the sword pair. I heard that you have a companion supernatural power called virtual explosion. If you do and use it again, you have no chance. Wu Jianshou shook his head and shook his finger, and the endless majestic strength immediately condensed at his fingertips and instantly flew this whiteness. He looked down at the man condescendingly, his eyes indifferent. Okay, well, we'll do as you wish. Baidu struggled to stand up from the ground, holding his hands in a fierce space in front of him, and yelled in a low voice, "Virtual explosion!" Chapter 4450. Second more. Boom. Suddenly, this starry sky stagnates suddenly. Immediately, 2 long marks on the left shoulder of Baidu burst into countless red lights. Immediately, a stream of energy overflowed from him, forming a red ball of light between his palms. Alas, around this crimson ball of light, as if the void was being squeezed by the giant force, and began to frantically shatter. I am so strange to the extreme. A breath that is completely different from the divine power permeates, representing destruction. Dead. The next moment, Baidu looked up sharply, looking at Xiang Wushuang, pushing his hands forward. Roar. In an instant, this crimson ball of light, like a bomb that destroyed the world and destroyed the world, jumped across countless spaces and slammed straight towards the sword unparalleled. The power of this blow is more than hundreds of times the energy of this person before, even enough to threaten the half-step invincible supreme. Is this a virtual explosion? No wonder in the same realm, virtual scholars are much stronger than our monks. Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes, staring at the horrible red ball approaching him quickly, and his interest became strong. Immediately, Jian Wushuang did a move that was enough to make the audience crazy. He slowly reached out his hand and grabbed at this scary red ball. Warriors Supreme. The Rongji Supreme, who was fighting fiercely in the distance, noticed this scene, and suddenly changed his face, yelling, Wu Shuang Supreme, quickly escape. The other 8 books will notice this scene. Firstly, it seems to be a little surprised that the whiteness is used to deal with a rude elementary supreme, and it is forced to use a virtual explosion, and then a sneer will appear on his face. Yin Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as if he was oblivious, and continued to reach for the scary red ball. It was almost within a short time before Jian Wushuang's right hand touched this scary red ball. Boom! A violent and distorted power burst into the sword without hands. The outstretched arm of Wu Jianwushuang burst directly. Is this the power of imagination? Jian Jianwu's eyes shined out, feeling the power inside that terrible red ball. That is a very different power from the supreme divine power. Huh. On this horror ball, the entire arm of Jian Wushuang was smashed, and when it was about to be on the sword Wushan body, the 2 sides of the sword said, "Town." In an instant, Chaos Overlord was urged to the limit by Jian Wushuang, and the surface of the whole Boda's skin spewed a godlike pattern like a twisted tree root. At the position of his eyebrow, the purple word, Chuan, also instantly became demon-dazzled. Countless sword chi burst out on Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, the original terrible horror ball was destroyed, and it broke instantly. Numerous magical powers evolved on the arm that Jian Wushuang blew up and turned into his arm again. Wu Jianshou looked at Baidu indifferently and said, "This associated supernatural power is really strong, but unfortunately, you are too weak." After speaking, Tai Luo Di Jian reunited in the sword without hands. Wu Jian Wushuang is full of sharp breath like the magic sword with the same sheath. He could feel that the Taro Excalibur in his hand could not help but be ready to bleed. Well, let's go to death. The sword has no hands in the tailored Excalibur, splitting towards that whiteness. No. How could I die in the hands of your lowly, humble universe monks? The whiteness screamed, but turned and rushed towards the void crack. Want to escape? Wu Jianshou sneered. Talented, amazing life. Boom. Instantly, a coercion from the highest level of life came to the audience. Under this coercion, the entire starry sky is stagnant, and space and time seem to freeze at this moment. The sound that Baidu was running away stopped in an instant. He turned his head and stared at Xiang Wushuang, as if he had found something that shocked him. His eyes enlarged sharply and he lost his voice. Your body, how could there be a breath of his life? Huh? The breath of his? Jianshuang heard the words and couldn't help a frown, and the Tai Luo Excalibur, which had been split off, was taken back by him. He stepped in front of Baidu, looked down at him coldly and asked, "Who is the he you said? You don't know him?" Baidu heard a word, seems to be accidental sword Wushuang. "I do not know who he said this person," then laughed haha. Ha 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 ha, there is a his breath in your body, humble and poor guy. You are dead. They will come to you. What are you talking about? Wu Jianshuang frowned. He could feel that the person in front of him did not open the river in the mouth. This person must know something. You want to know? At this moment, Baidu no longer had the fear of death, but there was a strangeness in his eyes. Humble and poor guy, you have a relationship with he and you will die. No matter where you flee, those lunatics will find you, and you will surely die. Huh? The voice dropped, Baidu's body exploded. At this moment, he even chose to blow himself up. The horrible might exploded, setting off a monstrous white wave. The sword Wushuang receding back, waved his hands again, and waved the shock wave formed by the whiteness self-explosion. What the is this guy talking about? Wu Jian Wushuang stood with his sword. His face was cloudy for a while. Shi Baidu's words before his death were like curses, echoing in his mind. Who is he? Who are those lunatics who are going to kill me? The meaning of Ji Jianwu's eyes blinking quickly. He was not a stupid person, and soon realized that Baidu would suddenly say so, after he released his talents and shocked his life. And Jian Wushuang was very keenly aware of it. The first sentence this person said revealed the word breath of life. A breath of life? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. It can be said that his special life was all created by his master Xian Yi by his own power, so. This person just said he's master? Then the lunatic in his mouth, Was he the one who hunted down Master in Joey Starfield? In the faint ambiguity, Jian Wushuang seems to feel that in the endless darkness, there is an invisible line, which is controlling everything. The master of this line is his master Xuani. He can now be 100% certain that his mysterious master is absolutely inextricably related to the virtual universe. Even, Jian Wushuang felt more and more that every step that his master took was meant. Kaiser he began to wonder if it was his first meeting with Xuani, which seemed to be an unintentional coincidence, but in fact it was already a planned plan. In addition, Jian Wushuang has another problem that he is most concerned about. Then, if his master is really in the next big game, what role will he play in this big game? Nothing now. The most important thing is to improve our strength. After she took a deep breath, Jian Wushuang no longer thought about it, but turned his eyes and looked toward the battlefield. With Jian Wushuang ending the battle, other people's battles also came to an end. Chapter 44-51. Third more. On the battlefield, the 8 generals headed by a headless monster, under the pressure of the 6th and 7th teams, can only retreat steadily. The headless monster tried to escape several times, but was stopped by Supreme Heiyuan and Supreme Shi. Yo Yi one after another tearing the heavens and the earth through the sky, crossing the sun and the moon, suppressing all directions. Under the cooperation of Heiyuan Supreme and Cece Supreme, the headless monster was gradually forced to the corner and had no choice. The waste of Baidu was actually killed. The headless monster noticed the scene where Jian Wushuang beheaded Baidu, and a loud humming sound came out of his nose. Then he looked at the 3-headed snake and said in a low voice, "Willow, before we retreat, you kill the guy with the sword." He was facing 3 snakes of the top siege of the 2 vice team-level top sieges. He nodded and heard the words. The 3 snake heads opened their mouths at the same time. Immediately, he swept away and rushed to sword unparalleled. "Hiss, you can even kill Baidu. It seems that I look down on you." The turquoise pupil in the eyes of the 3-headed snake twisted, and a strange laugh was made in his mouth. Wu Jianwushuang looked up at the man. His face slumped. Through on this person's left shoulder, 4 long scars are like scars of 3 Zhengning, reflecting the scarlet light. Than the strength of this 3-headed snake is far more powerful than that of whiteness. He was even stared at by the 3-headed snake, and he had a sense of horror that he had become a prey. The cold hair of the sword unparalleled body was all upright. "Eat you." Huh. The 3-headed snake turned his head and disappeared instantly. When it appeared again, he had already appeared above Jian Wushuang. The huge snake's mouth opened, and he bit it down. "It's fast." Wu Jian's face changed slightly, and Tai Luo's Excalibur split instantly. A sword-like horror like a horror, making a terrifying howling sound, instantly split into the giant mouth bit by the 3-headed snake. Huh. It was like a bomb exploded in the mouth of a 3-headed snake. However, the 3-headed snake was chopped by the swordman, but there was no pain at all. Instead, he bit a bite and swallowed the swordman directly in the belly. "No wonder you can cut and kill Baidu. Your sword is powerful and has reached the level of 3 marks." The 3-headed snake whispered a low laugh, and then Feng Feng said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be a Tianjiao character in this universe?" Jian Wushuang heard nothing and said nothing, but the body full of supreme divine power, ready to go. "Oh, you're so boring." When the 3-headed snake saw Jian Wushuang ignored him, he couldn't help but churn his lips, and immediately the dark green pupils contracted into a line instantly, and endless virtual force burst out from him. "Well, let me eat you." Boom. The virtual force on the 3-headed snake exploded again. Under the sweep of its body, it opened a mouth that was enough to swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars, and bite away fiercely towards Jian Wushuang. Taro Sword Code, Second Style, Dawn. Jian Wushuang's voice chilled and turned directly into a golden light, quickly splitting towards the 3-headed snake. With this sword, Feng Rue reached the extreme point, enough to cut off the galaxy and split Zhoushan. Boom. The two severely hit each other, and the power of the Tai Luo divine sword exploded directly. Instantly, the snake head in the middle of the three-headed snake, from the mouth of the snake to the end of the snake, was flashed by a golden thread and cut in half. This time, the three-headed snake couldn't hold it anymore and gave a painful growl. The figure of the unparalleled sword is condensed behind the three-headed snake. This sword splits the three-headed snake into two halves, but he is not proud of it, but his face is more dignified. Taro Sword Code, Third Style, Dusk, Boom. Instantly, Duan Jianzhao was urged by Jian Wushuang, with Jian Wushuang as the center. A huge pit appeared at the foot of Jian Wushuang, and then spread and spread. There was a huge suction coming out from the center of the pit, and it was only a moment that he pulled the three-headed snake into it. Buried. The five fingers spread out by Wu Jian's unparalleled grip. Suddenly, a force of squeezing from the sky suddenly burst out from the pit. The force of squeezing and colliding was so magnificent that it was enough to crush a top-level supreme into a meat sauce instantly. At this moment, the three-headed snake that was still roaring suddenly had a look of fear on his face. Stuck in this pit, he was like an earthworm trapped in a huge stone mill. His body was crushed thousands of times in an instant. In the distance, the headless monster, who had been driven to an end, noticed this scene, and his face suddenly became ugly. For the first time, he looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes surged. Heiyuan Supreme and CC Supreme also saw the pictures of Jian Wushuang suppressing the three-headed snake, and there was a flash of color in his eyes. Heiyuan, it seems you have a monster under your hand. Sushi Supreme smiled slightly. Under the cooperation of the two, the headless monster has come out, but now it is only the end of a strong crossbow, so he also rarely relaxes a bit. UCA and T talk about evil spirits, but your talent is better than others, and you still need to experience it. Heiyuan Supreme has no emotional changes on his face, but in his heart he is also surprised by Jian Wushuang's combat power. Is it? Su Shishuan looked at Heiyuan Supreme with a smile, and then said, Heiyuan, why not transfer him to my 6th team? Get out of here. Heiyuan glanced at him without hesitation, and then snorted, Don't say this. First kill this headless monster. Lucy Supreme nodded his head, and looked again at the headless monster, with a coldness on his face. A 6-mark monster, even if he guards thousands of chaos ages in this extraterrestrial battlefield, has only seen it a few times. This is a big fish. You must not let it go. Supernatural power, Sanqing in one gas. For a moment, the three figures exactly the same as those of the Supreme Master Xuanqi came out of his body. The other side. Virtual explosion. Three-headed snake delirium, feeling the force of terror squeezing in the pit at dusk, no longer hesitating, arrogantly used the associated supernatural power, virtual explosion. Suddenly, the skulls on the left and right sides of the three-headed snake delirium exploded directly. After the two snake heads exploded, they turned into pure virtual energy and rushed towards the middle skull. Roar! The three-headed snake delirium opened his mouth, and a thick wave of light from the bucket was instantly roared by him. This horrible wave of light is so powerful that it only pierced the pit of dusk at once, and pulled out a long dark trace in the void. This horrible wave of light, after piercing the pit of the dusk, blasted towards Jian Wushuang again. Come! Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and clenched the tailored Excalibur in his hand. The war in his eyes turned into a spark, flashing to the extreme. Break me! Wu Jianshou roared, and his power was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the ordinary supreme power, all in his hands. Choose! Suddenly, Taro's sword turned into a world that cut the sky, cut the sun, the moon, the stars, and the terrible sword rainbow that runs through the sky and the sky. Beneath the sword, the tailored sword trembled wildly, making a sound like the Buddha groaned and the demon wept. Boom! Suddenly, the sword was chopped on the false burst of delusive light. Chapter 44:52. Fourth more. Boom! Instantaneously, two huge shock waves spread rapidly in the center of the two men's fighting. The whole void bursts instantly. Even the other Supremes who met in the distance were smashed by those who were hit by this shock wave, and they retreated back. For a moment, Tai Luo's magic sword turned into a dragon sword rainbow, stalemate with this strange light wave, regardless of up and down. Roar! Delirious Willow opened his mouth and yelled again, and saw the strange light wave in his mouth, and it turned out that the power had skyrocketed again, from the thick of the bucket to the thickness that required two people to embrace. Instantly, Jian Wushuang was severely rushed to fly, and the white robe representing the seventh team burst directly. Shusher is really strong. Wu Jian Wushuang stepped back all the way, stepped on the void with his legs, and crossed two long marks. He couldn't help breathing a little. This delusion is a four-marked false soldier, which means that it corresponds to the top supreme in the universe, but it can be said to be powerful, and it is even more terrifying than the half-step invincible supreme Yuding who has passed the enemy. The pit was broken inch by inch at dusk, and Willow stepped out step by step. His eyes flashed to the extreme. Best and weakest trash bug. You have angered me completely. You it. Delirious Willow finished speaking, and suddenly there was a surge of madness on his face, and he wanted to violently slash Swordsman. However, just then, in the distance, there was a roaring roar of a headless monster. I saw Heiyuan Supreme standing on the sky, and an invincible supreme power broke out, and said coldly, "Supernatural power, Black Prison Half-Moon Cut." Boom! In a split second, the huge black knife in his hand rose in the wind, and in a short period of time, it skyrocketed to a full length, turned into a thunder-black dragon with open teeth and claws, opened his teeth, and split directly on the left shoulder of the headless monster. Tear it! This headless monster was torn open with a single knife, dropping countless blood. Thoyanthoi, Shi Supreme followed closely behind. The movement is not slow at all. Also use the Killer Jan. Supernatural powers, 5 spirits. Boom! Instantaneous visions. Countless meteors condensed out of thin air, and then fell like rain. The two killed together. After a round of blows, the headless monster suddenly exploded and turned into countless pieces of minced meat. I have to say that the virtual monks from this virtual universe are powerful. If they are ordinary monks, even if they are invincible supremes, they will face 2 rounds of devastating blows from Supreme Heiyuan and Supreme Streams. I saw that the tentacles were breeding wildly on the numerous pieces of minced meat floating in the void. After a short breath, these tentacles came together and turned into a headless monster. Puffing his breath was weakened a lot, and the face on the chest was staring at Heiyuan Supreme and Zioxy Supreme. Ha ha. He. He gave a low, weird grin in his mouth and immediately said, "You can't kill me. Is it?" Heiyuan Supreme and Zheshi Supreme are expressionless, walking towards the headless monster step by step. There was a mocking smile on the corner of the mouthless monster. Immediately, an extremely powerful coercion emanated from the headless monster. This coercion does not belong to him. At the moment when this coercion is released, the looks of Heiyuan Supreme and CC Supreme are all changed. This coercive force is far above them. This coercion, they are very familiar. At the same time, when the headless monster closed his eyes, his face became devout and whispered, "Great God, I am your people God." The magical groaning whispered from his mouth. The 3-headed snake delirium that was originally crumbling and killed towards Jian Wushuang, after giving up on Jian Wushuang unwillingly, gave up the pursuit of Jian Wushuang, stopped his pace, and began to silently groan like a headless giant recite, "Great God, am your people Willow?" At the same time, Yabu will be among the others, the spherical monster with a mouth cracked to the jaw, and a horned warrior with thick fangs. 28 generals began to recite this magic spell. Suddenly, a terrifying breath came from them. In this breath, whether it is invincible supremacy such as Heiyuan and Xuanxi, or sword unparalleled, it is like falling in an ice cellar. A big terror between life and death is enough to suffocate. There was a dull sound, from the crack in the void. Howling. Immediately after that, a squeak of iron chains across the floor sounded. What happened? Sui Jian Wushuang suddenly felt an extremely strong palpitation coming from the Bodis instinct and wanted him to flee this place immediately. As if an indescribable terror exists, it is coming to the world soon. Huh? The muffled sound grew louder and louder, as if Lei Gong was angry, and slammed the smashing hammer in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the void crack exploded. I was bound by countless chains, and the extremely dark arm was so large that it burst out from the void crack. Can't use any voice to describe this dark arm, which is so big that it completely subverts the sword's unparalleled imagination. Light is a fingernail, which is dozens of times of the sun. With the palm of your hand, you can cover several star fields. There was a vast, evil, ancient atmosphere, and it erupted, turning into a cloud of smoke. Guang is an arm that is so huge, it is hard to imagine how big the master of this arm will be. This is... Suddenly, He Yuan Supreme and Xuanxi Supreme were horrified, and a horror surged in their eyes. Qi Jian Wushuang almost fell directly from the air, and the whole person was like a falling ice cellar with cold liver and gallbladder. This is definitely one of the most terrifying beings he has ever encountered. This is the arm that had dealt with Master Zeus. In the distance, the eighth captain, Zerowood Supreme, who was recovering quickly, was directly interrupted, shocked, and lost his voice. Boom! The next moment, the arm was raised high, and it was photographed fiercely towards Jian Wushuang and others. Escape! He did not hesitate at all, whether it was He Yuan Supreme or others, or Jian Wushuang. All the divine power in the body erupted in an instant, turned into countless rays of light, and blasted away in all directions. However, some people's response was slow. Two high-ranking Supreme. Only then erected on light and grabbed. That palm has been photographed fiercely. Millions of empties, shattered at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of mushroom clouds rose from his fingers. Do not. The two Supreme Masters, who had only had the time to utter a roar of anger, were directly photographed as a fan powder, and they were destroyed. Boom! Immediately, the arm was raised again, and the 5 fingers as thick as the Milky Way took a hard shot toward the front. With this palm, this time directly wrapped the sword Wushuang etc. in it. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face turned wild. Chapter 44-53. Fifth more. At the same time, located in the base camp and main hall of the extraterritorial battlefield, Wu Zhouxingao sat on the main seat, closed his eyes and meditated. Tong Lansu and Lan Lan disciples stood beside him, silent. Suddenly, the statue of Zhou felt something and opened his eyes suddenly. Su Shen was born. He raised his head, staring at the cracks in the void. His eyes stared directly through the starry sky, and he saw the huge black arm. Hearing this, Lan Su and Lan Lan, 2 disciples standing on his sides, suddenly felt a horror on his face. Xin Su Shan. But those who have dealt with Master, Xiao Su, Xiao Lan, keep your base camp. Wu Zushin's face was heavy, only to see his shoulder tremble slightly, then he disappeared into the main hall. After the god of the gods left, Lan Su and Lan Lan couldn't help looking at each other, and their hearts began to sink. What extraterrestrial battlefield? Rumble. The entire starry sky has been blown up. Headless monsters and His Majesty's 8-part will stand in place, watching this scene steadily, with sparks of excitement in their eyes. Dr. The second palm photographed by that black arm is already coming. Instantaneously, the tidal wave is surging, and countless chi machines are shaking. The world seems to be in the end, and it will be destroyed once. I was swiftly firing the sword Wushuang who fled. I only felt that the eyes were black, and when I looked up, I saw that the wide palm had covered the sky and replaced the vast sky. Do not. Instantly, Jian Wushuang was about to crack. An unprecedented crisis of life and death, constantly exploding in his body, like an alarm bell, Let him leave quickly. Huh? Taro's sword appeared in the sword without hands in an instant. At this moment, Jin Wushuang has no reservations anymore, and all the divine power on his body bursts out. Huh? Instantly, the sword Wushuang directly split into thousands of swords in white, resisting this palm. However, it is useless. Everything is useless. This way of destruction is enough to cut off the mighty swordsmanship of the universe, and falling on this palm is like being bitten by a mosquito, which can't hinder the slightest. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang did not intend to stop the sword, but took advantage of the impact of this sword to split, and quickly retreated, leaving the attack area of this palm. Taro's sword code 5th style Taro. Under the pressure of this crisis of life and death, Jin Wushuang has been completely insane, and utterly used the best of the best in the bottom of the box. Boom. Suddenly, behind the sword Wushuang, there appeared to be the supreme faith of Tai Luo Supreme. Fa this law is as big as a star, but in front of the arm, it is as small as a finger, extremely small. Cut. Qi Jin Wushuang exhausted his whole body energy. Suddenly, he was holding the Tai Luo divine sword, and he slashed down with the sword. His back was also in the same shape, making the same action as the sword unparalleled. The majestic sword surged up into the sky. This defeated half-step invincible supreme ice sword's Tai Luo sword was just a blink of an eye, and it was severely chopped on the palm of an inch of pressure. Buzz! Wu Tailuo's sword exploded directly on the dark palm, forming a star-shaped mushroom cloud. However, this palm still stood still and fell quickly. Qi Jin's unparalleled vision turned into a darkness, and the whole world was filled with this palm. Fortunately, the air waves that Taro's sword exploded directly formed a terrifying shock wave and spreading Jin Wushuang, which was already extremely fast, to the front again. Boom! Finally, this palm fell down. At this critical moment, Jin Wushuang arrogantly used all the mysteries that can be improved in a short time, bringing the speed to an extreme and rising to a level again. It was embarrassing. At the moment when the palm fell, Jin Wushuang burst into a roar, and a roll rolled away from the palm. The fingertips of the arm fell from the place where the sword was unparalleled, but at a distance of 100 feet. The Jiaoxing Shangzi is also included in this palm, and there are no more than one position behind the sword. He is out of luck. The desperate roar came to an abrupt halt, and he was photographed as a fan. Allied. Gone at the last moment of his death, his eyes turned to Jin Wushuang. His eyes were full of fear and thirst, as if he wanted Jin Wushuang to save him. 9 stars. Jin's sword Wushuang was smashing instantly. Jiaoxing Shangzi is the core member of the Sword Alliance, and one of the highest followers in the ancient sky. However, he hasn't waited for Jin Wushuang to take any action. With the torrential weather falling from that palm, a shock wave has formed, sending him to fly fiercely. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang was like a broken sack. He crossed a long parabola in the air and fell into the distance. Qi Jin Wushuang struggled to stand up from the ground, and the blood couldn't be restrained, and he spit out of his mouth. Qi Jin Wushuang looked at the drop of that palm, his face gloomy to the extreme. Karub. Suddenly, that palm has been raised again. Under the palm of his hand, nearly 10 supreme people have turned into dust and fell completely. This palm, like a devil, slowly lifted up, and the dark and strong magic air between the 5 fingers entangled. The third palm is coming. Hold this palm and completely cover everyone. Wu Heiyuan Supreme and others looked at this palm and could not help but feel scalp tingling. More people feel ashamed and give up resistance completely. Wu Jianshuang's face was somber that he could drip water, and that Tai Luo's sword had completely drained all the divine power from him. Now, let alone escape from the attack range of this palm. Even if it is now possible to give another sword, it is not easy. In the distance, headless monsters and 8 generals, looking at this scene, a grim and cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Great Lord, end this life of garbage. Boom. Though the path was bound by a black iron chain, and the skin was dark and dry, like a corpse's huge arm, raised again, and took a third palm. Everyone gave up. in addition to sword Wushuang. No, I won't die here. Never. Yin Jian Wushuang's teeth clattered. There was a sense of insanity in his eyes. He saw his right hand flip, and Wu Xing Chao Ding Ding appeared in his hand. Hit him. It's time to detonate Wu Ding Chao Ding. He wants to directly control Wu Xing's chaos Ding to explode to stop this hand. Yichia, all this is too crazy, too shocking. No one can imagine what effect the self-detonation of an extreme ancestor will have. Hiss Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and looked at the trembling Wu Ding Chao Ding in his hands. His eyes flashed intolerable first. But after a short while, this one can't bear it, and it has been replaced by madness and determination. Rumble. This palm is getting closer and closer. I cover the sky, and the sun is magnificent. The huge wind, blowing Jian Wushuang's black hair flying, and the pressure from the giant palm that has not fallen, has caused Jian Kaishuang's chaotic domineering body to crack open fiercely, and there is a spider web crack. It's time. Jian Wushuang is about to detonate the Wu Ding Chao Ding. Presumptuous. As the king of chaos speaks, an old voice, as if through the floods of the universe, experienced the ancient yellow and exploded in the starry sky. Chapter 44:54. The first is more. Huh. After this sound blew, all the people raised their heads instantly and heard the sound. I saw one approaching to the extreme, using the white horses captured by both eyes to pass in front of them in an instant. Everyone just felt that a flower was in front of them, and this practice appeared above their heads. That is an old man with white hair. Behind him, blossoming lotus blossoms. Master Elder God. Master Zeus is here. We are saved. For a moment, there was a rush of ecstasy on everyone's face. That was the ecstasy of the rest of the life after the disaster. Wu Jian's pupils shrank, and he would prepare for the self-destructive Wu Ding Chao Ding, and withdrew it from the ring. Buzz buzz. After I saw the god of Era, there was a burst of violent sounds in the void crack. Su Shun, you are over the line. Wu Zhou God was expressionless, stretched out his fingers, and pointed toward the palm that destroyed the heavens and the earth. This finger is very common. Even if Jian Wushuang's luck was concentrated in his eyes, he didn't see anything special about this finger. However, it is this finger that gently touches the palm of the black palm, but it is the giant palm that is crushed all the way, and it can no longer be in the slightest. A cold voice sounded from the mouth of Zhou God. Next moment, boom! Instantly, countless bright brilliance burst out, and the avenue directly evolved into substance, turning into a rolling fairy wheel. At this fingertip position, there are 6 reincarnations rising. Fairy birds, flying cranes hovering, true dragon and phoenix arrogant. Suddenly, endless Yanhui fell, countless stars flew around. The avenue sometimes turned into a huge yin and yang gossip, and sometimes turned into a flowing billowing huangquan, as if the heavens and earth were condensed in this finger. Roar. A loud, snarling roar spread through the cracks in the void from the other side. Immediately afterwards, I saw that this palm was like an electric shock and began to retract at a very fast speed. Instantly, the 8 generals headed by a headless monster were directly exploded into countless pieces of flesh by the aftershock force of this finger. Holding the huge arm, he grabbed it fiercely, and grabbed the 8 pieces of minced meat in his hand, and crazily retracted into the void crack. Alas! After a few breaths, the pile of minced meat condensed together and turned into a headless monster and 8 generals. Damn! We will be back. Hiss, that guy with the sword. This time you are lucky. Next time you will not be so lucky. The headless monster and the 8 generals were exhausted to the extreme, but even so, their faces were not half afraid, but they looked provocatively at the earth. The 3 snakes' delirious willows looked cruelly toward Xiang Wushuang, pulling a sneer from the corner of his mouth. Howl! He was just dying, and the black arm, wrapped in a headless monster and 8 generals, retracted into the void crack. Everyone looked at each other, and in their hearts, They had the good fortune of the rest of their lives. But more, it was still a strong humiliation. "Wanna come? Just leave?" I have always had a mild expression of the universe. This time there is no trace of expression on his face, cold like a piece of ice. I saw his body flicker, and the whole person disappeared again, but he just stepped into the void crack. Master Elder God. Instantly, countless people's hearts tightened. No one expected that the universe would rush into the void crack. We all, don't worry. Since the Lord God of God dared to face the universe, he will certainly come back. Haiyuan's supreme glance glanced at the crowd, and he said with a deep voice. Sushi Supreme also took a deep breath and said slowly, "The owner of that arm just now is the strongest of the virtual universe. Since he dared to cross the line to slaughter us, the Lord God can naturally kill them in the past. Everyone be calm and calm, just wait quietly." Everyone heard the words, looked at each other, and nodded, and stopped talking. To tell the truth, the battle with the 8 generals was almost overwhelming. However, the emergence of that huge arm was an instant reversal of the situation and massacre. It was like a fight between 2 children, but the adults suddenly stepped in. In the hearts of all the people, all those who surged were trembling, a layer of haze. Fortunately, the universe came. Howling, howling, huh. Jirada inside the fissure of the void. There was a loud explosion. After dying for about half a column of incense, the universe rushed out of it. He held in his hands, carrying the headless monster and 8 generals. His face is slightly pale. The compatibility between the 2 universes is too large. The higher the revision, the stronger this compatibility, and the more he will be rejected by different universes. Even if he isn't able to stay in the virtual universe for too long, he can only withdraw. Master Elder God is back. Master God, are you okay? Everyone started talking and hurried forward. Old man is fine. The god of Shakespeare shook his head and immediately looked at the headless monster and Hachiman, who were sealed by mystics. In the hands of the gods, the headless monsters and 8 generals, which were extremely difficult to deal with before, are just as weak as a baby. Close. As soon as the phoenix god's eyes were cold, he directly displayed the great magical power and squeezed these 8 parts and headless monsters into a bead-sized bead. "You want to leave if you kill someone? Will my husband allow it?" Wu Zhoushan shook his head, looked at Supreme Haiyuan and others, and said, "The 6th team stays behind the void in the void, and the others go back with the old man." Everyone looked at the 8 generals and the headless monsters that were captured by the gods of Zhou. They felt that they were exhaling a sigh of anger, and they came to the extreme. Yes, so everyone should be rushing. Zhou under the leadership of the universe. Everyone turned into a streamer, looting towards the base camp. Qi Jian Wushuang didn't have any expression on his face, but he felt like he was holding a heavy stone, which was extremely heavy. The brutality of the battlefield outside the territory was far beyond his imagination. You have to know that in the depths of the universe, Supreme can be a repressive party, commanding the utmost power of several stars, and there is almost nothing that can threaten Supreme life. But in this extraterrestrial battlefield, the Supreme is almost like a mustard, and will fall down if he is not careful. In the war just now, the number of the 6th, 7th, and 8th teams has fallen to the extreme, far exceeding the number of hands. Snapped. Hold a big hand and put it on the shoulder of Jian Wushuang. Qi Jian Wushuang looked up. Haiyuan Supreme looked at him. "Well, this is your first battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Take it easy. The extreme fall here is too sparse. But even me, maybe it will fall someday." Big hand patted on the shoulder. Wu Haiyuan Supreme smiled slightly, and then Feng Feng said, "You are doing well this time. Go back?" "Okay." Wu Jianshou took a deep breath, stepped on his feet, turned into a sword-like sword, and drove quickly to the base camp. Chapter 44-55. Second more. Alas, I walked around Changhong, sweeping through the vast sky. Along the way, everyone didn't speak and remained silent. This victory was won. But the victory was too tragic and too tragic. Ji Jian has no expression on both sides, and is also silent, and the desperate look of Jiuxing Shengzi before his death is constantly replayed in his mind. He and Jiuxing Shengzi are not particularly familiar with each other, but it was only that time that the 6 major forces besieged the Temple of Life. Jiuxing Shengzi brought the disciples of Jiuxing Holy Land to support him, and he could remember it forever. Virtual God. Wu Jian murmured to himself, and then there was a flash of murder in his eyes. After a while, the base camp stationed outside the battlefield outside the territory arrived. In addition to the 6th team, who is now left to patrol the Void Fissures, the captain-level figures of the 8 teams are all members of His Majesty, standing at the gate of the base camp to welcome everyone. Obviously, they already knew the battle that broke out in the extraterritorial battlefield. This is also the first time that Jian Wushuang saw members of the 9 team. Everyone walked into the base camp step by step and nodded slightly to the 8 team members, saying hello. Wu Jian Wusu walked at the end. Just as he was about to step into the base camp, his steps were Emil. It's him? Wu Jianshou frowned and looked towards the 2nd team. The captain of the 2nd team is the Taishu Emperor who once had a relationship with him in the Taishu Temple. Budal unexpectedly, he turned out to be the captain of the 2nd team in this extraterrestrial battlefield. Oh, this guy is here too? Emperor Taishu also saw Jian Wushuang and raised his brow slightly. Every once in a while, the god of chaos will send a group of supreme masters to the extraterritorial battlefield in the universe. If he hadn't seen Jian Wushuang today, he really didn't know that Jian Wushuang came to the extraterritorial battlefield. Beside Emperor Taishu, Emperor Bingyan had already recovered from his injuries and put on a white robe of the rank of vice captain. He also saw the sword unparalleled, and he was shocked. Jian Wushuang. This is Jian Wushuang. Immediately, he lowered his head and opened a hysterical smile on the corner of his mouth. Hunhao, very good. Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect you to come to the extraterritorial battlefield. Ha 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 ha. It is time for us to settle accounts. His chest was violently undulating, his mouth was laughing, but there was no sound. The sword of Wu Jian glanced over Bingyu Supreme's face, and the corner of his mouth also pulled a sneer. I am very good. My enemies are in this extraterrestrial battlefield. The hatred between them has already reached the point of endlessness. Unless there is a fall between them, the hatred will continue. Snapped. Wu Jianwu stepped up and continued to move forward. Sword unparalleled. You are so fateful. The gods have survived. A harsh sound rang out in Jian Wushuang's ears alone. Jian Wushuang turned his head and saw Long Qing, wearing the white robe of the 3rd team vice captain, spreading his hands, and said with a joke. After waiting for Sword Wushuang to reply, Long Qing shook her head and smiled. But that's fine. It seems that God's will is ready to let you die in my hands. Is it? Wu Jian Wushuang glanced at him, then ignored him and walked forward step by step. For a long time, these enemies will naturally be solved one by one. I walked into the main hall. The phantom god has been sitting high on the main seat, holding in his hands a headless monster and 8 beads that will be condensed. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone. Then he swung his right hand. A touch of warm brilliance immediately waved out from the god of Zhou and spilled on everyone. Suddenly, there were many injured people on the original. The injuries recovered quickly, and the exhausted divine power accelerated the recovery speed. Ill wait, Shezhou God. Suddenly, everyone arched their hands. It doesn't matter. Wu Zhoushan nodded and said, this time you worked hard. Immediately, the right hand of God of the Emperor waved again, and the beads in his hand rose to the sky, freeing him from the palm of his hand. Howl! The next moment, the headless monsters and 8 generals rose in the wind and stood in the hall. Damn old thing. Kill! Suddenly, the headless monster and Babu screamed fiercely on their faces, and they shouted and killed. But now, what kind of waves do they find when the of the universe is here? Alas! I saw the expression of Zhou God indifferent, a bounce of his fingers, and suddenly Dao Xianhui shot from his hand, turning into a cage, trapping the headless monster and Babe. In the cage, the headless monster slammed a few times and found that it was impossible to shake the cage at all. Then he turned his head to look at the Zhou, put out his tongue and licked his lips, smiling. God of God, you just keep us till now. Just want to know the news of Lord Shushan? Wu Zhou God heard nothing and said nothing. The headless monster shook his head and said, what about what I tell you? It won't be long before Master Shushan will unlock the seal and lead the army to level the universe. By then, not only will you die, everyone in the entire hall will can't escape. The billions of souls in your entire universe will become our slaves. Ha 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 ha. With that said, the headless monster laughed loudly, and his face was full of madness. Look for death. Wu Zhou's face turned fierce, and he popped up with one finger, and the headless monster suddenly melted away from the body. In just a few breaths, it disappeared. Next, the of the universe shook his fingers, and Babu began to die one by one. In front of the universe, there is no difference whether it is the headless monster or the 8 generals. Just like Jin Wushuang and others faced the dark arm, there is no resistance at all force. Huh. There was a muffled sound, and soon, the 8 books were exhausted, leaving only the gloomy 3-headed snake Delirium. Just as the of the universe was about to kill him, the 3-headed snake Delirious Lu suddenly said, I can tell you about the false god, and even tell our universe to deploy to you, but I have a condition. The god of Wu Zhou frowned and said lightly, what conditions? When he heard this, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the 3-headed snake Delirium, and the turquoise pupil turned. The next moment, his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang. I will fight this man, regardless of life or death. Each depends on his fate. As soon as he said this, the audience was shocked. Alas, everyone's eyes are on Xiang Jianwushuang. Wu Zhoushan glanced at Jian Wushuang and immediately re-looked at the 3-headed snake delusion, shook his head and said, no, you have to change a condition. However, the 3-headed snake Willow shrugged and shook his head. That's a shame. Come on, kill me. You won't be me? After hearing the cold snoring, the god of Chaozhou hurled around his fingertips and killed him. At this time, fight me? I should. Wu Jin stepped out step by step without expression. Chapter 44-56. Third more. This battle, I answer it. When the sword Wushuang stepped out, the audience was silent after saying this sentence. Everyone is lung lung, shang, wu, song sa. Master, absolutely must. Jin Wushuang is my universe's arrogance. If anything goes wrong, it will be a great loss to my universe. Heiyuan Supreme also flashed his eyes and said, this is not possible. Jin Wushuang is not the elementary supreme practice, and the 3-headed snake has 4 mark-level virtual men. According to the realm swap, this is the top supreme, plus a false explosion is enough to compare to the invincible supreme. Everyone persuaded. At this moment, a seemingly strange sound sounded in the hall. What's so bad? Once we know the deployment of the Void Universe, we can deal with it in advance, and even wait for the rabbits to wipe them out. This matter is very important. What's the matter for Jian Wushuang to go to the war? In my opinion, don't just say let Jian Wushuang fight a battle. Even if Jian Wushuang took the initiative to die, it would be due to the universe. It's his duty. The speaker is not someone else. It is the Diwu Temple Supreme who joined the 6th team. Alas, suddenly, many eyes fell on him. The deputy captain of the 7th team, Rongjing, sneered, you are so nice. Why don't you go to death? Also, what is your duty? As far as I know, Jian Wushuang has come to this point. It's all on his own, and who hasn't owed half of it? How can he say it? I? Suddenly, the Supreme Nana from the Diwu Temple opened his mouth and thought for a long time before sulking. This 3-headed snake Willow is not me by name. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help laughing, and when they wanted to say more, they saw the Zhou shook his head and said, okay, be quiet. Then everyone shut up. Wu Zhoushan looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, and Xinxing asked, little guy, if you are against him, how sure are you to win? Wu Jinshuang heard the words and smiled, then stretched out his hand, grabbed into the void, determinedly, 10%. It is good. After hearing the words, the god of gods suddenly flashed in his eyes and nodded. The sword is unparalleled, and the old man will let you fight on behalf of our universe. Others still wanted to talk, but when they saw that the of the universe had already made a decision, Jin Wushuang also looked like a vow, so he nodded and stopped saying more. It was the delusion who heard the words, and the corners of his mouth widened suddenly, pulling out a cold smile. Oh, I seem to be underestimated? Alas, the bifurcated pointed tongue licked the corner of his mouth, and the pupils of the willow dark green burst up, showing a trace of cruelty. Well, my husband will arrange a battlefield for you. The god of the phantoms tears at will, and immediately tears a crack in the void, turning it into a kingdom of gods. There are everything in the sky, the mountains, the lakes, and the rivers. This ability to break new ground and create the world is truly amazing. Immediately, Zhou God took a photo with his right hand, grabbed Willow from the air, and threw it into the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Thank God. Wu Jianwushuang arched his hand at him, and then stepped into a streamer, and also shot into the battlefield of the kingdom of God. On the Great Hall, the silhouettes of Jin Wushuang and Delirium disappeared. Instead, a landscape picture appeared. In the picture were the two swordsmen and Delirious in the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Kanja, look at it. Since Jin Wushuang said that he was 10% sure, he wouldn't be wrong. The of the universe faintly spoke. Everyone responded in congratulations, raised their heads, and looked diligently at this picture. God Kingdom Battlefield. Wu Jianwushuang and Lulu stood on a large lake and stood with their hands. The two did not have more nonsense, and they started the fight directly. With his right foot stepped, Jin Wu overturned all the lakes, forming a giant wave surging, and the wave reached 100 feet high. Suddenly, in the tide, Jin Wushuang has already held the Taro Excalibur in his hand, turning it into a forest blue sword, and rushing out. Howl! The waves of Baizhang broke open instantly, and the figure of Jin Wushuang appeared above the head of Willow. Cut! The cold voice exploded. Qi Jin Wushuang directly spurred the divine power and fell down severely. Hiss! Delirious Willow spit out snakes, and the green pupils reflected the appearance of Jin Wushuang, a sword flying, and opened a red light wave. Instantly, this red light wave hit the tailored Excalibur that fell down and chopped off, and immediately sent out an extremely powerful shock wave. Instantaneously, the shock wave spread out and razed the square to the ground. The tens of millions of tons of water in the flooded lake are directly dried and evaporated, turning into water vapor, forming a monstrous white wave. Fortunately, this side of the kingdom of God was developed by the of the universe, and the space is extremely stable. Otherwise, if it is placed outside, it will be enough to smash the void and burst several planets. Boom! Both were retreats, and Willow was smashed into the ground hundreds of pieces, and a huge, human-shaped pit appeared, while Jin Wushuang flew backwards, crashing into 3 mountain peaks in succession. Kankan stopped. This move was just a small tentative test of the two, so the two did not suffer any injuries. Breaking Dawn. Yin Jianwushu leaned against the mountain wall, stepped on his right foot again, and his body radiated again, turning into a golden light and killing towards Willow. Virtual crack. Delirious Willow's 3 snake heads were glued together, raised his hands, and slammed his sword towards Wushuang. Suddenly, 2 halos appeared in his hands, which actually caught the breaking dawn golden light. Ding 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 ding. Huge impulse, pushing Willow back hard and violently back. His feet marked 2 deep grooves on the ground in his hands. Countless sparks splashed. Go to hell. Delirious Lu Yin laughed. The 3 snakes' heads opened, and they bit the sword's head. Yes, it is you. Yin Jianhui's eyes were cold, and he directly urged Chaos Overlord, sweeping his right foot fiercely, sweeping like a 9-section whip, and hit the snake head under the biting Willow. The snake head of Delirious Willow suddenly swayed, and Jin Wushuang took the opportunity to yank out the Tai Luo Excalibur, and one sword flew Delirious Willow coldly. The 4th season of the Terra Sword Classics. Howl! Suddenly, the entire battlefield of the kingdom of God was twisted, and the Taro sword disappeared. Click the whole world of the kingdom of God, whether it be mountains, rivers or lakes, it freezes and freezes every inch of an inch. The temperature suddenly drops by dozens of degrees, and countless cold snow falls from the air. At a glance, the whole world was snow-capped, like a white hatta covered with ice, and fell into the world of glaciers. Okay. Delirious Willow looked up at the sky and snow, and he couldn't help but stiffen. Alas, a gust of snow fell on his shoulder. Suddenly, the horrific ice-cold power directly passed through his body and instantly frozen his entire shoulder. Chapter 44:57. It is good. In the main hall of the base camp of the universe, everyone looked at the battle scenes coming from the screen and clapped their hands. No wonder there was news from the universe before, saying that Jin Wushuang is the first day of eternal arrogance and has the ability to fight beyond the ranks. This seat will still be doubtful before. Now, it seems that the rumors are half exaggerated. Oh, remember that this trick was created by Taro's guy that year? Seeing Jin Wushuang, he has already done Taro Supreme true story. He will probably be better than Blue out of Blue, surpass Taro Supreme, and take it away. The name of the first sword emperor of all ages. Since Supreme, I haven't seen such a profound person in Kendo in the universe for a long time. I really miss it. After this son, the future is limitless. In my opinion, I'm afraid it won't take long. The Taro Excalibur will be renamed and replaced by the Wushuang Excalibur. Everyone said with a smile. They were quite worried at the beginning, but at the moment when they saw Jian Wushuang, who could perfectly suppress the willow, they felt relieved. Only He Yuan is supreme, frowning slightly. I don't know why, there is always a bad feeling in his heart. God Kingdom Battlefield. Wu Jian's unparalleled footwork is empty. His black hair is flying, and he looks down at the icy willow frozen in ice and snow, and speaks coldly, "Burning!" Suddenly, the body of the three-headed snake delirium directly exploded and shattered into numerous ice foam. The Jian Wushuang saw a slight sigh of relief, and he could feel that the jinchi mixed in the snow had completely crushed the willow into dregs. Hiss! However, just then, howl! Numerous tentacles poured out, tangled fiercely, and turned into the appearance of a three-headed snake. His breath is not diminished, looking up at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of irony. Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and even if he had to say that the recovery ability of this virtual man was simply terror, and he could not help moving. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang sneered, "I see you can survive a few blows. 4 seasons, winter to spring." Boom. Suddenly, the snow disappeared, and all the spring thunder blew. The drizzle drizzled, rolling down, like playing a robbery fairy song. Millions of raindrops are millions of swords. Slaughter. Fall. Qi Jian Wushuang said coldly. In an instant, millions of sword qi turned into raindrops, rolling down at the same time. Every sword qi is the full blow of Jian Wushuang. Zheng Jin's move killed the Yuding Supreme and the thousands of avatars of the Supreme. Rumble. Suddenly, the three-headed snake Willow just had to fire a few virtual bullets, and his body was again destroyed by millions of swords, and his body was broken. In the main hall, everyone looked at this scene again and again applauded. However, this time it was not only Heiwen Supreme's brow that frowned, but even the of heaven flashed a light in his eyes. God Kingdom Battlefield. No, there is a problem. Wu Jinsho stopped moving, his brows tightened tightly together. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. He played against the three-headed snake Willow in the extraterritorial battlefield. He knows the strength of Willow, and he is definitely not so weak. Until now, Willow had not performed the magical power burst at the bottom of the box. This guy must be thinking about it. Qi Jian has no two-way talents, but just in an instant, he wants to understand everything. Why would Lulu find him solo, and why he hasn't performed his tricks? This only proves one problem. That's the delusion that Lulu is carrying. Well, let me see. Are you doing? Wu Jianshou snorted coldly. A flash of color flashed in his eyes. 4 seasons, spring to summer. Rumble. Suddenly, the raindrops disappeared in the sky. A scorching sun, rising suddenly, hanging high for 9 days. Xia of the 4 Seasons swordsmanship is the most violent and most terrifying move in the 4 seasons. Qi Jin Wushuang did not believe it, and Lu Lu dared to cope with ease as before. Go with. The next moment, Jian Wushuang waved his right hand heavily, and this round of fiercely hot sun, he immediately crushed towards the willow. Rumble. The entire battlefield of the kingdom of God shook madly. The earth began to dry and split, and dozens of gully marks appeared in the sky. The sky is falling apart. This time, the willow has finally changed color. The pupil in his eyes contracted violently, and a dip in his face surged and said, "Void explode!" Suddenly, the left and right heads of willow were blown away severely. Thousands of energy were accumulated in his mouth, and a terrifying light wave was born. Roar! The next moment, this light wave radiated out and collided with the big sun that fell heavily. Let's sizzle. The void is twisted for a while. Even if you see, the extremely stable space of the kingdom battlefield opened by the god of Zhou himself is beginning to be full of dense cracks like spider webs. Countless devastating energies exploded from the impact of the two, slamming the quartet madly, completely leveling the mountains and rivers of this Fangzhen's country to the ground, like chaos. In the main hall, many of the Supremes watching this scene were all shocked on their faces. The power of the two men's fight has reached half-step invincible supreme. No, the average half-step invincible supreme cannot cause such a powerful power. It can be said that the two are infinitely close to the invincible supreme. Swords matchless, worthy of the name of the first day of the universe. For many years, ever since the 100,000 Chaodong prehistoric kingdoms died in the hands of Su Shi, I have never seen such a villain. I wait for the universe to be so proud that it is the blessing of our entire universe. Everyone's eyes are astonished. Even the god of Eo, who occupies the main seat, flashes a glory in his eyes. Xuani, you have a good apprentice. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. What? Delirious Willow growled wildly, and the horrible light waves in his mouth continued to grow stout, and the power increased even more. Talents, primitive universe, dragon blood secrets. Jian Wushuang is also eager to crack. He is urged by various mysteries and turbulent powers, and his firepower is full. Next moment, boom! 2 energies finally exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. The whole world of the kingdom of God, trembling madly, as if to be destroyed the next moment. Suddenly at this moment, the 3-headed snake Lulu suddenly burst out into a crazy laugh. This is the time. His body burst into pieces, directly turned into a snake with the thickness of an arm. A fierce bounce, turned into a streamer, and instantly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Soon after, he opened his mouth wide, exposing 2 sharp and stout fangs with twinkling chills, and biting Jian Wushuang's neck fiercely. Illusion, curse of zombie. Chapter 44:58. Fifth is here. Huh. On the little snake turned into delirium willow, a ray of light flashed over the fangs, biting hard at Jian Wushuang's neck. It all came too fast. As soon as Jian Wushuang didn't respond, the willow's fangs had pierced Jian Wushuang's skin and bitten into the neck. A sudden pain came. Jian Wushuang couldn't help screaming, just stretched out his hand and was about to pull the delusion off his neck, and saw that the delusion directly turned into a glimmer of light and penetrated into Jian Wushuang's body. What? Instantly, Jian Wushuang surged like a crackling sound. Ha 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 ha, from now on, sword unparalleled, I am you, you are me. We too share one. Jian Wushuang didn't open his mouth to speak, but in his throat, there was a sinful sound completely different from him. The pupils of the pair of purple-gold eyes of Jian Wushuang are rapidly changing, turning into the vertical pupils of faint green. Get out of my body! Jian Wushuang's expression was bleary, and he roared. He felt that in his body, an extremely strange power was taking control of his body. This is not eluding. If it is eluding, no one has robbed him of the perfect chaotic creature, Delirium Willow, to accompany him. Ha 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 ha, sword unparalleled. No need to struggle. This is the curse of the snake god. You can't resist it. Come on, don't resist me. With the cooperation of the two of us, you will have both divine power and virtual power. By then, both universes will be at our feet. We will become the true co-owners. What kind of false god, what of the universe, will only become the lingering ants under our feet? We too will sit high in the clouds, overlooking beings, enjoying the supreme power of life and death in the universe. Jian Wushuang. Think about it, how wonderful it is. Deep and wicked, with a smirking voice, again from Jian Wushuang's throat. Wu Jianwu opened his mouth, and his tongue turned into a forked snake letter. In a short time, Jian Wushuang completely turned into a half-human, half-monster monster. I'll say it again. Get out! Jian Wushuang gasped sharply and yelled. Control of the body is his bottom line. He will never allow anyone to touch his finger. Hissing, sword unparalleled, I said, you can't resist it. Why do you think I chose you among so many people? In Jian Jianchu's throat, he made another sound. This scene is weird to the extreme. He is like two people living in one body, one yin and one evil, talking to each other. The words came down, and it was only at this moment that Jian Wushuang really understood the intention of the willow. From beginning to end, everything is carefully calculated. What I did was this moment. Wu Jianwushuang was silent. He could feel that the power of the willow was constantly wandering in his body, robbing him of his physical control. Want to take my body? Never. There was a madness in Wu Jian's eyes. Even if it is death, it will never be the same. He will never be able to control the flesh together. Universe Base Camp, inside the main hall. Sword warriors. Everyone was taken aback by this mutation. It all came so fast that they didn't respond. Qi Mingming Jian Wushuang also suppressed absolute willow with absolute superiority, but in a blink of an eye, the sudden change suddenly occurred, and Willow was fighting for control of Jian Wushuang's body. The dialogue between the two was also transmitted through the screen. It made them jump in their hearts. If Jian Wushuang really agreed to what Lu said, the combination of divine power and virtual power would bring about a real demon evil between heaven and earth. With the talent of sword unparalleled, once he grows up, he will flow between the universe and the virtual universe, and become a peerless demon that no one can subdue. Heiyuan Supreme and others were instantly green. His relationship with Jian Wushuang is not familiar, but in just a few meetings, he already has the feeling of being born to death. Presumptuous. Suddenly, the expression of the of Zhou was gloomy. Sir, a photo. He saw that he grabbed his right hand, and immediately grabbed the sword Wushuang from the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Old man, do you want to kill me? Do you have the heart to lose such a genius in your universe? Wu Jianshou was caught, and he was not half afraid, but instead looked at the Shinto god with no fear. This is an idea he has already made up. It's best to be able to win the sword without a match. Even if he can't take away the sword Wushuang, the of the universe wants to burn the jade and stone, he can take away the sword Wushuang. For him, this wave of trading is not a loss. Do you think the husband can do nothing? Wu Zhou God raised his eyelids and said, Old man, you don't need to bluff me, no matter how strong you are. The practice system of our two universes is completely different. Why can't you be mine? Is it? Wu Zhou grabbed his right hand, and Jian Wushuang suddenly seemed to be sucked by the vortex and shot at the palm of Zhou. Divinity seal. In that moment, the old 5 fingers of the god of gods spread out and patted it on the head of Jian Wushuang. Instantly, countless soft divine power emerged from the palm of the god, turned into a warm current, and rushed into the body of the sword. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's body trembled wildly. Roar, roar. He squeezed his mouth and made a painful growl. However, the of the universe was expressionless. His big hand pressed firmly on the top of Jian Wushuang's head. Everyone looked at this scene. All of them were upset. After Yi, Zhu Shang, Jian Wushuang's trembling body gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes tightly and fell into a deep sleep. At his neck, a complicated black rune appeared on his neck. In the middle of the seal, he looked like a snake. Send Sword Wushuang to rest. There was a tinge of tiredness in the eyes of Wu Zhoushan, and he opened his mouth and spoke to Lan Su and Lan Lan, who were standing on both sides.
Yes.
The two disciples quickly responded with congratulations, shooting a gentle divine power, rolling up the sword unparalleled, and walking towards the distant palace. I waited until the two left with their swords. Wu Heiyuan Supreme and others looked at each other and quickly asked, Master God, what happened to Jian Wushuang? Is there anything wrong? The Zhou looked at them and said, I have performed the magic and suppressed the three-headed snake delusion inside Jian Wushuang's body. It should not be a problem to think about it. However, because the divine power is not the same as the virtual power for the sake of it, I can't remove it completely. I can only say that this seems to be okay, but left there, maybe one day it will erupt, and the future will be endless. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone couldn't help looking at each other, and they felt like they were indifferent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.